In the next second, the 100 swords struck simultaneously. Shen Hong's body was immediately pierced with all the swords. Elder Shenlong Xianli was stunned. Poochie poochie poochie. The 100 swords retracted from the body and flew back. Shen Hong's body spurted out a large amount of blood, her chi meridians were cut into pieces, every part of her body was covered in holes, the chance to live was already long gone. The silver-blue water sword in her hands slowly dimmed away, clatter clatter, it fell on the floor. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 155. 100 Sword Soar, Part 10. This time, we cannot hesitate anymore. The great clan elder stood up from his chair and shouted, "Everyone follow me, find the appropriate chance, and take away the monarch occult force." Great clan elder, fellow sect members, although my Su family is the weakest, but now that everyone is killing each other, Su Tai thinks that it is best to be tactful and not take what we have not earned, wait for everyone to fight to their deaths, then we make our move, only then will we have the hope of taking that treasure. Su Tai anxiously said. It was not that he didn't want the monarch occult force, but he was truly too weak. If the great clan elder really did go up and join the fray, he, with his weak cultivation, would simply lose his life. With that kind of danger, he was against it. If you're afraid of the slightest things, how can you do big things? In this mess, we must do something unexpected, catch them off guard, and steal the monarch occult force. With it, our Su family will be much stronger. When Su Tai heard him, his face turned bitter. Suddenly, he somehow saw something, so he anxiously extended his hand out to pull the great clan elder's robes. Soon after, he secretly gave the other a meaningful look. The great clan elder frowned, following the direction of Su Tai's discreet pointers. He saw the side of the Profound Sky Sect. Tian Du, who was in charge of Profound Sky Sect, was coldly looking over. The great clan elder's face was startled, the expression in his eyes swaying. He thought for a while, did not make any more sound, and did not make any other moves. Careful! Just at this time, a shout came out. Killing intent resonated towards them. The great clan elder was stunned. He turned his gaze, only to see 100 blood-dyed flying swords flying over here. Father, be careful! Dodge! Su Dongfang shouted in a panic. Ah! Upon hearing that, the great clan elder dodged in panic. Clang! 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 A large number of flying swords pierced into the great clan elder's original position. The sword body shivered, the sound of the swords permeating the entire place. His heart shivered. He recognized the sword, and knew whose blood it was tainted with. Looking up, he saw the masked man dressed in the Black Blade Master robe. After getting away from the disciples of the Immortal Sword Sect, he walked over towards him. Those eyes! That sinister smile! Great clan elder's expression was distracted, suddenly experiencing déjà vu. It's the Sword Lord. He wants to kill the great clan elder? The disciples of the Su family were in a panic. After killing Shen Hong, Limitless Sword Lord is actually pointing his sword to the great clan elder of the Su family? What was he up to? Sword Lord. You and me have no grudge, why do you? You want to kill me? Great clan elder retreated a few steps, his face pale as he shouted. An existence such as Shen Hong died so tragically under Sword Lord's hands. How could he possibly block such a person? Why do I want to kill you? Su Yan walked over, his bloodshot pupils was in contrast with the dense fanaticism in his eyes. You want me dead. Why shouldn't I kill you? I want you dead? The great clan elder was stunned, his head could not comprehend everything, but in a moment, he suddenly thought of something, his eyes grew big, becoming so big it almost popped out. In that moment, he knew who this person was. You are Su. Su Yun? You're Su Yun? Clang! The swords that was pierced into the ground started vibrating again, all of them flying out from the ground. spiraling into the air, after that scattering once again, forming a large net, surrounding the great clan elder. The great clan elder moved his hand, the green gem storage ring on his finger releasing a bright light. The light was like wind, blowing away the 100 flying swords. The 100 swords turned over, the sword edge facing the opposing direction. I never expected that you would hide it so well. The great clan elder regained his senses, took in a deep breath and shouted, "But you are looking down on people too much, even if you are limitless, so what? Kill me? In your dreams." Saying that, the great clan elder directly turned his body, took out a green leaf that was like a treasure, soaring it into the air, suddenly becoming the size of a small boat. He jumped into it, in an attempt to escape. Suyun thought that he could kill him easily, never did he expect his opponent to have such a method. "You think you can run?" Suyun's eyes released a light, activating the huge rock spirit nucleus, the gray light soaring over. Screech! Adding the support of the heavenly crystal, his cultivation became much stronger, causing the light aura to cause the opponent to become petrified faster. Even the treasure leaf was transformed into stone, and dropped from the sky. Clatter! Breaking from the impact of dropping on the floor, the great clan elder was thrown savagely to the ground. He tried to stand up, but his hands and legs were chopped off by the flying swords. Ah! The great clan elder released a painful scream. Fresh blood flowed onto the floor, his long beard that reached to his waist was very messy. No one from the Su family dared to go up, everyone was scared, and stayed where they stood. Against the Sword Lord, how could they dare to fight him? Miss Qing'er! Qing'er, quickly! Go and save my father! Hurry and go and save my father! Su Dongfan's entire body was shivering, as he ran to Qing'er's side and shouted. Qing'er coldly looked at him, and said, "Master Dongfang, that is your father and not mine, why are you not going up to save him but asking me to go?" I can't beat him. Master Dongfang thinks I can defeat him? You are our Su family's groom-seated player, and is the strongest talent from our Su family, you will definitely win him, you definitely can. Su Dongfang had despair in his eyes. Let's not say I cannot, but even if I could, I am already out of chi and out of strength. The great clan elder previously sent me up, and fought so many times consecutively, I have already exhausted almost all of my power, even if I have the heart to do so I am out of power. I hope young master understands that, Qing'er does not want to die. Qing'er lightly said. All along, it was still the great clan elder's fault, who asked him to first send Qing'er up. Su Dongfang was in despair, as he dropped onto the ground. Suyun stepped on the broken ground, holding onto the death sword as he walked towards the great clan elder, his gloomy chi eventually enveloping whoever was on the floor. He walked to the side of the person, seeing those eyes filled with fear, the face so ugly, he knelt down, took off the mask, to let the great clan elder see his full face. When that familiar face entered the eyes of the great clan elder, his eyes almost popped out from the eye socket. It really is you. The great clan elder weakly yet anxiously yelled. Why does the patriarch want to gift Qing'er to the Profound Sky Sect? What agreement did the Su family and the Profound Sky Sect agree to? Why do you all want to compromise to the Profound Sky Sect? Suyun said softly, his red eyes staring straight at the great clan elder. You want to know? The great clan elder suddenly weakly laughed out. I won't tell you, ha ha ha, I will just let you be anxious, let you be afraid. You will never know what happened to Qing'er's body, ha 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 ha. Oh. Suyun once again put the mask back on, his mouth expressing a smile. You don't want to tell me? That's great. He stood up, looked at the great clan elder, lifted up the death sword in his hand. Kill me, just kill me, I still won't tell you. The great clan elder laughed. But in the next second, the death sword suddenly turned, and struck. Poochie! Ah! A heart-wrenching blood-curdling scream came out. The great clan elder's laugh froze, he hastily turned to one side, only to see a young man's arms being chopped off by the death sword. Following that, Suyun moved. In a moment he was beside that young man, his hand grabbing onto the neck of that young man, pulling him back. Su Dongfang, who was short of one arm, was breaking out in cold sweat, his face distorted as Su Yun pulled him over, until they were in front of the great clan elder, and threw him on the ground. Dongfang! The great clan elder anxiously screamed. He stepped onto Su Dongfang's body, putting the sword tip aimed at the body. I will only give you one chance to decide. To speak, or not to speak. He looked down, and said coldly. The great clan elder only felt his heart freeze, his back trembling. Seeing those red eyes, he never expected that this person would actually be that outer sect disciple that was banished, the trash Su Yun. This person was like the devil. I know very little, please let go of Dongfang, he is innocent. This matter is between the Patriarch and the Profound Sky Sect, directly related to the highest level. I know little, they want to use Qing and incorporate her body to carry out a plan. The great clan elder voice trembled as he said that. Plan? Su Yun frowned, so all that marriage was a fake? It was just to fool the others. Su Yun's heart dropped. If they really needed Qing to realize a plan, then in the previous life why did the Profound Sky Sect kill Qing? Unless that plan is regardless of whether she is dead or alive? I have never seen her body then, so it means they require only her body to do it? Su Yun felt his mind was in a mess. He knew that he only saw the tip of the iceberg. Who cares, I just have to bring Qing away. He thought for a while, and asked, if Qing was to leave the Su family, how will the Profound Sky Sect and the Su family abandon the plan, and let go of her and not chase her? Leave the Su family? The great clan elder's eyes widened, as though he was pierced by something, and immediately roared, no. She cannot leave the Su family. Definitely not. Su Yun, Profound Sky Sect and the Su family will chase you till the end of the earth to kill you too. You cannot run away. Definitely not. Why are they not willing to give up Qing? Su Yun grabbed the great clan elder's collar, fiercely asking face to face. Ha ha, I do not know, I only have so much. Su Yun, you can kill me, but you cannot defy the Profound Sky Sect. You cannot defy them. When he said that, the great clan elder's laugh became louder, and became crazier. Hua! Just at this time, a wind blew over. Following that, a thick and heavy tiger print long blade chopped towards Su Yun. Su Yun felt it, and immediately retreated. Clang! The big blade landed on the floor, splashing a large amount of qi. Su Yun stabilized himself, turned over to see, it was actually the person in charge of Profound Sky Sect. He saw Tiandu grabbing the great clan elder, dragging him away and saving him. In that moment, the 100 swords flew up again, surrounding Tiandu as they continuously rotated, encircling to the point that not even water can pass through. The relationship between Profound Sky Sect and the Su family, seeing that Su Yun was asking about it, how could he be relaxed? But from the previous bout, Su Yun did not have a lot of time to get everything out from the great clan elder, so without waiting, he urged the 100 swords to kill the great clan elder. The 100 swords all started attacking. Tiandu's power was limited, he was able to protect himself, but to protect the great clan elder proved to be difficult. The sound of flesh being cut was heard. Tiandu turned around only to see the great clan elder's body being cut by the swords. He was already dying, the chance to live was very minute. There was a trace of anger in Tiandu's eyes. He silently snorted, the big blade up in the sky was split, numerous blade edge exploded out, aiming towards Su Yun. Su Yun dodged. After dodging, Su Dongfang, who was still struggling on the floor, had no time to dodge. His entire body took on all the chi blades, and was cut into half alive. The high-prestige young master Su Dongfang of the Su family died tragically on Wushuangju Peak. Seeing that the great clan elder could not live on, Tiandu's face became even gloomier. He threw the elder onto the floor, and immediately turned to escape, bringing all the people from Profound Sky Sect out, ignoring even the monarch occult force. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 156. 100 Swords Soar, Part 11. Once the great clan elder died, the Sioux family immediately turned into a headless dragon. The second clan elder was smooth and evasive, he could not control the situation, his cultivation was too low, the surrounding ripples had caused him to be scared out of his pants. Su Shilong, even though he was slightly capable, he was still unable to even order the disciples from the main house. How could he lead the convoy? So it all boiled down to only one person, only one could lead the Sioux family convoy. Su Ching Air. After killing the great clan elder, Su Yun kept his swords, and was preparing to leave. Limitless Sword Lord. Just then, a voice sounded out. Su Yun gazed over, only to see someone speedily rushing forward. Ploppy was kneeling on the floor in front of him. It was Su Shao. Limitless Sword Lord, let me follow you. Su Shao did not say anything, immediately kneeling down to kowtow, and said loudly, "Follow me?" Su Yun was startled, but quickly shook his head. Staying in the Su family is better than following me. I wish to gain more power quickly. The Su family is not right for me. I cannot give you power. Su Yun said softly, and took his sword to leave. I have always been searching for you. Su Shao raised his head, his pale face shouting towards where Su Yun was leaving. If not for you, Su Shao would have been unable to take revenge. If not for you, I would have already died. I want to be like you, killing those who appear to be righteous but are dirty and are scum in their hearts. I want to be like you and wield unlimited power. I cannot give that to you. Su Yun stopped in his tracks, hesitated for a while, and said, if you can persevere on, leave the Su family, go out to the world and see, maybe then you can gain even more. Leave the Su family? Su Zhao's eyes widened, keeping and repeating those words in his heart. Su Yun did not directly leave Wushuangju Peak, although he had killed his lifelong enemy. In his head, there was another voice. Get it! You must definitely have it. Su Yun. Get that treasure. In the coming days it would benefit you greatly. Get it. You must definitely get it. The Sword Elder's longing voice sounded. Senior, relax, I will definitely get it, and I will definitely find the Limitless Sword Sect. Su Yun said softly, his gaze looking up, at the heart of the countless sects fighting, a blaze igniting in his eyes. With a wave of the death swords, the sword chi started rippling out. The 100 swords started to soar into the sky. But just at this moment, a white figure suddenly appeared. Without saying a word, a long white sword directly pierced forward. Su Yun. You asshole. Her voice was sobbing, with incomparable grief. Su Yun was startled, he raised his gaze to the charming face in front of him, her dazzling eyes, his heart skipped a beat, he had nowhere to dodge. She called me Su Yun? And not limitless? She found me out? That pale white sword viciously stabbing over, when it was approaching his heart, but she realized he could not dodge. Instead, the master holding the sword, her heart fluttered, she hastily swung the sword to one side. The sword tip sweeping across the person's underarm, not taking his life. Su Yun was even more shocked. Long Stanley bit her lips, teardrops forming on her precious gemstone-looking pupils. She resentfully stared at Su Yun. Those eyes were filled with pain and conflict. Finally, she tossed the sword into the air, using the light lotus steps. She stepped onto the sword tip, her sword chi releasing, soaring into the air. Without hesitation. She was unable to believe, the person whom she respected, the person who consistently surprised her, the person she was unable to forget, was actually the same person who consistently plundered the treasures that the immortal sword sect valued most, and the one who killed the great clan elder. Su Yun. She wished to forget everything she saw, and wished that everything was a dream. Until today, she realized, she could no longer lie to herself. She did not want to ask anything, did not want to hear any explanation. What she really wanted was to quickly forget everything. She realized her own heart was in a mess. Long Xianli soared across the horizon, leaving in grief. One of the clan elders was dead, the other left. Why would the disciples of immortal sword sect stay? Several men moved Shen Hong's corpse away. Under the organization of the elite disciples, they started to pull out their flying swords. Su Yun? Bai Yenshan stood in a daze. She vaguely heard Clan Elder Long's words. Her heart dropped. She was in disbelief. Did I hear wrong? Bai Yenshan pondered, linking up all the things she had witnessed with her pair of eyes. That expression, that sword sheath. She knew she did not hear it wrongly. You've actually become so strong. Unless you've been lying to me all this time? Bai Yenshan tightened her fist. Suddenly, she felt so stupid. She was being fooled by this man all along. He was not the retarded one. He had always been a genius, he had always been the true genius in Su family. Or else, how could he have gotten so strong all of a sudden? It was such a breeze for him to kill Elder Shen, how could she defeat him? Not only Elder Shen, there was also Blood Soulmaster, Taiwan Xin who died to his sword, such strong martial artists, they could all defeat her easily. And I still dared to mock him that he was trash in the past. Bai Yen Shan's smile was weak, her heart was ignited with a desolate feeling of helplessness. After so many years of diligent training, and realizing what she had gained was still not the strongest, all along she was being stepped on by this man. Junior sister Bai, what are you still hesitating for? Elder Long had already left, Elder Shen was killed by Limitless. I am going to leave this place, and return back to report everything to the Patriarch. Let him avenge Clan Elder Shen, and kill Limitless. That disciple rushed to the stunned Bai Yenshan and shouted. Bai Yenshan looked at the direction that Long Xianli had gone, with a complicated look in her eyes. She secretly clenched her fists tightly, turned and flew up onto her sword, and flew away. Su Yun retracted his gaze, took a deep breath, stopped thinking about Long Xianli, his heart focusing on the group of people fighting for the treasures. Coming back to this, if not for the two treasures that had caught many people's attention, killing Shen Hong and the great clan elder would be much more difficult, as the other sects would come forward to help. The two of them compared to the Monarch Occult Force and the Big Dipper, there was a huge difference. One had a possibility of being better in relationship, the other was a substantive treasure. How easy was it to choose? Just that. After killing Shen Hong and the great clan elder, he had already exhausted a huge amount of his profound spirit chi. To try and seize the two treasures, it would not be easy. Also, all the experts who were preserving their power previously, still haven't made a move. Their body state was optimal, the experts like Long Ao Tian, Lord Zisu, and Shirtian Daoran. If he were to go up alone to fight for it, it would require a lot of energy. Whatever. Su Yun did not bother too much. His wild thoughts did not push him to hesitate 1 second. The 100 swords followed him and darted forward. Long Ao Tian shook both his fists furiously, forcing all the experts around him to retreat. When all the experts around him retreated, he released a punch-out towards the God Treasure King seal, his desire exploding onto the seal, taking the lead to take the Monarch Occult Force. God Treasure King had already stopped releasing the seal, he constantly retreated, dodging the fierce and wild group of people. Seeing everybody losing their mind for the treasure, violently attacking and killing, God Treasure King's warm expression was already gone, disappointment and sadness replacing it on his face. Activate the device to keep the treasures. Get the Monarch Occult Force and Big Dipper by hook or by crook. He turned his wheelchair, and rushed to the disciples behind him and said, "The device?" The student was stunned and asked, "Master, activating it would require some time, and it might not be successful, and might even explode, that would be very dangerous." This group of people lust for benefits. I want to destroy those two treasures, so that they cannot get it. Quickly activate the device. Quickly. God Treasure King was insistent. The disciples did not refute any further, quickly turning and stepping into the gigantic rainbow dragon boat, the drums pounding a beat. Very quickly, layers of magnetic chi containing a very strong and weird attracting power exploded out from the dragon boat. Long Ao Tian, who was still trying to attack the treasures upon feeling the chi, his face changed, angrily asking, "God Treasure King, what are you doing?" TSK. All you greedy people, you don't follow the rules of the competition and force your way to steal the treasures. Now, I will take back all my treasures. As for the meat, we'll talk about that later. The God Treasure King said sarcastically on the wheelchair. Long Aotian heard enraged, "No one has challenged my Long Ao empire. This meeting shall be mine. Now, these two treasures belong to me. How can you take them back?" The God Treasure King shut his eyes as though he was reluctant to argue with him. Bang! At this point, Long Aotian's face was struck hard by a fierce divine chi and flew away. Another strong, sturdy man took over his position and started attacking the monarch occult force, with the intention to steal the treasure. When Suyun heard this, his heart sank. If that was the case, how could he just sit there and watch the others fight as they reaped the rewards after, in which, clearly they were exhausted? Moreover, he made use of the sprite's shadow and heavenly crystal to raise his strength. If the two treasures disappeared, he would be in danger. I must quickly take the treasures away. Suyun's heart concentrated, accumulating the 100 swords, surrounding him while continuously rotating. His entire body was surrounded by the wind formed by the sword. After that he crashed into the monarch occult force. Limitless Sword Lord. Don't tell me you wish to join the fray? You're treating everyone on Wushuangju Peak as air? Don't look down on us. The surrounding people snarled. Killing people was not enough, Limitless still wanted to seize the treasures? If he really took the treasures away, how could everyone still have the face to be in the martial world? But, this man was as sharp as a sword with an irresistible force. Whatever the sword pointed at, it was invincible. Don't think of blocking me. A thunderous roar resounded through and the chi rippled. Those who were near to the sword aura only felt as though their bodies were being ripped apart. Humph. Limitless. In the end you are still relying on treasures. Who gives you the right to act so crazily? Long Aotian immediately rushed over, his fierce golden light transforming into a golden dragon, the might of the brilliant dragon illuminating the skies. Many of the weaker martial artists shivered, feeling that their hearts were trapped by the power. It was hard to remove that feeling. Suyun turned his body and looked at Long Aotian, controlling his 100 swords, slashing towards Long Aotian. Clang 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 clang. The 100 swords formed a long flow of swords, striking towards Long Aotian. Dong 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 dong. The golden light and the flow of swords clashed, a large amount of chi ripple exploding out. All the surrounding people were blown away, while the position of the monarch occult force in the air suddenly became empty. Such a terrifying technique was not inferior to one of the Sprite Shadow's 72 mystical techniques, cleaving the heavens, beheading the dragon. But on the battlefield, there were still a number of experts. Shirtian Daoren's squinted eyes suddenly opened wide, staring at the monarch occult force that no one saw. He rushed forward. For this, countless people had died. To prevent it from causing more deaths, why not let my Swallowing Heavens sect claim it, keep it in the sect, to prevent more deaths of the people. With that, the people from the Shirtian Daoren dashed right in front. Shay! What hypocrites they were! It is obvious they want it for themselves, yet they still sound so generous. Lord Zisu and Dian Hong from the Three Items Deity Palace both chided, and rushed forward as well. All the experts stood in a circle. There was no victory. Suyun maneuvered his 100 swords and fought with Long Aotian in the air. The two exchanged blows. It was exciting, but at this point, the chi emerging from the gigantic rainbow boat got thicker and denser. If that continued, then the treasures would be taken back by the God Treasure King. The gigantic rainbow boat was specially designed by God Treasure King to hold the treasures. The top side was where all the disciples were, while at the bottom of the big boat was countless of spells, array arts, covered with many treasures. If the monarch occult force was absorbed back into the dragon boat, it would be impossible to obtain it back. To barge into the dragon boat was equivalent to challenging the entire Congregative Treasures sect. and attacked towards the Congregative Treasures sect. He must not delay any longer. Suyun panted and forced his chi to attack Long Aotian fiercely. He only felt his profound spirit chi getting thinner. Taking a deep breath in, he took out a shiny, black, pill from the storage ring. Without hesitating, he stuffed it into his mouth. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 157. Translated by Berrybuns. As the pill was swallowed, he tasted its bitterness, and very quickly, the pill slid down into his stomach and was digested by the time it reached his waist. A great amount of mist-like substance emerged. They were like poison snakes, penetrating into the body, into the chi channels and into the spirit essence. They then turned into silk and slowly faded away. As he waited for these chi to be completely dispersed within his body, all the chi channels and his spirit essence were glistening as though they were jade, especially the spirit essence. There was actually a black hole. It was as if there was a boundless world hidden within it, and what was more amusing was that it was not as simple as any other spirit essence, it was completely black. Right at that moment, the spirit essence stopped producing profound spirit chi. All the profound spirit chi traveling through the chi channels were disrupted all at once. The chi channels dried up, and soon after, there was not an ounce of profound spirit chi left. The spirit chi could no longer hang on. The 100 swords spinning around Suyun fell to the ground. Even the 1,000 deep sword which was dragging Suyun fell to the ground instantly from mid-air. And Long Aotian, who was about to attack Suyun, felt the change, and was momentarily stunned. In the next moment, this person's chi, which was much more powerful than the swift wind spirit chi, suddenly disappeared without a trace. If not for Long Aotian's abnormal sensing in chi, he would not believe himself for feeling that. But just as the opponent's chi disappeared in the time it takes for a spark to ignite, a burst of attractive force suddenly erupted out. It was like a big mouth suddenly appearing out from the darkness. Hua! Suyun's back opened up a gigantic dark blue circle of light. The circle of light was like a vortex rotating violently, and everyone in the surrounding who was currently fighting, all their profound spirit chi suddenly shivered, becoming increasingly difficult to control. It was impossible to suppress the pressure. Finally, everything from their bodies flew out, all of their chi flowing towards Suyun. Vanishing spirit pill. Displacing the chi, reversing the spirit essence. With the spirit essence at heart, releasing a distorted power that could absorb, and all of the surrounding spirit chi would be absorbed to be one's own power. It was an immortal Dao secret pill. The vanishing spirit pill ignored a person's cultivation as it reverses the spirit essence. As the current Suyun's spirit essence was supported by the heavenly crystal, it was thicker than normal, throbbing intensely. But if the opponent's power was stronger than his own by multiple folds, the spirit essence would be unable to shake his chi. Shirtian Daorun, Lord Zisu and the rest who were fighting all retreated, anxiously checking their own chi, stabilizing their spirit essence, pressing down on their own profound spirit chi with all their might. But it was difficult. Suyun was like a black hole, a big, bloody mouth that was difficult to satisfy, crazily absorbing whatever profound spirit chi that existed around. All the weaker cultivators having a hard time controlling the spirit chi in their body, they were directly plundered of everything. There were some who were weak with a deficiency in their profound spirit chi, feeling an even stronger absorption. Even people like Long Aotian had a difficulty in preventing the absorption, his strength slowly taken by Suyun. How is this possible? Long Aotian looked in bewilderment and disbelief at Suyun. Suddenly, an image flashed across his mind. It was the scene where Suyun swallowed the pill. Don't tell me it's because this rascal used a pill? Long Aotian set his gaze on him, and suddenly, looking all sly, he released a boundless amount of chi, dashing towards Suyun fiercely. Stop it right now! Long Aotian roared as the chi exploded. Everyone standing around had a sensation to bow down to him right away. Suyun looked at Long Aotian calmly. Not panicking, he took out another pill from his storage ring and ate it. Now, if he moved recklessly, the vanishing spirit pill would lose its effects. Long Aotian's cultivation was strong and high. In a moment, he would not be able to absorb all of his qi. If he did not move, he might have some energy left. Only, this vanishing spirit pill effects did not last long. Swish! The boundless true divine spirit qi that only Long Aotian possessed, converted into a glistening golden radiance. The eye-catching radiance shot over. This scene, it was practically impossible to defend. However, facing this crazy and fierce strike, Suyun did not have any defense strategy. Instead, he just looked at Long Aotian quietly. Not moving nor talking. It was as though the incoming killing technique was not coming for him. Dong! The glistening golden radiance of the overbearing fist struck onto Suyun's chest. This fist was like the sharpest blade and the sturdiest stone. In the blink of an eye, it pierced through Suyun's chest and crushed his heart into pieces. The fist penetrated to the other side of his body. Fresh blood spewed all over the place as his flesh exploded. Everyone around who witnessed the scene stared in bewilderment and in shock. The limitless Sword Lord was actually being pierced through the heart. Long Aotian was overjoyed. He looked up. Then, what entered his vision was a pair of disdained, disgusted, and dissatisfied look. Ha! Long Aotian's heart skipped a beat. This was bad. Hua la! All of a sudden, the vortex that was absorbing all the qi on Suyun's body suddenly dissipated. All of the profound spirit qi in their bodies which were in turmoil suddenly calmed down. But with that sonorous sound, Suyun flicked his hand and the death sword appeared in his hands. Moving his shoulders, he aimed at Long Aotian and chopped his way through. He completely ignored Long Aotian's attack, no matter how big the hole was on his chest. It was as if he was not injured at all. Impossible! Long Aotian stared and bellowed, forming a layer of golden armor around his body. Dang! The sword collided onto the armor, but he was not wounded. It was plain to see that Long Aotian's defense were strong. But, the swords that landed on his body did not let it go. It started churning on Long Aotian's body continuously and slowly, rays of red-colored radiance glimmered on his sword. This man is too odd. What exactly is he? Long Aotian jumped and quickly retreated. Once he was about 100 over meters away, he looked at the place the death sword was churning on was actually rotting. His skin was dried up and his blood vessels had burst. This force. Only the people from the demonic continent can use that. Long Aotian raised his head, looked up at Suyun, only to see the hole in his chest was slowly closing up. The surrounding skin was beginning to heal again. Instant regeneration. After a short period of time, it became as good as before, and recovered back to normal. When Limitless Sword Lord killed the blood spirit, he was using the baleful demonic qi. From there, we can tell that he has some sort of relation with the demonic continent. Madame Purple Star saw everything, and quietly told the Mu family who were beside her. She also wanted the monarch occult force, this kind of treasure that could use all 5 types of qi. If she could find the reason as to how it works, it could definitely provide a good cause to the profound qi world. Also, she had already experienced the disturbance at the school before, her power had become weak, and had not recovered from her injuries. How could she contend for the treasure? The Mu family did not send any experts this time round too, and the 2 parties could only watch from one side. Going up would be their deaths anyway. Sword Lord! I did not expect you to be from the demonic continent. Lord Zisu saw the terrifying power of Suyun, and immediately shouted out. But, Suyun did not bother to respond to him. Vanishing Spirit Pill allowed him to absorb all the profound spirit qi around him. Him currently was filled with profound spirit qi from top to bottom. His qi meridians were swollen, his spirit essence was also brimming with a thick and dense power, his state reaching his peak. While the others on the other hand, majority of them had consumed a lot of energy from the fight, and upon being drained by Suyun, they had become even weaker. Suyun scanned around his surroundings and waved his hands. The 100 swords started circling him quickly as though a lily was blossoming. The howling sword chi wreaked havoc in all its directions. No one dared to move forward. At this point in time, Su Yun's power was at his peak. The wounds on his body had completely healed. It was as though he was back in good health. Without confidence, who would send themselves to the road of death? Instead, not only would they not be able to obtain the monarch occult force, they might also lose their life. Su Yun raised the death sword and glared at the sealed realm enveloping the monarch occult force before chopping his way through. The black long sword rippled with thick black chi and landed sharply. Dang! A crisp sound resonated in the realm that was sealed to hold the monarch occult force no longer held well. Cracks formed on the realm. This is bad. Everyone who saw this could no longer take it. How could Long Aotian just sit alongside and watch Su Yun steal the monarch occult force? And right now, the gigantic rainbow boat seemed to have been completely activated. The energy it was absorbing was growing stronger and a great deal of grayish-white colored substance reached out towards the monarch occult force like a hand, enveloping around it. Su Yun looked sly as he slashed his sword down fiercely. Ka-cha! The realm was completely crushed. The colorful radiance emitting from the magical crystal fell from the sky. It is mine! Long Aotian screamed his lungs out. Leave the monarch occult force. Sure Tian Daoran ran over. Darn it! Everyone went crazy at this point in time. One by one, they took out their magical weapons, used their mystical techniques and threw it towards Su Yun. Then, Su Yun still did not defend. He completely ignored this energy. He had gotten hold of the monarch occult force. Holding it in his hands, he threw the death sword into the air and leaped onto it. Stepping on the death sword, he continued to instigate the death sword and shot into the horizon, leaving this place. Sounds of martial techniques battered Su Yun's body and made it riddled with holes. But, no matter how badly injured he was, he would not die. Even when his bones were smashed and his internal organs spilled out, it was nothing to him. Is the device ready or not? Seeing Su Yun escaping, the God Treasure King was in a panic and shouted. Reporting to Master, it is almost ready. The disciple immediately shouted out. Just as the disciple said these words, Su Yun had already flown far into the horizon, leaving a black-colored trace of light across the sky. If Su Yun did not leave, maybe the monarch occult force could still be taken back by the device, but now that Su Yun had left, the device was incapable of retrieving it. Even the God Treasure King could only gaze at the sky and feel powerless and incompetent. After a short while of chasing, the tyrants who were unable to catch up to the fully powered Su Yun could only give up. A few seconds later, the seal enveloping the Big Dipper was being retrieved by the device activated earlier on. The God Treasure King stepped onto the gigantic rainbow boat angrily and brought all the disciples away from Wushuangju Peak. After risking their lives, all the other sects were not in good shape. They all buried their anger, keeping their grudges to themselves, and finally left. The Wushuangju meeting for the heroes ended abruptly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 158. Feigning Illness. Inside the residence of the Su family main house. A big group of disciples under the lead of Su Tai and Su Shilong entered the mansion. All the elites of the Su family entered the main hall. Su Li Xiong, who was wearing a luxurious violet robe, had a gloomy expression across his face. The main house's disciples waited outside the hall while Su Tai and Su Shilong entered the hall directly. Su Tai dashed into the hall and knelt down instantly, with tears streaming down his face. With anger and despair, he complained about the limitless sins. On top of that, he continuously moaned for the death of great clan elder. Everyone who was present frowned and boiled with anger the moment they heard his story. Limitless. Su Li Xiong slapped one of his hands down. With his face sunken, he bellowed, "The Su family will make him pay with his life." I vow to avenge for great clan elder's death." The higher-ups in the Su family stood up one by one and shouted unanimously. Su Lixiong nodded. He regained the colors on his face, stared at Su Tai and asked seriously, "Where is young miss?" "Young miss?" Su Tai broke out in cold sweat when he heard his question. Then, he replied, "When young miss came down from Wushuangju Peak, she had been in bed and could not get out. It was as though she had been injured badly at Wushuangju Peak and cannot recover." "How did she get hurt? Can't the spiritual doctors heal her?" Su Lixiong knitted his brows. "Everything happened too suddenly. I also don't know how young miss would get hurt. The spiritual doctors could not find out the reason either. They only know her chi channels had gone pale, and her meridians are impeded. Her pulse is weak and it is hard to predict how her condition would turn. It might be the vanishing yang sickness, she must not get in touch with light. Now, young miss is situated at the foot of Martial Bone Mountain to avoid getting in contact with sunlight as she waits for a cure." Su Tai lowered his head to answer. "Is that so?" Su Lixiong heard and pondered before he said, "It's important that nothing goes wrong with young Mississippi. Quick, send 2 batches of people, one towards Blossom Heart Valley to see if they can invite Guayamoju or Pilking to cure her. That would be the best, of course. If it is impossible, then have them prescribe some medicines for her and send them over quickly. As for the other batch, send them to Profound Sky Sect and inform them of this. Let them think of a way to cure young miss." "Yes, master." Su Tai replied quickly. Su Lixiong carried a solemn face and nodded, "Go take a look on how young miss is. I hope the extent of her injuries will do her less harm. Young miss is very important to the Su family. Nothing must happen to her." "Yes, Patriarch." Su Tai got up hastily and turned to bow. "Please, Patriarch." Su Lixiong nodded and stepped out of the hall with his arms folded. A group of higher-ups followed behind. Martial Bone Mountain is situated at the southern side of the inner sect. From the main house, there was a bit of journey to Martial Bone Mountain. Although it would only take Su family's patriarch, Su Lixiong half an hour to reach Martial Bone Mountain, but with so many people behind him, he would not be able to travel quickly. They rode on spirit stallions as the guards walked beside the carriage in which Patriarch was in and set off towards Martial Bone Mountain. Halfway. "Su Tai!" Su Lixiong shouted from within the carriage. Su Tai, who was riding on a spirit stallion, twisted his body and quickly rode over. "Is there anything wrong, Patriarch?" Su Tai said anxiously. On his face, he forced a smile out even though no one in the carriage bothered to look at him. "I forgot to ask." A blurry silhouette behind a curtain asked in a low voice, "I remember the great clan elder arranged for an outer sect disciples, Su Yun, to participate in this meeting of heroes. Do you know how he is now?" "Su Yun?" Su Tai looked shocked. "After you have come back, I heard some stuffs about him. This man did not return back to Su family, right? According to rumors, he had betrayed the Su family. Is that true?" There was a slight change in Su Tai's expression. His eyes darted around and thought for a while before he quickly caught on. "Patriarch, these are all just rumors. Su Yun is still in the outer sect. How can he betray and leave the Su family?" Patriarch, you must have heard wrongly. Don't be misled by the rumors." "Oh?" Su Lixiong never said a word again. Su Tai observed and sighed a relief secretly. After the death of great clan elder, he was in charge of the disciples. There was no way he would not know about this. If he had confirmed the rumors that Su Yun had betrayed and left the Su family, then the patriarch would probably question him, why did he not mention this beforehand? If he acted ignorant, then it would be impossible too. How could a clan elder land in such a state? The carriage continued its way into the Martial Bone Mountain. After about an hour later, the main house carriage arrived at the foot of Martial Bone Mountain. The frontline guards all looked suspicious as they ran up in fear. "We pay respects to the patriarch." "Mum." Su Li Xiong lifted his curtains and came out from the carriage. With a stern gaze, he scanned the barricades in front of him and shouted, "Open up the barricades, let me see the young miss." "Young miss?" The guards were all confused. Looking at one another, the guards cupped their fists and replied, "Reporting to the patriarch, young miss has never arrived here." "She didn't come here?" A look of doubt flashed across his eyes. Su Tai then walked up from the side and roared, "Bullshit." The spiritual doctors diagnosed that the young miss has probably contracted the vanishing yang sickness, must not get in contact with sunlight, so young miss ordered the slaves to bring her down to Marshall Bone Mountain to avoid the sun. "Young miss is obviously here, how can she not be here?" The captain did not fear Su Tai. He cupped his fists and replied, "Reporting to the patriarch, Marshall Bone Mountain is a forbidden grounds for the Su family. No matter who, without patriarch's permission, no one can get through. I can't open it up for them. On top of that, the yang qi at Marshall Bone Mountain is extremely strong. Around the mountain, there is a gust of oxygen. Entering without using the avoiding poison pills would be the death of one. She's here to recover? I have never heard of it before." "Then you're saying that young miss has not been to Marshall Bone Mountain before?" "Reporting to the patriarch. Miss has never been to this place. Subordinate has never opened the Marshall Bone Mountain's realm." Su Li Xiong frowned even deeper when he heard that. He turned around and glared at Su Tai, who had turned pale, asking sarcastically, "What is happening?" "This, I heard from Su Shilong that Miss will be recuperating here. Other than that, I really don't know." Su Tai's knees went weak and knelt down. He said in fear. Su Shilong, who was behind, rushed up anxiously, kneeled down as well, and said, "Reporting to the patriarch, this matter was informed to me directly by the young Mississippi. To allow this subordinate to inform the second clan elder, I did not know anything else. As your subordinate, I had no idea whether or not young miss went to the Marshall Bone Mountain. I hope patriarch understands." Su Li Xiong stood there in deep thought for a while. "Then have you all personally seen the young miss get injured?" "This." Su Tai and Su Shilong looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Upon seeing this, Su Li Xiong's face turned black. He immediately turned, staring at the main house's direction, thinking about something. Suddenly, smoke could be seen in the sky from far away. Su Li Xiong's face changed, and he said in a low voice, "Quickly, return to the main house at top speed." Saying that, Su Li Xiong's feet swept slightly, soaring into the sky. The profound spirit chi was released on his whole body, his entire person flying straight towards the main house. When the other experts of the main house heard him, how could they dare delay? They all chased after Su Li Xiong, one after another, heading towards the main house. While Su Shilong and Su Tai, who were kneeling down the entire time, stood up, turned and got on their spirit stallions, but they did not anxiously follow along. The two of them looked at each other, standing at the same place for a while. After seeing Su Li Xiong running far away, they immediately turned their stallions, and ran quickly at the opposite direction. "These two masters, where are you going?" the main house people asked. "I have other things to do, you all quickly follow the patriarch back to take a look," Su Tai answered. The rest nodded, they did not dare doubt him. Su Li Xiong's speed was very fast. Without holding restraint, he rushed into the main house. When he entered, sound after sounds of explosion could be heard. Dense and thick smoke was floating upwards. Countless buildings were broken, as though they were struck by something. Patriarch. Not good. The people of Shaofeng Hall are currently attacking the main house Jin's Hall, and fighting with the Jin's Hall guards. Someone shouted from far away. Su Li Xiong's face was gloomy. He gazed over, recognized the main house supervisor Su Luo, quickly advanced, pressed on his shoulder and asked, "What did you say? Shaofeng Hall people are fighting with the Jin's Hall guards?" "Yes. Patriarch, we had already sent someone to stop them, but the people of Shaofeng Hall are claiming that under the orders of second clan elder Su Tai, they must open up the Gene Hall, but the guards of the Gene Hall said that without the Patriarch's orders, no one can open the Gene Hall. However, the people from Xiaofeng Hall did not stop. Seeing that they were not listening, they decided to break into the Gene Hall. Xiaofeng Hall directly belongs to second clan elder Su Tai's group. Without his orders, no one can initiate them. And Su Tai was just with me together. Who can order the Xiaofeng Hall? Are you lying to me? Su Li Xiong bellowed. Su Luo's face turned white, his entire body shivered, his breathing became rapid. Patriarch, how could I, Su Luo, dare to lie to you? But, the one who brought the group was not second elder Su Tai himself, but young Miss Qing Er. What? Su Li Xiong's voice almost broke Su Luo's eardrums. Patriarch. Young Miss Qing Er was using elder Su Tai's command plate to bring the Xiaofeng Hall. With the command plate, how could they dare to not follow? When he heard him, Su Li Xiong finally understood. His eyes was burning with rage. The anger in his heart almost caused his 5 visceras and 6 bowels to burn. Tian, 5 viscera and 6 bowels is a Chinese idiom to say the entire body including the rectum. He immediately said, from now on, using my name spread to the entire Su family the highest order. The order of arrest of Su Tai and Su Shilong. Also, the order of arrest for Su Qing Er, and put these 3 people at the top of the wanted list for the Su family. And immediately go and capture them. Quickly. Order of arrest? Su Luo did not understand. I'm afraid they have already starting escaping. Hurry, send people to catch them, quickly. Su Li Xiong's voice was as heavy as a mountain. When he said that, everyone moved, rushing towards the Gene Hall. Su Luo still stood there stupidly. Only after a while did he regain his senses. Inside the Gene Hall, the people from Xiaofeng Hall were still fighting with the guards. Everywhere was blood, the roof and walls were broken, everywhere was in a mess, the realm had already stopped moving, all the different sorts and kinds of mystical techniques were consistently ravaging the building. While the big door inside the Gene Hall was already broken down, and a big group of Xiaofeng Hall guards rushed in. Everyone stop! Su Li Xiong, seeing all these, used his lion voice and loudly yelled. Mixed in his shout was his profound spirit chi that caused a rich sound wave to ripple, causing people to feel nauseous. Seeing the Patriarch, who dared to still move? All of them immediately stopped. The Patriarch ignored everyone. Upon seeing that the realm was opened, the Gene Hall big door broken down, he bellowed, where is Qing Er? Young Miss Qing Er already left. Left to where? I think it was Marshall Bone Mountain's direction. Someone shouted. An unextinguishable flame appeared in Su Li Xiong's eyes. He struck onto the broken metal wall, and angrily shouted, everyone listen up, now. Follow me and chase Qing Er. We must capture her alive, even if she retaliates. The important thing is that she must be alive, understood? Yes, sir. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 159. Fleeing the Su family. The Marshall Bone Mountain Range. The entire place was abundant with fragrant grass, water from the mountain gushing down. After leaving the scope of protection for the realm opening of the Su family, as the Su family did not use the place at all, the entire place had a thick miasma. At the foot of the mountain. Su. The grass was stepped on. A young female dressed in pure white Blademaster robes was dashing forward on the grass patch, elegantly using her toes to step on the grass, like a goose feather floating along, at a very fast speed, gracefully. Once one crossed the plains, one would find themselves leaving the main road of Julian District, and once leaving Julian District, it would be hard for the Su family to chase and search. But, behind her, the sky darkened, violent winds blew, sand and rocks flew. The feeling could cause anyone to go tense, like the end of the world. Only to hear a deep roar coming from the dark entrance from the back. Su Qing Er. Are you rebelling? Slow down, follow me back to the Su family for an explanation, if not I will cut you down on the spot. Su Li Xiong's thunderous voice bellowed out. The cultivation was strong and profound. Just to shout could cause people to see stars, make their heart shiver, and the entire chi in their body to drop. Xing'er, who was rotating her profound spirit chi as she clenched her teeth. She kept raising her fragrant chi as she continued to dash, not stopping to consider at all. This day had finally come. She had to leave the Su family. She had to leave this loathsome place. She did not want to be a puppet anymore. She did not want to become someone's tool. Did not want to continue like that. Seeing that Xing'er did not have any intention to stop, Su Lixing became very angry, and increased his chasing speed, and in a short while, he had closed the gap towards Xing'er. But Xing'er's speed at this time also slowed down. She ran out to an empty plains, landed on an empty spot, and behind that empty spot was a cluster of rocks, and the surrounding was dead quiet. A man dressed in pitch-black Blademaster robes, wearing a broken mask, sat on one gigantic rock. In front of the rock were two swords with their tips stuck into the ground. One sword was overbearing, heavy and oppressive, its surface layer looking like it was filled with demonic veins. Another overbearing sword, the entire sword was slender and filled with luster of gems, very glossy, showing off its ability. The male raised his head, a pair of ice-cold eyes staring at Su Lixing, who was coming over. Voila! The surrounding dense chi dissipated. Su Lixing immediately stopped, suspiciously looking at this man. He wanted to analyze the profound spirit chi that the person was releasing, to determine his cultivation level, but he surprisingly realized he could not see through the person's cultivation level. Seeing the guy's dressing, black-colored Blademaster cloth, a metal mask, a sword sheath, Su Lixing could roughly guess who he was. "You are limitless?" he asked in a deep voice. The person jumped down from the rock and walked towards the two swords. "Young master!" Xing'er ran over, gasping for air, but her eyes was filled with worry. She immediately took out her sword and cautiously looked over at Su Lixing. The man in black exposed a consoling smile to Xing'er, and then turned his body and looked at Su Lixing. "Limitless? This name that you just called should be very foreign to you." He extended his hand out, took the mask off his face, a pale demonic face appearing in Su Lixing's field of vision. "You are Su Yun?" Su Lixing was surprised, his complexion suddenly becoming warped. "I never expected that you were limitless." "Is that very surprising?" Su Yun carried the half-broken mask, his eyes permeating a red-hot craziness. Su Lixing's eyes surfaced out killing intent. "That means, you killed the great clan elder." "Good. Very good. Su Yun. No. Limitless. Very good. You dare challenge my Su family? I will make sure you die a horrible death." "Make sure I die a horrible death?" Su Yun corner of the mouth rose, gloomily looked at Su Lixing. "There is no need to rush for that. Before that, I want to know the agreement between the Su family and the Profound Sky Sect. Can you tell me about it?" Su Lixing's face changed, but he very quickly calmed down. "What are you saying? I don't get you. What agreement? What Profound Sky Sect? I don't understand." Playing dumb? It's okay. It's okay. I have lured you here today not to force it out of you, since I cannot get anything from your mouth." Su Yun laughed, his hand on Death Sword's hilt, his finger lightly touching the sword body. Once Xing'er was back in Su family, she had been feigning illness and rejecting the requests to see Su Lixing. Under the cooperation of Su Tai and Su Shilong, she made use of this illness to force Su Lixing out of the main house and towards Martial Bone Mountain. This gave Xing'er an opportunity to obtain the treasure Su Yun had been harboring in his thoughts on, which was situated in the Forbidden Hall. If not for that treasure, when she was at Wushuanju Peak, Su Yun would have taken Xing'er away. "Oh? Did you lead me here on purpose? Interesting." Su Lixing looked suspicious. "I don't know when Su Tai and Su Shilong turned into your slaves, but if you want to challenge me, I can provide you with a chance." "Challenge you? There'll be a day for that, but it is not now." Su Yun looked over to Xing'er. She nodded and took out a treasure box from her storage ring with her long, delicate hands to pass it to Su-Yun. Looking at the intricately decorated, colorful and glistening treasure box, Su Li-xiong's face twisted. You think you can use this to run away from the claws of the Su family? Su-Yun did not say a word and kept the box away and placed it into the storage ring. Give it to me. Su Li-xiong roared. Is that possible? Su-Yun looked sly. In the Forbidden Hall, there are several treasures the Su family has placed, but there was only one item which was set up within an intricate realm, Exquisite Heart Jewel. Exquisite Heart Jewel is a treasure created by Long Xianli. It can teleport. With a leap, it will travel millions of miles. It can teleport from the southern region to the western region instantly, but this treasure can only be used for a limited number of times. Every time you use it, it will exhaust a layer of the jewel. As of right now, it can be used 3 times. Actually, compared to the Su family, who has a pile of treasures, this is nothing, but this exquisite heart jewel seems important to you. I don't know if I'm right to say that. Su Li-xiong's face twisted even more, as though someone had found his weakness. It used to be your wife's. That means, it's the only thing Prince Su's mother had left for you? Su-Yun said softly. Enough. Return it back to me. Su Li-xiong was raging. What else could he care about? He dashed right up ahead. But just as he made a move, the floor glowed with rays of red light. Then, a gigantic demonic head outline array surfaced up and activated. The array essence of the big array was completely suppressed by the huge stone, and with such a meticulous method, there was not an ounce of qi leaking. Once it was activated, millions of ferocious blood qi exploded to form a protective barrier, separating Su-Yun and Su Li-xiong. Bang! Su Li-xiong's big fist collided right onto the protective barrier. Instantly, there were cracks. The entire demonic head array started shaking. From this, he could tell how powerful Li-xiong was. Su-Yun's eyes congealed. He pulled out the Death Sword and Thousand Deep Sword as he stepped over to make a move, but looking at this, the people behind Su Li-xiong moved and strong gusts of profound spirit qi spiraled their way towards him. Right then, Su-Yun's face sunk. This blood demon array was not a strong array. It was set up by the demon's blood and was used to lock in on a target. The people within the array would be affected by the blood qi and their powers would drop drastically. But Su Li-xiong had been struck by this blood demon array's influence, yet his powers were not weak. He could no longer activate the heavenly crystal. If he only relied on Sprite's shadow, the mystical techniques he pulled out might not be fantastic as well. Moreover, after what happened at Wushuangju Peak, he had yet to recover fully. Su-Yun squinted and pulled Qing'er's soft hands, preparing to leave. Su-Yun! Are you running away now? Seeing that the blood demon array would take a while to break, Su Li-xiong knew Su-Yun had planned for this big array to trap him in. Then, he stopped and shouted. If I don't leave now, you want me to wait for you to come out before I leave? Su-Yun turned around and said. With Su Li-xiong's power, he could break this blood demon array within half an hour's time, and those standing behind him would run over to support him. If he did not leave this time, he might not have the chance to do so anymore. Go. Go. Just go. Anyway, Qing'er can't live for long. Ha ha ha. At this point, Su Li-xiong suddenly laughed sinisterly. Upon hearing that, Su-Yun stopped in his footsteps. Those black eyes was instantly stained with blood red. He turned over and stared coldly at Su Li-xiong and asked viciously, "What are you saying?" I said, "If you take Qing'er away, then she won't be able to live long." Su Li-xiong smirked. In his eyes, it was full of satisfaction. Won't be able to live long? What does that mean? Look at the back of her neck. After hearing his words, he pulled Qing'er and lifted her black, long hair. Looking at the pale-skinned neck, he saw a green flower petal. Demon poison? Su-Yun's face turned pale instantly and retreated. he muttered. Oh? Su Li Xiong was surprised. You can actually recognize it's a demon poison? The demonic qi is overflowing and it is concealed away. This unique qi must be a demon poison. Su Yun shut his eyes and took a deep breath before he glared deadly at Su Li Xiong. Looking at the qi that is coming from this tattoo, it has been 3 years. You're vicious. You actually did such low-lying things. Once the demon poison has been activated, you won't be able to save the situation. Ah, Su Yun. I've belittled you. I never thought you would be so knowledgeable in demon poison. Not too bad. 3 years ago, I have started ordering people to put the poison in Qing'er's tea. Qing'er, do you still remember that I have always ordered you to drink the cup of tea after each practice? That's right, in that cup of tea, it was spiked with isolated enchanting demonic poison. In the long run, it can form a parasite in your body. If you want to remove it, it won't be an easy task. Every day, I will add an antidote to suppress this poison when she practice. If Qing'er leaves, without my antidote, she will die. Wait a minute. Before Su Li Xiong completed his sentence, Su Yun disrupted him. He asked anxiously, what are you saying? This demonic poison is called isolated enchanting demonic poison? Su Li Xiong froze. Why? Are you referring to the demonic branches of the 9 demonic tree which you obtained from and cultivated them into isolated enchanting demonic poison? Su Li Xiong's heart skipped a beat and asked, how did you know? Who? Su Yun sighed a breath of relief and laughed, I can cure that. After that, he took Qing'er's hands and turned to leave. Very quickly, they were gone. Su Li Xiong stood and stared at the two who disappeared in a jiffy. Suddenly, he realized and roared. The thick, ferocious qi crushed the blood demon array. Su Yun! Qing'er, no matter where you run to, I'll capture you both. Imprison you both. Ah! If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 160. Take off your clothes. After getting rid of Su Li Xiong, they went straight to the outskirts of the Julian region. Neither of them took time to rest. Using all of their profound spirit qi, they ran as though they were the wind. The trees on their sides retreated back continuously as the wind blew in their ears. Young master. At this time, Qing'er parted her cherry lips slightly and called out to him. She looked worried. Yes, Qing'er? Su Yun asked. Qing'er pondered for a while and opened her mouth finally. Young master, at the rate we're using our profound spirit qi to run away, we have also probably left a trail of qi behind. We are trying to get rid of the patriarch, but with this qi, they can easily track us down. Don't worry. Su Yun smiled gently, I have it all covered. Within this period of time, all routes and our destinations. All of our plans, I have considered them before. Just a little more, and we'd be safe. Don't worry. Seeing that her young master so confident, Qing'er became relieved. Okay. She nodded obediently and never said another word again. Very soon, the two reached the end of the main road. They were at a fork now. Su Yun did not delay. He took Qing'er and dashed into the road on the left, straight into the forest. Before you made a move, I already contacted Xinu and Xingyang to let them scatter a huge amount of qi powder from the fork. The qi powder is heavy and pungent. After an hour later, it will settle into something else. If it gets in contact with profound spirit qi, it will interact and dissolve. Now, the route we are taking is scattered with this qi powder. Su Li Xiong wants to rely on profound spirit qi trail to track us down? It's practically impossible. When Qing'er heard that piece of news, her eyes lit up. She looked at the person who was holding onto her hands with admiration. Suddenly, Qing'er felt that the young master was a stranger to her. His meticulousness, warmth, wisdom, and that miraculous power. He was Limitless Sword Lord? That one that killed the Blood Soul Master, saved Purple Star Academy and all the lives of Mystical Mountain Range. That formidable subject, the one that made all the criminals on the wanted list fear for their lives. That person was actually her young master? The one that drank and gambled every day? The one that gave no thoughts for his future, the one that only seeked for spirit coins? Xing'er felt as though she was dreaming and it was not real. In the past, she was always so tired. With her young master acting like that, she could not do anything. She could only earn some spirit coins in the main house for young master to spend. When the master and mistress died, she had to be responsible for young master's life. It was tough for her, and she felt as though her future was bleak. But she clenched her teeth and persevered. However, just as she thought there was no hope anymore, young master suddenly became a changed man. What exactly happened? Xing'er wanted to know, but right now, joy and happiness took over her heart. Master and mistress, you can rest in peace now, Xing'er said silently. The two dashed into the forest. There was not much light, the forest was slightly cold. Other than the birds chirping and crying, there was nothing else. Bada. Suyin stopped his footsteps and Xing'er came back to reality very quickly to stop herself too. Seeing Suyin scanning the surroundings, he shouted, "Xingyu, Xingyang. Are you here?" "We are." One voice emerged, but it sounded anxious. Suyin looked over to see three shadows walking out from a big tree. Su Xianyu, Su Xingyang, and a face he had seen before. Prince Su Fu? Suyin frowned. Su Xianyu and Su Xingyang had a bitter face. They lowered their head and never muttered a word. On their face was painted guilt. Xianyu, what exactly happened? Suyin pulled the death sword out and asked solemnly. Big bro. Su Xianyu lifted her head and gritted her teeth, sorry. Big bro, when brother and I came over to prepare, Prince, he came over. He had been following us. Following? Suyun's brows knitted even more. On his face, he was revealing a cold look. Why did you follow the two of them? You noticed our actions? No, your actions and trails have always been secretive. They have their mouths sealed too. Prince Su Fu shook his head. Then did you send someone to spy on them every day? Prince Su Fu fell silent but nodded and admitted. Oh. Suyun turned sly. He held onto his sword as he walked over. Prince Su Fu did not panic. On his face, he had a smile. I didn't come here to make enemies with you, Suyun. Then, why are you spying on them? In fact, I'm not against them either. Anyone who tags along with me, I spy on them. When they start acting weirdly, I'll be notified firsthand. It's not that I have something against you, it's just a form of precaution that I take. Xianyu and Xingyang had recently bought a large amount of chi powder. This caught my attention, which is why this happened. When Suyin heard that, he looked around suspiciously and said, Did you come alone? Su Li Xiong is hunting me down now, why? Are you here for me? Capture you? Ha, what Su Li Xiong wants is none of my business. Su Fu never asks anyone. The reason I'm here today is because I just wanted to meet up with you, that's all. Prince Su Fu laughed heartily. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? Yeah. But I have a way to keep my own life. Moreover, you need me to protect Xianyu and Xingyang. Very confident. But you're overconfident. After I leave, Xianyu and Xingyang will not continue to stay in the Su family. They will head over to Blossom Heart Valley. As such, it'd be hard for us to meet again? Yup. Su Fu was speechless. After a long while, he took a deep breath and said lightly, Suyun, wanna know something? Know what? On you, I smell a familiar scent. He parted his mouth slightly and let out a cunning smile. What does that even mean? Nothing of importance. Su Fu smiled and turned towards the outside of the forest, walking nonchalantly. Okay, now that I've met you, I should go. That voice sounded straightforward and casual. Su Yun stared at his back view, deep in his thoughts. Xinu and Xing Yang had already packed their luggage. They did not plan to continue staying at the Su family. It was only because they wanted to help Su Yun that they stayed. If Su Yun decided to leave today, they would naturally leave too. Although the two of them were not weak, if they were to meet someone of sufficient power, they would be in danger, so they still required help and had to depend on an external power or sect. After losing the pursuers of the Su family, Su Yun brought the three of them to walk a huge detour, directly rushing towards Blossom Heart Valley. Not only would Xinu and Xing Yang be safe, Su Yun also needed Blossom Heart Valley's power to cure the poison in Qing Er's body. How could he have known that Su Li Xiong actually used demonic poison? This kind of substance, only people of the demonic clan would have. Why would he have it? Did he make it by himself? Or someone gave it to him? Bringing this suspicion, four people rushed through a long journey, finally reaching Broken Rush City, and approaching to Blossom Heart Valley. Since Guamoju was informed about everything earlier, when the four of them reached Blossom Heart Valley, Guamoju and a few disciples of the Pill King were already waiting for them at the door. Master Su Yun! You're finally here! Quickly come in! Yo! Senior brother had been reminiscing about you the entire day, to the point that the worms in my ears are dying to get out. Upon seeing his savior, Guamoju rushed forward to the spirit stallions, giving a bow to the master of one of the spirit stallion. Master Gue is too polite. Su Yun jumped down the stallion, and returned with a bow. How could Master Gue come and wait for me? How could I dare to trouble you? Hey, don't stand on ceremony, quickly follow me into the valley. Guamoju immediately said, and turned to lead the way. Everyone followed along. In the Pill King Pavilion. We greet Senior Pill King. Everyone greeted. Upon seeing Su Yun, the Pill King's eyes lit up. He who was doing research on pharmacology, stopped everything, and pulled Su Yun over to discuss. Su Yun's mind had countless of years of achievements. He could easily resolve Pill King's previously unsolvable problems, but he was not willing at the moment, although people could speak about having the same results on their research, but nature and characteristics of each content are entirely different. It was like for one question, you can either do or copy, which are two entirely different ways. For that, Su Yun was worried that he would not only not help Pill King, but destroy his research on pharmacology. So Su Yun would always stop at a certain point, and leave the most crucial point for him to think about. Of course, the reason to come to Blossom Heart Valley was not for this, so for Pill King, Su Yun pulled up his medical knowledge from his brains temporarily, and a group of people came over to the hall, and listened to Su Yun's demands. The matter regarding Xinu and Xing Yan was previously discussed already. Blossom Heart Valley had also agreed, the siblings can definitely stay, and although the Su family was stronger, even if they had influence in the Julian district, they would not dare to make a ruckus in the Blossom Heart Valley. After the matters of the Blossom Heart Valley were resolved, Su Yun decided to ask upon the matter of Qing Er. I wish to ask Pill King, does the Noble Valley have Rising Spirit, Colored Tail Needle and the Clear Yin and Yang Mirror? What do you want them for? Pill King asked. To cure an illness. What illness? Demonic poison, the isolated enchanting demonic poison. What? Isolated enchanting demonic poison? The Pill King jumped in fright. That is the demonic clan's extremely famous slow-killing poison. If there is no poison to temporarily counter-suppress the poison, even the gods cannot cure it. Young man, you're poisoned? It is not me. Su Yun spat, looked at Qing Er and said, it was the Su family patriarch that poisoned Qing Er. It had already been 3 years. 3 years? The Pill King set his gaze on Qing Er, his face appeared a deep look. He thought for a while, and said, although my records of the isolated enchanting demonic poison, we do not have the method to cure it now, and what's more, she has already been poisoned for 3 years. I'm afraid that it's harder to eradicate. Upon hearing that, Xinu and Xingyang became very anxious. Xing'er's face turned pale, her fair hands grabbed her dress lapels, her gaze drooped low, secretly biting her lips. If young master is unable to cure me, it is okay, she lightly said. But very quickly, a big and warm hand grabbed her soft small hands, the warmth transmitting through the palms. Xing'er raised her gaze, looked at that person, but his eyes was filled with unswerving determination. Trust me, he gently said, I can cure you. Finished, he turned back to look at Pil King and asked, Senior, does your noble valley have these things? I do have it, but you can cure the isolated enchanting demonic poison? If the materials are not here, I cannot cure her, but I need to determine the level of integration the poison has with her body. I need to know how much time I have left. Seems like you have some understanding regarding the poison, Pil King said. Since it is a demonic poison, it is naturally weak to bright and light-related things, like the radiant flower, the immortal moving tree. All these kinds of things are very good against demonic poison. Senior Pil King, I have to trouble you to prepare for me these things. We cannot delay with handling the poison in Xing'er's body. I need to immediately diagnose her. Okay. Pil King did not beat about the bush, and immediately sent Guamoju to settle everything. Xing'er looked at Su Yun worriedly, her desire to speak shut off again. Following Su Yun's demands, all the ingredients were sealed up and placed in a cloth in a house. Su Yun walked in alone, began drawing an array. Of course, during the drawing of the array, Pil King and a few disciples of the Blossom Heart Valley could not help but come over to observe, and upon seeing Su Yun adeptly preparing the array, adding the lines, repeated sounds of exclamations could be heard from everywhere. Very quickly, a lustrous and moist array was promptly completed, with a trace of intoxicating qi resembling the mist of an immortal flowed out. Okay, everyone please go out, there will be some inconveniences in the process, so I am closing the door. Su Yun told the disciples who wished to stay on to watch him, and promptly went over to Xing'er who was waiting outside. Xing'er, come in. Yes, young master. The pale Xing'er replied to him, and after the disciples and Pil King left, she walked in. Moved to the center of the array. Su Yun went to close the door, and locked it. Xing'er immediately followed his instructions. Get undressed. Su Yun turned and said very calmly. Xing'er heard that, was momentarily stunned, her face became very red, as she stared blankly at the man in front of her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 161. Decision. In the small house without windows, the lustrous and moist array was activated, releasing a big and strong light. Xing'er, who was in a snow-white Blademaster robe, stood straight in the center of the array, her black-colored eyes staring straight at Su Yun with her mouth agape. Her fair cheeks became rosy red, she was extremely adorable. Very quickly, she regained her senses, her exquisite and fine body was moving shyly, her delicate jet-black hair was floating, hanging down from her head. She was extremely bashful, and her entire being was very uncomfortable, as though she was a new bride entering the bridal room. Upon seeing that, Su Yun was stunned, and regained his senses very quickly. He couldn't keep a straight face anymore. He coughed lightly and put on an honorable front, saying, Xing'er, don't be mistaken, I didn't mean it that way. Very soon the diagnosis would require disrobing. Doing so will ensure that the qi could completely enter your body to analyze how much the demonic poison had flared up, hence the need to disrobe. I will never ever take advantage of you. So it's like that. Xing'er's cheeks was still red, her eyes staring at her toes, she did not dare look up. Her hands were nervously holding onto her robes, not knowing whether to disrobe or not. Su Yun thought for a while, took a deep breath and said, Don't be like this, Xing'er, I will turn first and wait until the profound spirit qi has blocked your body after you have disrobed, it will be better then. No need, young master, Xing'er is fine. Xing'er bit her lips tightly, her small hands extending out to her own clothes. She closed her eyes, her long eyelashes shivering slightly, her tender and alluring hands pulled on the cloth. Suyun anxiously turned his body. His lust flared. He was not some kind of noble person, but he was willing to respect Ching-Er. This was the most basic form of respect. After a few light sounds and rustling noises from behind, a shivering cat-like sound came out. Young master, I am done. Oh, the profound spirit Qi has shrouded you already? Suyun said as he turned. Once he turned, his eyes became huge, his state of mind urging him to unsheath. Tien, he became lustful, I guess. Unsheath. Looking in the middle of the array, a perfect jade-like body appeared in his view. This maiden had pure white and soft skin. Her entire body was flawless like jade, her one hand horizontal across her perfect bosom. The arc of her chest was incomparably alluring, one hand covering her lower body. Covering her bottom was her exquisite long black hair that was in a mess on her shoulders. She leaned towards one side, her eyes closed shut, gently biting her lips, her cheeks so red as though blood was going to flow out. Only after a while did Suyun regain his senses, and he anxiously blurted out, Ching-Er, you... Young master, it's okay, Ching-Er said while eyes still closed. Her voice was weak and slow. Ching-Er is okay. Young master, if you dislike Ching-Er's body, it is also okay. It was after a huge determination that the young lady say those words. After the words came out, her face flushed even redder, as though that if you were to lightly touch it, the blood would instantly flow out. Suyun stood there stunned. Suddenly his heart was like a mirror, the desire immediately dissipating by half. Why did Ching-Er say that? Does she like me? Or does she only care about me? But does she really have feelings for me? Suyun did not know. Maybe she just wanted to repay the kindness his parents gave her. Suyun took a deep breath. The sinful thoughts were quickly suppressed. After that, he released some translucent profound spirit Qi, covered her body, and then sat beside her. Ching-Er, don't think so much, I am not an asshole. You are still poisoned. Now what we need to do is cure this poison. How can we do any other thing? There's not much time, we should quickly start. Hearing that, Ching-Er's confused heart calmed down. She slowly opened her eyes and saw her young master smiling warmly at herself, his eyes intimate. Ching-Er's heart felt warm, yet for some reason, an odd feeling surrounded her. She nodded her head and her shyness dropped as she sat cross-legged. Very quickly, Suyun began attacking the problem. Seeing the gentle, beautiful and peaceful girl who was like an angel, Suyun's heart suddenly had an impulsive feeling. Taking a deep breath, he extended his hand to lift Ching-Er's white and soft hands, gently holding them, and began rotating his Qi, activating the array. Hua! The big array was activated and roared to life, the entire array releasing a huge amount of clean Qi, moving like silk towards Ching-Er's tender and soft body and bored into her. One day later. Suyun's pale face opened his eyes. Ching-Er had already fainted. Using the array to analyze the poison in the body would cause the poison to act up, meaning that Ching-Er would be experiencing the painful and torturous pain in the days to come. Although it was not fatal, it was enough to cause torment. Suyun walked over, took the robes up, and helped the girl to get dressed. Feeling the exquisite and soft smooth skin, his heart kept throbbing. Sometime later, Ching-Er slowly opened her eyes and saw the young master helping her get dressed. The redness that was pressed down surfaced up again. She closed her eyes. She did not dare look. Only until Suyun called her did she dare open her eyes. But the current Suyun had a heavy and imposing look on his face. In between his eyebrows was filled with worry. Upon seeing that, Ching-Er's affectionate heart jumped, and she hurriedly asked, "Young master, what's wrong?" Suyun did not say anything, as he lowered his head to think. After a while, he opened his mouth and said, "Ching-Er, I think you shall stay here too." Stay here? Ching-Er was shocked. Stay in this Blossom Heart Valley? Young master, don't tell me you wish to leave here alone? Suyun fiercely took a breath, and said, You already had the poison for 3 years. If we were to follow the standard way of removing the isolated enchanting demonic poison, I'm afraid it'll be hard to see results, so I am determined to go find some medicinal ingredients for you, to concoct a special medicinal pill. Maybe this pill will be able to cleanse the demonic poison in you. Then Xing will go with young master. That's not possible. Since we have escaped the Su family, you will be unable to consume the suppressing drug every day. The demonic poison can activate at any time. As the medicinal expert, I am more at ease knowing you're here at Blossom Heart Valley. Before I leave, I will leave behind some recipe to suppress the demonic poison. For this short period of time there should be no problem. Young master, Xing looked at him worriedly, and said, then will you be in danger? Su Yun was momentarily stunned, but expressed a smile. Relax. Nothing will happen to me, and also, I am the limitless sword lord. My cultivation is very powerful. His words were relaxed, with a tone of teasing in it. Xing only laughed, and did not say anything, the worry in her eyes getting denser and denser. The two of them left the small house, and Su Yun let Xinu and Xing Yan arrange a place for Xing to rest, while he went to find the Pill King. Inside the Pill King pavilion. I want to see the master of the valley. Su Yun entered the door, called for the Pill King, and directly opened his mouth to ask. See the master? Pill King was stunned, as he shook his head. Young brother, you have come at the wrong time. Master is now in closed-door cultivation. I'm afraid you cannot see her. What do you need? Su Yun hesitated for a while, suddenly raised his head, stared at Pill King, and asked, I have an exceptional secret recipe. I wish to share it with the master. It is related to the spirit life chi. What? When the Pill King heard him, he was stunned, his sunken eyes suddenly lit up, his entire person appearing in front of Su Yun in a flash, grabbing him by the hands and anxiously shouting, hurry and tell me, hurry and tell me. Young man, what secret recipe? Many people from Blossom Heart Valley cultivate the spirit life chi. The secret recipe of mine, if focusly researched on, can create a pill that is beneficial to the valley. People who cultivate in the spirit life chi would definitely have so much benefits they can never think of. Initially, I did not wish to share it with the noble valley, but I have some matters that I wish the valley can help me out with. Due to helplessness, I have no choice but to use it as my condition. If you, Pill King, can make this choice for the valley, and accept my conditions, the secret recipe will be in your hands. Make decisions? I can of course make decisions. Whatever you need, just let me know. I will definitely accept. Pill King patted his frail and thin chest and promised. Since the Pill King has stated so, then I will not hold back. Su Yun became serious and continued, I plan to leave Julian district tomorrow, to go and gather more ingredients, to concoct a pill to help cure Xing. Although she will be here in the valley, I am still worried. I have brought Xing to elope from the Su family. The profound sky sect and the Su family will not leave it at that. They will definitely come here sooner or later, so what I want is, that I hope that the valley can have guards to protect and safeguard Xing. That is a natural, little brother, you do not need to say that. I will not neglect her. What I mean by guards is not those ordinary disciple guards. I wish the valley can dispatch your elite disciples of the Poison Immortal Valley. Ah? Pill King's face changed, his face was like a rock. Only after a period of time did he continue, how do you know of the Poison Immortal Valley people? Su Yun shook his head, and said, the magical hands that can bring the dead to life, Blossom Heart Valley, and the intangible killers, Poison Immortals. Blossom Heart Valley is Julian District's brilliant and outstanding famous sect. How can they not have their own means of protection? Although the existence of the Poison Immortal Valley is not known to many, but to me it is no secret. After all, my research on pharmacology aspect is so profound, but the things I hear from others are even more. When he heard it, Pill King was quiet for a while. After a long consideration, he frowned. I have to look for the other elders to discuss this matter. I do not wish for any discussion, but whether or not they can come out to protect Xing. If they are unable to do it, I, Su Yun, will go and find other people who can. Seeing Su Yun's resolve, Pill King did not dare doubt him, and directly said, yes, we can. Very good. Su Yun nodded his head. I also need a few things to prepare. Other than that, I need 100,000 spirit coins. and one strong purple-horned beast. Suyin said, following that he wrote a list of things and handed it over. Pill King took it, and attentively took a look at it. Relax, compared to this, the secret recipe is much more precious, Suyin said. Pill King did not say anything. After a long while, he kept the list. His face was full of seriousness. Deal. I will set off tomorrow. Suyin took out another paper, wrote down a prescription from his storage ring, and gave it to Pill King. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 162. Soulstone Aristocratic Family. Woo! A melodious roar sounded out. It came from a purple-horned beast the size of a small house that was slowly walking out of Blossom Heart Valley. On top of it was a man dressed in a black Blademaster outfit, holding onto a sword sheath. Behind, Xing'er was anxiously nibbling her lips, standing at the entrance, watching Suyin leave, like a rock gazing out. Even after the person had disappeared from view from the entrance, she still was not willing to go back into the valley, and stood there, staring like an idiot. The sun gradually set. Suyin rode on the purple-horned beast provided by Guimoju at full speed out of Julian City. Very soon, he left Julian City and entered the mystical mountain range. Triple Yon Universe Pill. It was recorded in one of the Broken Literary as the rarest pill on Earth. This secret book was not produced from Blossom Heart Valley but from a small sect called Triple Yon Universe. It was just that this Triple Yon Universe was destroyed 2,000 years ago. The sect had turned to dust, and so, the method to cultivate this pill had been lost. And so, it was purely by coincidence that he could obtain the secret manual of the Triple Yon Universe pill. The one time while he was still learning at Blossom Heart Valley was because he needed to learn how to complement medicine in pills. Suyin carried a medicinal basket deep into the ruined city to purchase ingredients, and coincidentally, someone was selling him the medicine manuals. One of which was Triple Yon Universe Pill. Only, from the inscriptions from the manual of Triple Yon Universe Pill, looked like one ordinary chi recuperating secret manual. Every page was filled with densely packed and numerous words, but in truth, each page had a record of the description of Triple Yon Universe Pill, in which one sentence of the page was the real sentence, and the pattern was to read from the upper right corner down to the lower left corner. Every sentence of each page comes together to form the concocting method and theory of the miraculous pill. Suyin found the hidden pattern by chance when he accidentally dropped it after he bought the book, and when the book landed on the floor, it opened at a slanted angle, thus revealing the clue. Following the description on the book, the Triple Yon Universe Pill could turn the world, flip the yin and yang, dead or alive, flesh or bones, curing 100 poisons. Who knew which was real or fake? But even if someone else had found the method and principle behind the pill, it would still be very difficult for them to comprehend, not implying that the abstract writings were difficult to understand. To even refine the ingredients of the pill, each and every ingredient was a precious treasure. To obtain them was simply a fantasy. Suyin initially had the thought to rely on the pill to remove the weird obstruction that stopped his talented cultivation, and after spending many months of research, he completely comprehended the meaning of the words, but regarding the ingredients, he could only give up. Judging by his previous cultivation during that time, wanting to find the ingredients were extremely difficult, but not now. Also, now it was a must for him to obtain the ingredients. It was a must for him to concoct the Triple Yon Universe Pill that could cure 100 poisons. Hi's heart was like a boulder, strong and unmoving. Boom boom. Boom boom. The solid limbs of the purple-horned beast produced the booming sounds, causing the earth to shake. Suyin held onto the reins, his state of mind very rugged. With the elite protection from poison Immortal Valley, Xing'er would be safe for the time being, but the demonic poison in her body had no medicine for temporary relief or suppression. By just relying on his own prescription, at most she could hold up for several months. If he was unable to concoct the Triple Yon Universe Pill before then, the situation would become increasingly dangerous. After entering Mystical Mountain Range, Suyin, who was on the purple-horned beast traveling on the mountain road, ran straight towards the Mu family. The ingredients to make Triple Yang Universe Pill were unique. Usually, people would not be able to obtain it. The first ingredient had to do with Soul Stone. Speaking of Soul Stone, it had to be the Mu family in Mystical Mountain Range. As the ancient maker of the Soul Stone, the Mu family had all sources of Soul Stone. He himself had some connections with Mu Feng and saved him twice. If he asked him for the rare Yin Yang Soul Stone powder, Mu Feng might help him. Even if he was reluctant, he could use something for an exchange to obtain this Yin Yang Soul Stone powder. He never once stopped on his way. Very soon, Suyin arrived at the northern side of the Mystical Mountain Range at Muchong City. A pond that solely belonged to the Mu family. This was the holy ground of the Soul Stone Master in the northern region. Over here, Soul Stone Masters from all over the world gathered. There were both beginner Soul Stone cultivators and renowned famous masters here. But whatever rank the Soul Stone Master was, they were well loved by the Mu family. The Mu family held a noble status here in Muchong City. Suyin was still in his limitless attire, but he never wore the mask. On the purple-horned beast, he rode over. Although the purple-horned beast was considered an exquisite animal in ordinary people's eyes and was only used by people who were noble and powerful, but in Muchong City, this was something used merely for riding. Were those who learnt the art of Soul Stone techniques still considered poor? Majority of them rode on purple-horned beast on the streets. Nearing Muchong City, he saw the commoners all wearing fresh clothes. Many of them were wearing necklaces and rings. They were all covered in glowing treasures. It was super eye-catching. Suyin looked to his left then right as he rode into the city on his purple-horned beast. The moment he stepped into the city, the bargaining sounds near the lakeside rang in his ears. The Mu family was not like the Su family. They were open-minded. Because the Soul Stone Masters came here to gather, anything related to Soul Stone techniques were sold here. All the Soul Stone Masters were rich, so it was naturally easier to earn spirit coins than any other places. Though it was not his first time here in Muchong City, Suyin could not be considered as someone that is familiar with this place. He took a while before he found where the yard of the Mu family was. A close to 5 meters tall and 7 meters wide stone door came into his field of vision. On the door hung a jaded carved word jade, and 2 gigantic qilins stood at the sides of the door, one on each side. Rumored that these qilins were designed by the patriarch of the Mu family. As a soul stone, if anything happened to Mu family, they would immediately come to life and aid the Mu family to kill anyone mercilessly, ensuring the safety of the Mu family. 2 Mu family's disciples stood straight at the door and studied anyone and everyone that passed by their door. As Suyin rode his purple-horned beast over, he cupped his fist and said to the 2 men, "Please help me to notify that Suyin has came to visit young Master Mu Feng." As soon as the 2 heard him, they came down from their stage and studied Suyin before they bowed to him. "Young Master, our Prince Mu Feng has caught an illness recently. He will not see anyone, please return." Caught an illness? When Suyin heard it, he frowned. "Your family's young master is at least at the 8th stage of spirit intermediate disciple, how can he catch an illness? Usually, the spirit cultivators would not fall sick. If he had so many issues, he probably sustained an injury or was poisoned." Then, the 2 men's eyes lit up, but they did not explain to him. Instead, they cupped their fist and said, "Please return, young master. Our young master can't see you." After that, they could not be bothered with Suyin anymore. They turned and prepared to leave. "Wait a minute." Just as the 2 men turned to leave, Suyin shouted. He took out a badge from his waist and passed it over. "I'm from Blossom Heart Valley. I was tasked by Pill King to visit young Master Mu Feng. If Prince Mu Feng is really sick, then maybe I can heal him." Blossom Heart Valley? The 2 disciples from the Mu family looked at each other, suspicions drawn on their faces. If it was ordinary people, they would definitely refuse him, but if it was someone from the Blossom Heart Valley, then they absolutely would not reject him. "I welcome this young master to wait for a while. I will go and inform the old master." With that said, the member of the Mu family turned and ran towards the big door. After a period of time, the man ran out and paid respects to Su Yun. My old master invited you to come in. Thanks. Su Yun came down from the purple-horned beast and cupped his hands as he thanked him in gratitude. Please. With that, the Mu family brought Su Yun into the house. The Mu family mansion was indeed otherworldly. The moment he stepped in, he felt as though he was in a fairyland, as though all the spiritual souls were enlightened. Su Yun raised his gaze to the left and right to see the trees along the sides and pseudo-mountains, and even the floor beneath his feet were embedded with soul stones. These soul stones decorated the vegetation, which could reap benefits by bringing peace and calmness to one's mind and allow the chi channels to flow smoothly without much obstruction. The entire Mu family estate must be decorated this way. Indeed, they were the ancient makers of soul stones. Su Yun was relieved as he peeped around. Over the bridge into the floral garden, he was in the hall of the Mu family. In this hall, the patriarch of the Mu family and 2 clan elder administrators sat there. When they saw Su Yun coming through, they stood up and nodded in acknowledgement. I'm Su Yun, paying respects to the patriarch and clan elder administrators. Su Yun rapped his fist and bowed politely. Su Yun? Mu Tianhao looked at him suspiciously. Is there a disciple of the Pill King from Blossom Heart Valley named Su? I've never heard of it before. Clan elder Mu Zuot and Mu Yu shook their heads. When Su Yun saw that, he knew he could no longer hide the truth. He smiled and said, honestly, I'm not a disciple from Blossom Heart Valley. I'm the friend of Pill King. A friend of the Pill King? Mu Tianhao heard and was stunned. Then he laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, little bro, this joke isn't very nice. I'm not belittling you, but Master Pill King is a big shot and he knows all under heaven. You're so young. How can you be his friend? This is unbelievable. Ha ha. At that point, Mu Tianhao seemed to have lost interest in Su Yun. Instantly, he waved his hand and said, little bro, please have a drink before you leave. I still have some matters to settle, I shan't accompany you. Sorry. With that, he stood up and prepared to leave. But in the next second, Su Yun took out the badge. This is the badge Pill King bestowed me. It can prove that I'm not lying. On top of that, I would like to pay my friend, Mu Feng, a visit. If I go back without trying, how can I give up? Mu Tianhao set his gaze on that badge and thought for a while. He shot a look at the people on the side and they knew instantly what he meant. He walked over to accept the badge to present to Mu Tianhao. Mu Tianhao took over and studied it. Within this badge, it was filled with pure, clean qi and instantly knew this badge was not a fake one. He did not dare to look down on Su Yun. To be honest, Master Patriarch, I have some relationship with young Master Mu Feng. If it's convenient, may I take a look at young Master Mu Feng? Su Yun inquired. To obtain Yin Yang Soul Stone Powder, it was better he had Mu Feng's help. Mu Tianhao would probably reject him right away if he just asked for it. I believe Prince Su, you've heard my servants. Quaner is sick, he's not well to see anyone, so I hope you understand. Mu Tianhao said. Sick? May I ask Master Patriarch, what illness has young Master Mu Feng contracted? If I have heard of it before, maybe I can help out. Su Yun was not very much confident about his medical skills. He only wanted to get the Soul Stone Powder and so he was willing to take the risk. Mu Tianhao and the other 2 clan elder administrators communicated with their gazes secretly. Finally, Mu Tianhao nodded and said, since you're the friend of Pill King, you must know something about medicine too. Alright, please follow me. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 163. The Night Assault. Through a small alley, and over a secluded hall, they came to a parlor behind an elegant site. It was a beautiful day and the air was clean. Su Yun saw a tranquil chamber made from bamboo. Quan Zi loves bamboo. This place is all made from bamboo. Mu Tianhao said as he led Su Yun into the bamboo chamber. Old master. The two servants with their hair tied up in knots paid respect to Mu Tianhao and the others. Mu Tianhao nodded and asked, "How is young master?" "Report old master, young master is injured badly. He had been in pain. We had changed the spiritual doctor 3 times and yet, he still did not look like he was recovering. He can only rely on medication to suppress the pain. After taking the medication, there was nothing else we could do." "Is that so?" Mu Tianhao frowned and looked depressed. He sighed a breath, opened the door. "Let me in, I'll take a look." "Yes, master." The two servants replied and pushed open the door leading into the bamboo chamber. The outside of the bamboo chamber was calm and graceful. The inside of the chamber was not an exception either. It was nicely decorated with all sorts of bamboo and they looked extremely exquisite. In addition, there was a soul stone sealed on each of the decoration. The spiritual chi floated in the air and surrounded the place. And in the corners of the chamber, there was huge bamboo bed. On top of it laid a pale-looking young lad clad in a thin layer of clothes. The man looked extremely awful. There were several blue-black patches on his naked skin and on those blue-black patches, there were cracks. Within the cracks, the blood vessels burst. The blood circled around the blue cracks. Underneath the bed was a spiritual array. The spiritual array worked its magic continuously to release an energy to surround the young lad's body to help him in recovery, and to prevent blood from flowing out. But this could only help him temporarily. Just by the looks of it, one could tell how much pain he was in. Beside the bed was a slightly plump old lady clad in yellow garments. The old lady needed the towel without a word. Her eyes red as she sobbed incessantly. "Old master." Once she saw Mu Tianhao in the chamber, she cried out, unable to control her tears. All right. Don't cry anymore. There's a guest. Don't be so embarrassing." Mu Tianhao frowned as he said, then he turned to Su Yun and pleaded, "Prince Su, Quan Er is sick. The normal spiritual doctors can't heal him. Please diagnose him and save Quan Er, Prince Su." "Sick?" Su Yun knitted his brows and walked over. He studied Mu Feng, who seemed to have fainted, and frowned again. He reached out to his neck and lightly instigated profound spirit chi. Under the control of Su Yun, the profound spirit chi penetrated into Mu Feng's body. The moment it entered, it was blocked by all sorts of black substances. Pure divine spirit chi had yet to fully penetrate into his body and it was completely obstructed. Su Yun retreated back, his expression changed slightly. "Prince Su, may I know what's the diagnosis of Quan Er?" Mu Tianhao asked. Su Yun turned his head around and stared at Mu Tianhao. "Patriarch master, Prince Mu Feng is not sick, but injured, right? Why didn't you tell me straight earlier?" "Injured?" Mu Tianhao's face turned ugly, but very quickly, he muttered, "Prince Su, please don't be angry. Now is not the time to pursue if Quan Er is sick or injured. What you must consider is how you can save Quan Er. Please help us, Prince Su. Save Quan Er." Mu Tianhao avoided the important and focused on the trivial matters, as though he was trying to cover up for something. Su Yun was not happy, but he thought of something and was suddenly enlightened. The profound spirit chi that rejected his own spirit chi seemed to be from the soul stone? That meant Mu Feng was injured from the soul stone. Soul stone energy? It was merely just soul stone techniques? If that was the case, then it meant. Su Yun took a deep breath in and knew where his mistake was. This was their family's matters. It was better not to ask so many questions. It was best he took the soul stone powder and left as soon as possible. He checked through Mu Feng's body once again and determined he still had signs of life in him. Then he rose and replied blandly, Patriarch Master, young Master's illness can only probably be cured by electric wood to repel his illness. Other than that, there's probably nothing else. Electric wood was a special type of wood. It contained a special type of current which had a strong suppression effect on soul stone. It could repel all sorts of soul stone energy in Mu Feng's body. Electric wood? When Mu Tianhao heard that, he did not have a big reaction. Instead, he shook his head and told Su Yun, "Actually, there are several spiritual doctors who told me electric wood could work, but electric wood is only produced in the electrical forest. To obtain one piece of electric wood is already impossible." Those spiritual doctors said they could heal Quan Air, but they said he needed at least 100 electric wood. To get 100 electric wood, the Mu family would probably have to sacrifice tons of lives to get them from such a vicious place. You can buy it from the market. Although it is very expensive, but you should be able to get your hands on them. Is it hard to get such a huge number of electric wood in such a short period of time? Quan Air might not be able to last till then. It was rare for markets to have electric woods on hand, and it was also very expensive. With the Mu family's powers, it was impressive of them to be able to get 10 of the electric woods in a month. Collecting 100 of them? They probably would not have collected all of them even after Mu Feng had been buried in the ground. Su Yun heard and pondered for a while before he opened to say, "It might not be difficult to collect 100 of the electric wood. I can help you, but you have to promise me one thing. If you can satisfy my conditions, I'll get you the electric woods." "How's that?" "Prince Su, you can boast all you want. Don't turn against your word. What cultivation level are you at? How are you going to obtain 100 of electric woods? No matter how powerful you are, you're probably just slightly over Spirit Soul Disciple? Do you think I don't have anyone who has a Spirit Soul Disciple in the Mu family? They don't even dare to boast such a thing. How dare you?" The administrator clan elder, Muzwa, could no longer take it and blurted out in dissatisfaction. "Spirit Soul Disciple?" Su Yun was not even at the Spirit Intermediate Disciple. He shook his head and refuted, but he was not angry. It takes techniques and not power to obtain electric woods. You can believe it or not, that's up to you. If you don't, then you shall watch Prince Mu Feng die. I'm fine with that. Muzwa. Madame Mu could not care anymore. She grabbed hold of Mu Tianhao's sleeves and cried, Old master, you have to save Feng Air. He's your son. You have got to save him." Mu Tianhao frowned and looked at his son, who was pale and in pain. He bellowed, "Stop bullshitting, all of you. Since Prince Su has a method to save Feng Air with electric wood, then we shall give full cooperation to Prince Su." After that, he bowed to Su Yun and said, "Prince Su, thank you. If there's anything you need, feel free to let me know. My Mu family will try to cooperate with you. I'll make a list later. You just have to send people to prepare the items for me according to that list. But before that, you have to prepare a 100 grams of Yin Yang Soul Stone Powder. I need it badly." Yin Yang Soul Stone Powder? Mu Tianhao was taken aback and immediately, his face was twisted. "Prince Su, this Yin Yang Soul Stone Powder is scraped from my main house's stone. In the entire southern region, there aren't many soul stones left. This stone only produces 5G each year, and you want 20 years of goods. As compared to your son's life, what's all these?" Su Yun asked. Mu Tianhao thought for a bit with his head lowered, then he waved and yelled, "Fine, let's do what Prince Su had said. But, please don't disappoint us, Prince Su. Don't worry, when you prepare good things for me, I'll prepare good things for you." "Great." Mu Tianhao nodded, "I'll go arrange now." Clan Elder Mu Yu. Present, Patriarch. Go and prepare. First, Prince Su's lodging, then the list Prince Su had made up. Yes, Patriarch, Mu Tianhao nodded and said to Su Yun, "Please take a rest here tonight, Prince Su, before you set out tomorrow morning." "All right." Su Yun nodded. The Mu family did not mistreat the man who barged into the electric wood forest. They gave him top-notch quality wine and meat and kept their rooms clean for him. If he needed anything, they gave it to him. On top of that, there were also 2 servants standing outside the house to satisfy Suyun's needs. In the night, Suyun stared out of the window into the pitch darkness and took a deep breath. He sat down with knees bent and started using his qi. The things were sent over. Not only were there ingredients needed for tomorrow, the 100 grams of yin-yang soul stone powder were also sent over. The Mu family had proven their sincerity. Suyun could take flight with this 100 grams of soul stone powder, but once he made that move, then he would have deceived the Mu family and made enemies with them, which meant that he offended a huge family. He might still have to work with the Mu family in future, and so he must not offend nor cheat them. The electric wood forest was a type of special forest. In the Sky Martial continent, there were 5 exterminated elemental grounds, but there were also 5 existential elemental grounds just like electric wood forest. The electric wood forest looked like any ordinary forest, there was nothing unique about it. But once you entered electric wood forest, you would be surrounded by several currents. Within the electric wood forest, lightnings would be triggered and each tree would also possess strong currents. These currents were special. If someone with a spirit soul disciple rank touched the tree several times, they would be better off dead. Needless to say, the other ranked disciples would be far worse. There were only 4 of such electric wood forest in the northern regions. The smallest one was this particular one, which was situated in Sky Martial continent. Though Suyun did not have much knowledge about electric wood forests, he browsed through one of such books before. He also heard about how he should go about walking in electric wood forest. Never mind, I should not think too much. He took a deep breath in and shut his eyes slightly to soothe the profound spirit chi and placed all his focus on his heart. In there, an exotic, rainbow pearl was embedded in. This was embedded in his heart on his way to the Mu family. It was just like an eye on his heart as it glistened with a miraculous aura. When the aura dispersed, it nourished all the chi channels and spirit essence in his body. In that instant, Suyun felt as though he was at his peak again. Monarch occult force. He opened his eyes and muttered to himself. Raising his hands to instigate profound spirit chi, he saw the translucent chi, becoming rainbow color that rotated on his hand, the 5 different types of chi surrounding the pure divine spirit chi on his palm. It was magical. With this, his profound spirit chi would be supernatural. No one would be able to defeat it. Those that he could not match up to, like the spirit core disciples, would be like slaying dogs. Suyun thought. Voila! Just at this moment, 2 shadows flashed across his window. It was very soft and right away, the 2 servants outside his house was on the floor. Suyun's eyes congealed as he picked up the sword sheath from his bed. Moving his hand, he pulled out the death sword. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 164. Breakthrough. He got off the bed, had his death sword and thousand deep sword out and walked towards the door stealthily. Opening the door, the 2 female servants were laying on the ground dead, as though they had fainted. It was quiet. Other than the chirping of the birds, there was nothing else. The atmosphere was extremely weird. Suyun did not think any further. Stepping out, he rushed out of the door. It was even more dangerous to stay in the house. It was much more spacious outside the door and so, there was more chance for him to survive. But just as his body left the door, 2 pitch-black magic techniques came through him from his sides and struck him. Suyun moved and the fallen leaves sword technique was used. Both of his swords were like leaves as they floated towards the 2 mystical techniques. Dang dang! The 2 sword silhouettes flashed past and defended the attacks. Suyun rushed forward for about 10 meters before he stopped. Looking back, he saw 4 men covered in black standing on the roof, staring coldly at him. Don't get involved with the Mu family. Get out of the Mu family or else you shall die. One of the men said coldly. Oh? Suyun smirked and mocked. You're probably the guys behind why Mu Feng is injured, right? Take action. The man bellowed. I have taken money to help alleviate one's troubles. I have taken the Mu family's soul stone powder and so I'll cure Mu Feng. This is my principle. How can I give up so easily? Moreover, just because you want me to get lost, means I have to? With that, the 1,000-deep sword in Su Yun's hand suddenly dashed out. With monarchical force, the 1,000-deep sword was enveloped by 5 elemental chi and pure divine spirit chi, the rainbow-colored chi dancing around the swords. It was beyond dazzling, and the might it produced was surprisingly even more dangerous. Bang! The pseudo-mountain was crushed and it sent thunderous sounds spiraling through. Very soon, people in the Mu family heard and panicked. What happened? Where did that sound came from? Quick! Let's go to the guest room to check it out. The thin and faded screams went on. The few men in black had their eyes congealed. Kill him. The 4 men dared not hesitate anymore. With a move, they ganged up against Su Yun. On their bodies reeked a destructive and strong Scarlet Star Spirit Chi, and their cultivation is at least Spirit Core Disciple. They were probably at least 5th level and above. If Su Yun fought alone and only with one of them, then obviously he would not fret. But now, there were 4 of them, he was obviously at a disadvantage. He jumped back continuously and waved his hands fiercely. Under the help of monarchical force, the pure divine spirit chi overflowed out of the sword and towards the 4 men. Bang! One of them was not inferior to Su Yun. He brought up his weapon to fend it off, but just as the weapon collided with the chi, the man flew out. Scarlet Star Spirit Chi, True Divine Spirit Chi, Swift Wind Spirit Chi, Frigid Aqua Spirit Chi and Spirit Life Chi all burst out. And the strongest, fiercest pure divine spirit chi was like a blade as it crushed the opponent's weapon right after it tried to block it and turned it into a crushed metal dust and into the opponent's chest. Swoosh! The puncture flesh and blood sounded crisp. Even though it was not fatal, but the man's chest was blurred by his own flesh and blood. It looked terrifying. This chi is so weird. The man who was exposed was taken aback. He bellowed, "This is not a simple man. Let's settle him quickly." The others heard and took out a ball-like object from their storage ring. It was gleaming in blue light. As it got close to Su Yun, they threw it over. Su Yun observed and quickly cast out the 1,000-deep sword and death sword to chop the incoming ball-like objects. Bang! 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 The ball-like objects were all crushed, but they instantly exploded the moment they was chopped. A huge deal of Yin and gloomy chi blew towards Su Yun and covered him. This chi? Su Yun's heart skipped a bit and threw out the 2 swords in his hands. Swoosh! The 2 swords flew in the air and right now, Su Yun was completely engulfed within this gloomy chi. It was cold and the temperature dropped drastically. It was as though he could not make any movements and was sealed and turned into an ice statue. He was still in a position of swiveling his swords. Great! Seeing that Su Yun was frozen, the 3 looked vicious. Right away, they picked up their weapons and started using their mystical techniques on him. They were merciless. But just as the 3 were about to attack, the 2 swords moved suddenly. The 2 swords flew in the air and thereafter pierced towards Su Yun. Ka dang! The ice was pierced and the man who was frozen recovered. Eagerly, he caught hold of both the swords and jumped back to avoid any attacks the opponent was pulling on him. Then, as his body was brimming with chi, he released everything. In an instant the chi transformed into a rainbow-colored thread, surrounding Su Yun's body. And then... So. 1,000-deep sword's sharp and crazy revolving movements, its powerful sword chi resonating rhythmically. When did the three assassins ever see such fierce and powerful sword arts? They anxiously retreated. They were actually forced apart by Su Yun. Hurricane's sword technique. It was a really strange style. Although his chi was not very strong, it was mixed with a great amount of energy. It was strange and mystical. Moreover, his style was very peculiar. It was impossible to defend against. Who exactly was he? Their hearts were in a state of panic, the cold wind blowing behind their back, cold sweat continuously dripping. But things had already gone so far, how could they turn back? The three of them hardened their hearts, once again striking forward. Outrageous sneaky bastards, you dare to cause trouble in my Mu family? You don't know what death is? Just then, a ruthless shout sounded out. Following, a middle-aged man in a brown gown rushed forward. He was like a tiger running down the mountain, closing in onto the three people, directly brandishing out three palms. Seeing the man approaching them, the three of them exposed a stunned look. They had no way of dodging, all three being hit by the palm, immediately dying on the spot. Seeing this, Su Yun's heart sunk. To kill a 5th stage spirit core disciple with one palm, that required a power of at least a 5th stage spirit soul disciple. And he had to have high attainments in the Scarlet Star Spirit Chi or Swift Wind Spirit Chi kind of killing profound Spirit Chi, otherwise, it would be impossible. The three of them fell to the ground. Their chests had a palm imprint pressed into them, their entire meridian system and body organs were shattered. They died without any remaining grievances. It was miserable. Su Yun shifted his line of sight, looked at the incoming person, only to see someone whom he had never met before, but before he could say anything, behind came a huge group of Mu family guards. Even Mu Tianhao and the other higher-ups of the Mu family came running. Roar! The intimidating roar sounded out. It came from two dark green creatures appearing to be Qilins high up in the night sky, seemingly in ethereal form, with their entire body dark green in color, legs emitting green fire. They looked formidable. Upon closer inspection, they were actually the two beast statues standing outside the Mu family gates. He never expected that the two statues would actually come to life. Su Yun was surprised. The Mu family's movements were very fast. What happened? Mu Tianhao brought a few people along. Seeing the three dead bodies, his face darkened, and bellowed, Muzwa. Patriarch, Muzwa is here. The administrator Elder Muzwa immediately ran out from the crowd. What exactly happened here? Who are these people? Why are they in the noble guest's room? And to even attack my guest? This, Muzwa's face was in a panic. He did not know how to explain. Quickly resolve this issue. And give me an explanation. Other than that, I will punish you to guard the tomb for Master Tai for 10 days. Go! Mu Tianhao said indifferently. Muzwa obeys. Muzwa lowered his head, softly said, and left. Mu Yu. Patriarch. Mu Yu stood out and cupped his fists. You are responsible for investigating the identities of these three mysterious people. You must definitely make sure the truth comes to light. I obey. Mu Yu replied, and ordered a few people to take care of the three bodies. Mu Tianhao took a deep breath, rushed to Su Yun and cupped his fists. Young Master Su, are you in good health? Luckily this expert came in time. I am alright. Su Yun here. Wish to thank this expert. Su Yun rushed to the brown gown man and cupped his fist. Mu Tianhao gazed at that person and frowned. Second brother, the night is late, why are you here? Second brother? So this brown-robed person is actually Mu Tianhao's younger brother. Big brother, I was just passing through and heard some fighting noises, so I came to take a look, only to see those three sneaky bastards making a ruckus in my Mu family, so I came to help. Luckily the guest did not suffer any injury. That is a pleasant thing. The brown-robed person exhaled and wiped his perspiration. Is that so? Mu Tianhao's expression was calm. He looked at the brown-robed middle-aged man for a while, where he lowered his head, did not say anything. After a while, Mu Tianhao waved his hand and said, "Spread the message. Tonight while our guest is resting, please gather some guard for protection. Let's drop this for now. Wait until Mu Yu has found clarity in this matter, then I will make a decision." With that, Mu Tianhao left. "Wait a moment, big brother." Just then, the brown-robed man suddenly said, "What is it, second brother?" Mu Tianhao turned back and looked at him. "Big brother, I heard that the guest wants to go to the electric wood forest to find the life-saving electric wood. What is that for?" If there was such a thing as Fomer's second uncle, I wish to help him out and follow the guest to electric wood forest. I hope big brother agrees to it. The brown-robed man cupped his fist and said. Mu Tianhao's eyes was glistening as he stared at him, his lips mumbling for a short while, then said, "There is not a need to, second brother. The electric wood forest is too dangerous. The guest has special ways to handle the electric wood. If you go I will not be at ease. It is better that you stay here." Finished, he did not bother with the brown-robed man and turned to leave. Su Yun swept up and down at the brown-robed man, lowered his head and thought about something. The disturbance ended like that. The three assassins were dead, and dead men tell no tales. Mu Yu could not find anything out from them, only that they were paid assassins. Other than that, there were no other clues. After Su Yun returned to his room, Mu Tianhao's guards arrived. There were 20 10th stage spirit core experts, equipped luxuriously, their bodies fully equipped with treasures. They were considered the Mu family's core power. With these guards, Su Yun could sleep peacefully and continue to train in the house. After being in the house for a little while, the profound spirit chi in his body started to stir restlessly. Su Yun knew he was going to break through, and held his breath attentively on the spot, concentrating on his chi meridians in every single part of his body. Apparently the monarch occult force had a fixed growth amplification for cultivating, as Su Yun could feel that as compared to before, his spirit essence and chi meridians had had a huge change. His chi meridians were even tougher and more durable, his spirit essence was even more insatiable. So. Bursts of chi flowed out from his spirit essence. As the chi began to flow to every part of his meridians, the monarch occult force on his heart and chest began to blossom with radiance, as a ray of white light chi shot out of the roof, charging into the skies. One after another the guards in the surrounding area all turned, looking towards the house in the center. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 165. The Sword Amongst the Lightning. On the second afternoon, Su Yun stored all the things that the Mu family had prepared for him in his storage ring. Then with Mu Tianhao sending him off, he rode out of Muchong City on his purple-horned beast towards the electric wood forest. To ensure that it was safe for his traveling, Mu Tianhao had ordered 20 of his elite guards to follow him. Su Yun did not know who Mu Tianhao was taking precaution against, but he understood that this complications of the Mu family was far deeper than he imagined. It was best if he left after clearing the electric wood forest once he was done. It was best if he did not get involved in this. When he got close to electric wood forest, he could feel a thunderbolt coming towards him. His hair stood and felt numb. It was weird. Everyone started instigating their profound spirit chi and covered themselves with it to guard against this thunderbolt. Past this piece of bushy fields was the gigantic electric wood forest. Though this electric wood forest was the smallest in the southern region, but it was much bigger than Marshall Bone Mountain. If not for the thunderbolt, most of the people who entered the forest would probably be lost. As they got close to the plain fields, the elite guards stopped their footsteps. "Young Master Su, the electric wood forest is just right in front. I will be waiting for you here. I wish you all the best." The captain of the elite guards cupped his fist and said to him, "I'll definitely return for sure, but it'll take some time to obtain so many of these electric woods. It might take up to a month long. If my supplies die out, please do help me prepare more." Once he said his piece, Su Yun rode on the purple-horned beast on his way towards the electric wood forest. Towering over the electric wood forest was a long and huge pitch-black cloud. Each tree was glistening with blue radiance. The currents danced around the trees like snakes. The entire forest just looked like it was filled with webs. It was super dense and it looked terrifying. Sometimes, the black clouds would rain crude, and huge red currents and would cause an explosion. If anyone got in contact with this thunderbolt, and if they had low cultivation and had no way of defending it, they would be electrified in a split second. They would be lucky if they had preserved their entire body. The worst that could happen was they might not even have any ash left behind. Leaving less than 10 meters from the electric wood forest, the purple-horned beast dared not move forward anymore. It circled around the area no matter how Suyin tried to maneuver it into the forest, but it would not budge 1 inch. Suyin came down from the purple-horned beast and took out the 1,000-deep sword. Then, he took out the death sword from his storage ring and walked into the electric wood forest in solitude. After several battles, the death sword was acknowledging him slowly. It was not difficult to pull it out nowadays. Of course, it would be willing to get out of its sheath when there was a battle. If he tried to pull it out on a normal day, it was extremely difficult. There must be bloodshed if the death sword were to be unsheathed. Nearing the electric wood forest, he heard an explosion. Several currents collided towards Suyin like vicious snakes. Frantically, Suyin swerved his 1,000-deep sword and dashed up. With the help from Monarch Occult Force and the 5 elemental pure divine spirit chi, he rushed up and attacked the incoming current to crush it. The Monarch Occult Force was surely a mystical item. It was super useful. All the chi engendered with one another. Frigid Aqua Spirit Chi subduing Scarlet Star Spirit Chi, Scarlet Star Spirit Chi subduing Spirit Life Chi, Spirit Life Chi subduing Swift Wind Spirit Chi, Swift Wind Spirit Chi subduing True Divine Spirit Chi, and True Divine Spirit Chi subduing Frigid Aqua Spirit Chi. Yet, the 5 elemental chi was combined by Monarch Occult Force such that they all stood out together. No matter what enemy Suyin met, no matter what element he belonged to, there was not one in which Monarch Occult Force could not subdue. Though Monarch Occult Force was bestowed with the 5 elemental pure divine spirit chi, there was some flaws to it. It used up a lot of energy. Now, Suyin was instigating pure divine spirit chi and he was using it twice as much as he usually would. Like Stormy Wind Sword technique, it could only be used 3 times. The first technique of the Limitless Sword manual flying swords would last shorter than usual. Standing within the electric wood forest, he stared at the moving currents and took out all the items prepared earlier from his storage ring. Electrical Parting Necklace was a purple ranked treasure. In it was a partition array activated by Profound Spirit Chi. With this activation, the small array could be expanded into a big one, forming a realm around himself. This necklace was mostly used against people who used lightning mystical techniques. After all, lightning-type mystical techniques was not as hard to defend against others like Profound Spirit Chi. But once he got struck, his body would instantly turn numb or become paralyzed and be in extreme danger. Once the electrical parting necklace was activated, the electrical currents around him decreased drastically, but it merely managed to fend off weak electrical currents. If he met a stronger electrical attack, he would not be able to defend himself against it. Then, Suyin took out a huge piece of leather from his storage ring and quickly laid it on the ground. The leather was designed specially for the Mu family. It was called Resurrecting Array. This array was made using the finest ingredients. Once in the array, the body's wounds and injuries would recover rapidly. All the blood lost would also be recovered. It was similar to the ones the sects had prepared earlier on at Wushuangju Peak, but he only had 3 of these. After the array had been set, Suyin stood in the array and scanned his surroundings. This was only the outside of the electric wood forest. The electrical currents were not fierce. He could only find the rare objects in the deeper parts of the forest. But if he were to enter deep into the forest, with only Suyin's cultivation level, even with the help he got from the Monarch Occult Force and Heavenly Crystal, he would still die for sure. Even Spirit Soul disciples found it hard to go deep into the forest. Moreover, if he followed the method he heard initially, he would be dead the moment he entered. He calmed himself down and focused, observing on everything around him. Suddenly, swoosh! A ray of current crushed towards him and chased after his head. Suyun tensed up and twisted his body, striking his sword forward. Swoosh! The ferocious sword chi rippled through and crushed through the lightning. Bang! Another lightning strike came through. The death sword escaped from his hands and awoken the limitless sword manual. The sword flew around his body. Dang! Suyun quickly clenched onto the manual and used his pure divine spirit chi to control the death sword to fend off the lightning bolts coming right at him. After fending off the lightning, it only got stronger and denser. Suyun never hesitated and threw out Thousand Deep and maneuvered two swords to defend against the sword. After half an hour, Suyun was panting hard. His gaze was tight as he looked around. It was getting more frequent. Seems like the rumors is true. Suyun took a deep breath and continued maneuvering his sword. His chi channels were boiling, but it could move in any instant. Some who were not strong enough might suffer some blows and injured the body. He stood within the array quickly to heal himself and continued to defend against the lightning attacks. At this moment, be it the lightnings or the two swords, neither could calm down. They attacked continuously and large amount of currents rippled through as the sharp swords broke up the lightning. Finally, 7 hours later, his chi channels were dried up. Suyun had to retreat from the electric wood forest. Look, he's out. The Mu family's elite guards ran to him. Master, did you get the electric woods? The captain bowed and asked politely. It hasn't been a day yet. How would it be possible that I could obtain the electric wood? Is it that easy to obtain them? Suyun took out a pill from his bag as he panted heavily as he replied to the guards, this electric wood forest is much stronger than I expected. The supplies is not enough. Return to the Mu family and prepare plenty of medicine and arrays for me. Get as many as you possibly can. Ha! The elite guards turned pale. Suyun looked and shot a glance. What? You don't want to save the young master? Of course. Of course we do. We'll do as you say. The elite guards dared not delay 1 second. 7 guards riding on their purple-horned beasts split up and rushed towards Muchong City right away. On the other hand, Suyun recuperated outside. 1 hour later, he carried his sword and entered the forest. The reason he came to help the Mu family to retrieve this electric wood was because he wanted to practice using his swords. In Suyun's memories, in the northern region of Sky Marshall Continent, there was a fierce ape. But this ape was only the size of a puppy, yet he was fast and agile. He moved like the winds and it was hard to catch him. But because it moved at an astonishing speed, its powers were not bad. Many spirit cultivators and swift wind spirit chi challenged it and cultivated with profound spirit chi to refine their reaction speed and precision. To consult fast things to train even faster styles was a very primitive type of practice. But, no matter how fast the swift ape was, could it dodge lightning bolts? With the everlasting stone and the fundamentals of the limitless sword manual, why not make use of this chance to practice in this dense electric wood forest? With the resources from Mu family, he could save up a lot on practicing. Usually, it would take years for people to learn, but he could possibly learn it within a month's time. With stronger powers, he could obtain ingredients easily in future. Looking at Suyun's silhouette as he entered the electric wood forest, the elite guards waited outside. But 1 day later, Suyun exited with his face covered in dust. Master, Suyun, did you manage to get the electric wood? The captain asked anxiously. No. Suyun replied with a word and continued to meditate. Once he started recuperating, he did not say much. The elite guards were taken aback, their hearts were filled with suspicion. It had been 2 days, and yet, he could not obtain one electric wood. Was this person even trying to get the electric wood? Or did he not have the ability to? 1 hour later, Suyun stood up again and ran in. The guards saw and waited outside patiently. This time, it was much longer than the previous attempts. He came out only half a day later, but still, he exhausted his profound spirit chi and suffered quite a few blows. Master Suyun, did you manage to get the electric wood? No. Suyun replied with a word again before he shut his eyes for recuperation. This. When he was almost recovered, Suyun stood up and ran back in. The elite guards looked at each other and finally landed their gaze on the captain. Let's wait for a tad longer. The elite guards sighed. Everyone was speechless. This time, Suyun lasted for 2 whole days before he exited from the forest. But the injuries on his body was getting lesser and he was no longer that tired. Looking at him panting, it seemed as though he had finished using all his profound spirit chi and had to exit the forest. Master Suyun. No. Before the captain finished his sentence, Suyun blurted out. The elite guards. Suyun did not even look at them. He reached out into his storage ring to take out a pill, but after ransacking for half a day, the pills had finished. Where are the supplies I asked you to prepare? They're here. One of the elite guard walked over and took out the things from the storage ring. Good, but these ain't enough. Continue to get some here. I estimate we still need 4 more. Suyun kept the supplies, swallowed the pill to recover. Once he was fully recovered, he climbed up and went into the electric wood forest. Send someone to report this situation to the patriarch. It's not going to work out this way. The captain sighed and said. Yes, Captain. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 166. The Spirit of the Thunderbolts. What? It's been 7 days and Suyun can't even get 1 electric wood? In the main hall, Mu Tianhao held onto a cup of tea as he looked at the elite guards in shock. Yes, Patriarch. Not only that, Suyun had used up all 2 million spirit coins worth of supplies. And he seems to be asking for more. At this rate, I estimate that within a month's time, he would have used 7 million spirit coins from the Mu family. As the ancient maker of the Soul Stone, the Mu family was financially stable. They could earn tons of spirit coins just by making 1 soul stone. Adding the finances of Mystical Mountain Range, or maybe even the surrounding ranges, it would be far lesser than what the Mu family had. But expenditure as high as 7 million spirit coins. Mu Tianhao frowned. Maybe the Mu family had to rack their brains too. Suyun is using the best supplies, the best pills and arrays. Each of the items are rare items. Now, many of the people in our mansion are running around Muchong City helping him to prepare such expensive supplies. Patriarch, I think if we continue like this, we may get nothing in return, and burn a hole in our pocket. The elite guard lowered his head and said with his fist cupped. Mu Tianhao pondered. After a long while, he raised his head and asked, then when do you think we should give up? We can only do it to such an extent. The elite guard replied. Then can you heal the young master? The elite guard's face turned ugly. Mu Tianhao saw him and groaned, since Suyun boasted, we should believe in him. There's no other way left. Moreover, we have already spent so much on him. If I let him come back now, are you telling me to let these efforts go to waste? The elite guard lowered his head and stayed quiet. Mu Tianhao waved his hand and said blandly, satisfy Suyun's needs. I don't care what he's doing as long as he delivers. I'm only giving him a month's time. 1 month later, if he can't obtain 100 electric wood or he delayed the healing status of my son, I will ask him to pay for everything. Yes, Patriarch. Dismissed. Mu Tianhao said in a fatigued tone. Subordinate bids farewell. The elite guard bowed to him respectfully and retreated. Leaving Mu family, the elite guard rode on the purple-horned beast in towards the Electric Wood Forest to gather with the other elite guards. Seeing this informant coming from his family, the elite guards gathered. "Mu Chao, you're finally back." The captain walked over and asked solemnly, "What did the patriarch say?" Mu Chao glanced at everyone, shook his head and sighed. "The patriarch wants us to wait patiently." "What? Continue to wait? It has been days and this man only knows how to ask me to seek items for him, and yet, he had yet to give us anything that we wanted. Is he trying to play a joke on my Mu family? No one dares to play a joke on the ancient maker of the Soul Stone family. Unless he wants to have a taste of Soul Stone." The captain's face congealed and muttered, "Everyone, will stay here and wait for him patiently. Young Master Feng has sustained severe injuries. He would not be able to last for long. He has 30 days to complete his mission. If he can't obtain one piece of electric wood in these 30 days, we'll capture him right away and bring him back to the Mu family for interrogation." "Okay." The elite guards nodded in approval. In the darkness, pairs of eyes looked towards him. In the Electric Wood Forest. Swoosh! The shadows of the sword moved. It was as though the lightnings attacking in all directions were being blocked off by a wall of sword. As they got near this man in black, the lightning bolts were crushed. It was hard to penetrate and harm him. "Feels good." Suyun cheered in his heart as he rode on Thousand Deep and Death Sword to fend off the lightning bolts coming towards at him. This time, he maneuvered the two swords faster and better. With his current power, it was not a big problem to maneuver 3 or 4 swords. It was time to reach out for the swords in his sword sheath. Suyun thought, and a blue lightning came crashing towards him. Bang! This time, an ear-piercing explosion resonated. He looked up to see the pitch-black cloud was roiling with a few wisps of blood-red lightning. Red lightning! Suyun looked solemn. As compared to the random lightning around him, the red lightning looked tremendous. Bang! The cloud rang once again. Then a ray of red lightning fell from the sky towards Suyun. Like a red dragon, it fell fast and agile. The glorious radiance looked fierce and terrifying. Just by the looks of it, he would feel numb and he shook. Suyun clenched his teeth and waved both his hands to gather the Thousand Deep and Death Sword around him. Both of the swords faced up and flew towards the incoming lightning. Swoosh! Bang! Both the swords collided with the lightning. A strong explosion rippled out and the thunderbolt spilled in all directions just like a blossoming flower. It was beautiful. The people outside the Electric Wood Forest looked from afar. Seeing the red lightning entering the forest and hearing the weird explosion sounds. What is happening? I'm not sure. The elite guards were all confused. In the forest, Suyun used all his might to defend against this red lightning with his 2 swords. The profound spirit chi in his body was like a defective water pipe, flushing non-stop towards the sword. This was not the heaven tribulation lightning, but was a test for Suyun. He gritted his teeth as his chi channels swelled up. Tensing up all the blood vessels, tendons and ligaments in his body, his Blademaster clothes were tight, as though it was going to burst anytime soon. Suddenly, Suyun held a breath, brandished his arms and loosened his teeth. Bellowing, all the pure divine spirit chi in him flowed out and towards the swords. The swords shook and buzzed. Finally, with a bang, it crushed the red lightning and diverted it away from him, crashing into the 2 trees beside him. Bang! The trees that got struck by the lightning fell to the ground. But in that instant, a long silhouette emerged from one of the big tree behind and started circling Suyun. Suyun looked. It looked just like a kitten, but it was as big as a cattle. It was fully covered in blue fur and was enveloped within electric currents. Both of its eyes are deep blue and its limbs were long, especially its tail. It was like a lightning. It looked magical. Thunderbolt spirit. It had to be a thunderbolt spirit. Suyun was overjoyed. He ran up towards the thunderbolt spirit. The reason that lightning bolts in the electric wood forest would attack human beings was because there was an attraction between lightning and humans, but when Suyun was attacking these lightnings, he realized that the frequency of the attacks got higher. This was not because of sheer attraction but because of this thunderbolt spirit. According to rumors, there was a unique spiritual beast in the electric wood forest, and that was the thunderbolt spirit. The thunderbolt spirit could control the lightning in the entire electric wood forest. Most of the time, when people entered the forest, they would get struck by the lightnings due to the attacks from thunderbolt spirit. They controlled the lightnings and attacked the people who trespassed their territories mercilessly. The attacks would start to get more frequent. The start was just a warning which then got fatal as time went by. Of course, the thunderbolt spirit was the key to obtain the electric wood, and it was the way humans seeked for in looking for a route. Without its help, no one could survive in this ocean of lightnings. Swoosh! The thunderbolt spirit screamed at Suyun as though it was warning him of something. Little rascal! Suyun smiled and suddenly started sprinting towards it. Swoosh! The screams from the thunderbolt spirit got fiercer. When Suyun got nearer, it started to move around Suyun like lightning, but with the words boom boom sounding from both sides, the trees started shaking as though they were blown by the winds. They would not stop. The trees seemed to be pulled by the lightning as they came for Suyun. From all four directions, it was all lightning, dense and packed. There was no way he could dodge. Suyun's eyes tensed. Inciting all the chi in his body, he waved his hand. Swish! The five elemental pure divine spirit chi dispersed in all directions. Then, with Thousand Deep and the Death Sword attacking, the track set up by pure divine spirit chi was activated. Voila! The sword spun crazily and surrounded Suyun like a raging storm. All of the lightning bolts attacking Suyun were broken apart. None touched his body. When the thunderbolt spirit saw this, it retreated a few steps. In this period of time, with his training, his speed and precision had resulted in the improvement of the stormy wind sword technique. At the same time, he could maneuver the two swords with the tracks he set in place. His power has definitely increased. Of course, the difficulty had gone up a bar. After all, he had to ensure the two swords would not touch each other. This basically put his eyes to the test. Because of this, Suyun still dared not use the stormy windsword technique, but under such situations, he could not care less. Once the lightnings had disappeared, Suyun quickly drove his swords and pierced towards the thunderbolt spirit. Seeing that the lightning bolts had no effect on Suyun, the thunderbolt spirit's hair stood and it escaped frantically. Bang! The swords chased tightly behind it and chopped off a great deal of trees, creating a road of fragments. Bang! The lightnings attacked once again. Suyun leaned and dodged, but had yet to loosen his drive on the swords. Without the protection of the swords, he had to end this battle soon, or else his body would not be able to tolerate the blows of the lightning bolts. The thunderbolt spirit knew how powerful Suyun was, and so, it ran deeper into the forest. In the deeper areas of the forest, the lightnings were much more stronger. Since Thunderbolt Spirit could control the lightning, once it lured Suyun into the deeper regions, Suyun would never have a chance to win. He took a deep breath in and aimed accurately at the Thunderbolt Spirit who was running away. Waving both his hands suddenly, he parted his hands, and soon enough, the pure divine spirit chi parted from the sword and turned into the sword chi. Heaven-splitting sword technique. Voila! The four swords flew and pierced rapidly towards Thunderbolt Spirit. The four swords ambushed the Thunderbolt Spirit and sealed it completely. Thunderbolt Spirit was shaking terribly with its hair standing. It curled its body up and dared not escape. Seeing this, Suyun breathed a sigh of relief. Quickly, he ran over. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 167. An Obscure Smile. This time, after he got in, the elite guards never saw Suyun walking out of the horrifying electric wood forest. After several days, there were no traces of him. On the contrary, the cloud hovering over the electric wood forest was shooting red bolts of lightning into the forest. The forest looked just as though it was a pot of boiling water. The currents flowed messily, as though they were dragon snakes dancing around. It was spectacular. "Fall back, don't get struck by these currents." The captain shouted and ordered for the group to retreat. They all set their gaze on this magical forest, their faces looked at it in awe. "Captain, will that rascal die in there?" One of the elite guards turned and asked. "Don't make wild guesses." The captain thought for a while and said, after all, he dared to obtain the electric wood. That meant that he has some capabilities. "Don't make wild guesses here." "Oh, yes, how many days has he been in there?" "Do we count from the first day we're here?" "That rascal has been here for a total of 31 days. "Oh? That's to say it's been more than a month?" The captain said blandly, "The patriarch only gave him a month's time. Young master's injuries are severe and we must not delay any longer. Wait till he's out. If he still comes out empty-handed, we shall spare him no words and bring him back to the patriarch." "Yes, Captain." All the elite guards shouted in unison. "Captain, what if he died inside?" "We wouldn't know for sure." "We can't just wait here, right?" Another elite guard asked this time. "Died in there?" The captain frowned. If he really died in there, then things would be hard to settle. Dong 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 dong. Right at this time, explosions rang. Everyone turned to look to see the lightnings in the electric wood forest bursting out with blinding rays. Then, another series of explosions rang. The electric currents rippled through like a blossoming flower. No one knew what was happening to the man. "We shall wait for another 10 days. If 10 days had passed and that man had yet to exit from the forest, we will report back to the patriarch and let him decide what to do to save young Master Phone. We can wait, but the young master can't." The captain did not hesitate anymore. "Looking at the explosives going off," he said, "instead of putting hopes in this man, why don't we try too? Maybe the young Master Phone might be saved." "Yeah." "Then, let's wait for a tad longer." "Ma'am." Everyone nodded in agreement. But at this point in time, a person exclaimed, "Captain, look! It looks like someone is coming out." "What?" The captain tensed up as he looked towards the electric wood forest quickly to see a man carrying black swords and a sheath walking towards them. Beside him, there seemed to be another silhouette. The captain was stunned. Was there anyone else inside the electric wood forest besides him? He asked, frustrated. "What are you saying, Captain? There are electric currents everywhere, how can any living thing survive? What kind of rascal can tolerate such strong electric currents?" Someone said. But quickly, everyone saw that silhouette. "What kind of monster is that?" Everyone was dumbfounded. To see the man kneeling down, petting the spirit head a few times, as it let out a shrilling scream, then he rushed back into the electric wood forest and disappeared. What happened?" The captain muttered. "The one walking out of the electric wood forest." Everyone stared. It was Suyun. "Master Su." The captain ran over hurriedly and cupped his fist. "You've waited long." Suyun smiled slightly. The captain studied Suyun's body seriously, but saw no injuries inflicted on him. Instantly, he was shocked and stunned. "No injuries sustained from the electric wood forest? May I ask, Master Su, what cultivation level are you at?" Because of heavenly scale divine eye, all these spirit soul disciple elite guards could not determine Suyun's level, and so, they asked straightforwardly. "I'm merely a spirit core disciple." Suyun laughed. "Impossible." The captain exclaimed, "If your cultivation is not high, how is it that you're able to come back alive? The guards looked at him in disbelief. This was him being humble. He was just feigning it. No one would believe him. Su Yun just remained silent. Actually, to obtain the electric wood, the key laid in the thunderbolt spirit. It had nothing to do with cultivation level. The thunderbolt spirit was the owner of the electric wood forest. People came here for the electric wood, but first, they had to lure it out. The reason Su Yun practiced his sword was mainly to increase his cultivation level but also to lure it out. Then, he would capture the thunderbolt spirit and make it open up a route into the deepest area of the electric wood forest to obtain the electric wood. With the help from thunderbolt spirit, the lightning bolts in the deepest area would be split. He did not have to worry about being struck by the lightning. It would be an easy feat for him to obtain the electric wood. The reason many thought it was a dangerous place was because they did not understand electric wood forest and also did not know the existence of thunderbolt spirit. Mazer Su, did you manage to get the electric wood? At this time, one of the elite guards asked him quickly. I've taken them all, a total of 100 electric woods. Su Yun smiled. Really? The elite guards hesitated, then bowed to him solemnly. Please show us these rare items, Master Su. Let us take a look at it. This was to ensure Su Yun was not lying. Then, Su Yun shook his head. I can't take it out now. Wait till we're at the Mu family, you'll see them naturally. Alright guys, let's head back. After which, Su Yun left immediately. All the elite guards looked at one another in a daze. Let's head back first. If he was just boasting and lying to us, he would suffer for it. The captain shot a look to them and whispered before he followed through. On the way back, they rode on their purple-horned beasts back to the Mu family. And deep within, the pair of eyes that was observing them left quickly too. On the way, Su Yun was quiet. He kept eating the pills and continuously used his chi to recuperate as though he was preparing for something. The captain tilted his head and peeped at him. He looked as though he wanted to say something. Until everyone arrived at a hill not far from Muchong City. It would not take a long time to reach Muchong City. The sun was about to set and it was quiet. The hill was steep and it was slightly cold. Stop! Su Yun stopped his purple-horned beast and shouted all of a sudden. All the elite guards brought their beasts to a halt. Master Su, what happened? The captain asked. Su Yun looked serious, his eyes were studying his surroundings, then he muttered, Be ready to fight. What? The guards were confused. But the captain did not bother bullshitting. He knew there was a chance for such situation. Immediately, he shouted, Bring out your weapons and prepare to fight. Clatters. The guards had their weapons out and ready. Just as they had their weapons out, suddenly, there were ripples forming at the peak of the hill and then, emerging was about 50 masked men. Once they appeared, they rushed towards them. The killing aura they had been hiding burst out. This is an invisible technique. This is bad. We're being ambushed. The captain roared. Protect Master Su. They must be here for the electric wood. The guards split up and each of them took out their treasures to put their mystical techniques to use. With Su Yun as the center, they formed an array pattern. No doubt about it, these guys were truly the elite guards of the Mu family. They adapted to changes very well. In a blink of an eye, Su Yun was sealed from the front and back. No matter where the opponent was trying to attack, they would not be able to touch Su Yun. Kill! On the top of the hill, a man in a hat carried a hatchet high in the air and bellowed. Everyone rushed over with all their might. Roar! Bursting out from the elite guards were translucent beast souls, fighting with those incoming intruders. Soul Stone Technique. These people came from the Mu family, so how could they not know this wonderful technique, right? Suddenly, the soul stones rushed over, as though they were beasts in strong waters. Quickly, they captured them and tore them apart as though they were true ferocious beasts. Facing so many soul stones, the men in masks never feared. Since they were here to stop the elite guards of the Mu family, they were well prepared. These men took out all of their fire elemental treasures and spewed out flames to burn the soul stones. The soul stones feared electric currents the most. This was just fire. There were not many electric series treasures sold on the market. To collect these would be extremely difficult and the prices were high, so the fire series treasures would be the second best choice. But the elite guards were not weak either. As the soul stones disappeared, they ran up and fought with these men. On the purple-horned beast, Su Yun looked at them, his eyes gleaming as though he was thinking of something. Meanwhile, in the mansion of the Mu family within Muchong City, one servant ran frantically towards the main hall. Old Master! Old Master! Bad news! Bad news! The servant rolled and crawled into the hall, screaming. Looking at his expression, one would think the sky had collapsed. Sipping onto his tea, Mu Tianhao frowned as he looked at the incoming servant. What happened? As the servant bowed, he shouted anxiously, Old Master, Master Su had obtained the electric wood successfully. But just as they had arrived outside of the city, they were ambushed. The Mu family elite guards suffered a great loss. Master Su will not be able to hold them long. Ka dang! The cup in Mu Tianhao's hands fell to the ground, breaking into several pieces. Suddenly, he stood up and stared at him in bewilderment. Is what you're saying true? Absolutely, Old Master. Please, take some measures, or else if Master Su is killed and the electric wood is stolen, it would be the end for young Master Feng. That servant pleaded. Quick! Mu Tianhao shouted, get the administrator to gather all of our guards. Inform the administrator clan elder and follow me to the outside of the city to aid them. Quick! Yes, Old Master. The servant replied quickly. With that, he lowered his body and exited. But just as he retreated from the big door, he revealed an obscure smile. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 168. Obsidian Moonstone. Leaving from the main hall, this servant sneaked out carefully. Taking a few turns, he went through several long corridors before he came to the last exquisite pavilion. Right in front of the pavilion, the servant kneeled down and shouted, I'm Zhang Changshan, reporting to Second Master. Gu Xi. The wooden door opened and a middle-aged man in a brown clothes walked out. He looked serious, and had deep-set eyes. Walking out of the pavilion, he yelled at Zhang Changshan, is everything done? Zhang Changshan raised his head and replied, yes, Second Master. Mu Tianhao had taken majority of the experts to aid Su Yun. Now, the Mu mansion should be very weak. It's a good time to attack now. Good. A flicker of light shone through Second Master's eyes. He shouted, I've waited for this chance for a long time. Finally, the time is ripe. Now, call everyone to gather in front of the forbidden grounds of Mu family. Quick! Yes, Second Master. Zhang Changshan replied swiftly before he left. Second Master Mu's face sank and stepped towards the forbidden grounds of the Mu family. Very quickly, a group of guards donning exquisite armor, were armed with weapons, followed him behind. A total of 100 people marched ferociously towards the forbidden grounds of the Mu family. The forbidden grounds of the Mu family is where they stored all of the failed soul stones. It was also the place where all the ancestors were buried. Other than Mu Tianhao, no one could enter this place. The forbidden grounds were guarded by Mu Tianhao's hand-picked guards. There were 6 of them who were all loyal to the Mu family. But with just this 6 people, they would most definitely not be able to block Second Master Mu. The forbidden grounds were situated behind the Mu family estate. It was empty there. If anyone got close, the guards could easily sense it. Second Master Mu led the army of guards to that place. Without a word, he killed his way through. The guards could not block off enemies with their bare hands. Soon enough, they died in the hands of Second Master Mu. Get in! Get the God Soul Stone for me! Second Master Mu roared. Taking the lead, he barged into the forbidden grounds. Roaming around were the failed soul stones. They scurried away when they were frightened by this group of intruders. This was like the hell of Azura, where all the fierce beasts' souls wandered. They were the failures, whom could not attack, or their spiritual powers were weak and were not suited for battle. The Mu family kept them here. After all, when a soul stone was left to run freely, they would mess up the balance of life and bring troubles to the Mu family. Keeping them here was the best method. If the soul stone could not tolerate the loneliness, they could suicide. The forbidden grounds also kept abandoned soul stones, and amongst those kept there, they also kept the fiercest ones. The ones that could not be controlled. Amongst them was the God Soul Stone. The Mu family was the ancient maker of the Soul Stone. The Soul Stone technique had been passed down for generations, and in the long history of the Soul Stone, there was a heartless, vicious patriarch. He took his father's soul and cultivated it with the Soul Stone technique to make a special soul stone known as the God Soul Stone. The God amongst the soul stones. Using human souls to make soul stones was forbidden for a soul stone master. It was also forbidden in the Sky Martial continent. Once that was done, what was the difference between human beings and demons? And so, this vicious patriarch was condemned and suppressed by the public. But, this God Soul Stone he cultivated had become the strongest one in the history of Mu family, which was admired by several soul stone masters. Mu Tianhao's cultivation is so much higher than mine. To take over his place and become the Mu family patriarch, I can only rely on the God Soul Stone. With it, I can take sovereignty over the world and be formidable. The status of the Mu family will also be on the rise. Second Master Mu led the group of people into the forbidden grounds quickly. This was just like a man-made cave. The walls were carved with patterns that emitted blue light, and in the center was a golden fountain on a golden stage. On top of the stage was a piece of Pantone-colored stone the size of a fist. On top of the stone, there was a seal of a human being. And around this stone, the abandoned soul stones dared not go near. God's Soul Stone. When Second Master Mu saw it, he was agitated. His eyes were burning with passion. He walked over quickly towards it. Swish! The moment Second Master Mu picked up the piece of Pantone-colored stone, he tried to inculcate profound spirit chi into it with the means of forming a rapport with it to own it. But, just as the profound spirit chi inculcated into the Pantone stone, it suddenly cracked and a string of mist emerged from it. Second Master Mu's face instantly changed. It's fake? The ones that were following Second Master Mu were all taken aback. That's right, it's a fake. Just at this moment, a crisp sound emerged. Second Master Mu turned quickly to a group of people blocking the entrance of the forbidden grounds. These people were the administrator clan elder of the Mu family, the experts, and just right at the front of the group of people was the supposedly unconscious Mu Feng. This is not possible. Second Master Mu muttered, stared in shock at Mu Feng and asked, You? Didn't you? Fail in your soul stone technique and was engulfed by it? How? How are you alive? Engulfed by a soul stone? Mu Feng shook his head and let out a bitter laugh. Uncle, why are you deceiving yourself? You left the soul stone in my body, don't tell me you still don't know? Second Master Mu's face changed instantly. Uncle, many of the people in the Mu family knew your intention. Needless to say, my father and myself knew it all too well. You wanted to steal the patriarch position, but this position is bestowed to my father by grandfather. Other than him, no one should lust for it. You? Why did you have such malicious intentions? My father's cultivation is high and powerful. He has been holding his guard up against you. You have no chance, and so you want to make use of the God Soulstone to increase your cultivation and force my father to give way with absolute power. It's just that my father has been sitting in the Mu family's mansion all the time. If you barge into the forbidden grounds, you definitely have no chance at all. Therefore, you had to sneak your way through and play dirty. You hurt me intentionally and forced my father to set out of the city to seek electric wood. The electric wood forest is a dangerous place, so other than my father, who can enter and leave the electric wood forest safe and sound, the others can't. I am my father's only son, and he can't just sit around and watch me die. You two guessed that if no one in the Mu Mansion can cure me, he would definitely set off to electric wood forest, and this is your chance. But you never thought that, at the key point, Suyun would come. Not only did he come, he wanted to help the Mu family obtain the electric wood. This was completely out of your expectations. Suyun had the protection of the elite guards, and in a short period of time, you can't kill him. Out of frustration, you sent a few people to spy on him. Once he had obtained the electric wood, you'll attack. When Suyun gathered all the electric wood and was heading back to the Mu family, you knew that it was the chance you had been waiting for. First, you sent someone to notify my father, then you sent people to ambush Suyun. Under such an intense situation, you forced my father out of the mansion to save Suyun. Since this was an opportunity for you, you used it to steal the object with the intention to take over his place. But, Uncle, in fact, my father and I, and even Master Suyun saw through your plans. Don't you know that? Actually, Master Suyun had returned to the Mu family 1 day ago and removed the injuries on my body with the electric wood. Then, to beat you at your plan, when he returned back to Mu family, he had hidden more Mu family experts, causing the ones that you sent to intercept him to all die. Also, after my father received the emergency report from Zhang Changshan, he did not bring anyone to aid Suyun. Uncle, you saw it too, everyone's here. You should submit into this. Mu Feng muttered, his voice sounded slightly hoarse. Second Master Mu was shocked. He started at them with his big eyes, and at the people behind Mu Feng. After a long time, he lowered his head and asked, "Where's Big Brother?" Father has gone to the Ancestor Hall to kowtow. When Second Master Mu heard, he raised his head, looking fierce. He wants to kill me? My father won't kill you. You're his only brother. He can't bear to. The only method is to cripple your cultivation and imprison you. Ha 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 ha. If that's the case, then why don't you kill me? Second Master Mu looked as if he wanted to fight. Obviously, he would not give in so easily. Before that, can I ask you one question? What else does Uncle want to say? Nothing much. He threw those crushed stone into the floor, looking unsatisfied, and asked in a low voice, "Where's the real God Soulstone?" The real God Soulstone has long been destroyed. Mu Feng said blandly, "That piece of God Soulstone is the ancestor of the Mu family. How can it exist? If we don't bury it in peace, then it would be unfilial of the Mu family. Father has always been looking for a soul expert to disperse all these ancestors. Now, the God Soulstone is gone like the crushed stones you just threw away." The moment Second Master Mu heard, colors drained from his face. This is impossible. Impossible. He muttered, and finally, this news drove him crazy. That was his only hope. The one hope that could surpass his own brother. Now that his dreams were dashed, how could it be? Immediately, he screamed and ran over towards Mu Feng. "Give me the God Soulstone." Though Second Master Mu's cultivation was not as high as Mu Tianhao, his cultivation was still high. This attack seemed like a huge wave engulfing them. But the experts from the Mu family were not inferior either. They all pulled out their attacks to defend against Second Master Mu. Both sides started to fight. However, ultimately, Second Master Mu was alone. He could never fight against all of them. Within half an hour, he had lost his arms and his cultivation level. He laid on the ground. Put him behind bars for now, wait for my father's orders. Mu Feng said. Yes, master. Everyone cupped their fists. Second Master Mu was carried away. The Mu family reclaimed its peacefulness. Su Yun, who had been standing to one side, turned and was ready to leave. This matter had been settled. He had also gotten the Yin Yang Soul Stone powder. It was time for him to leave. Master Su Yun. This time, Mu Feng chased after him. Young Master Mu, is there anything else? Su Yun asked and smiled. This time, it was all thanks to you. Mu Feng bowed 90 degrees respectfully to Su Yun. Young Master Mu, you're too kind. I've taken your money to help relieve your burdens. I'm doing this because I need the Yin Yang Soul Stone powder. My Mu family first gave the Soul Stone powder to Master Su Yun, yet you didn't take the item. Instead, you stayed behind to help. From this, I can see Master is very grounded, and you're definitely someone worth making a friend with, but this Yin Yang Soul Stone powder is precious, yet mainly used for cultivating. Why? Is Master Su Yun preparing to cultivate some pills? Yeah. Hee, if that's the case, Mu Feng still has a type of ingredient Master Su Yun might use. He said, smiling as he took out 2 crushed stones from his storage ring and handed it to Su Yun. The 2 crushed stones were shining gold. Under the sun, it had a rainbow tinge to it. It looked magical. Seeing that, Su Yun was shocked. Suddenly, he looked overjoyed. Are these obsidian moonstones? Yeah. This is the main ingredient to make God's Soul Stone. Now that the God's Soul Stone is dead, I gift it to you as a form of gratitude, Mu Feng said. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 169. The Mysterious Girl. Obsidian moonstones were the key ingredient in concocting the Triple Yang Universe pill. It formed the base of the pill. The constitution of any ingredients, changes or refinement would be completed only with it. Without it, these ingredients could not be processed. The obsidian moonstone would usually appear during new moon. It was very rare. Su Yun worried about collecting the ingredients to make obsidian moonstone because without it, nothing could be done. There was nothing recorded in his memories. He could only try his luck and depend on the information he gathered. Such ingredients were rare, they were also hard to find on the market. Now, however, Mu Feng had gifted him 2 pieces of obsidian moonstone. It was definitely timely assistance, because now that he has them, Su Yun could spend his time better. Of course, Mu Feng did this with an intention, but most of all, he was being polite. Thank you. Su Yun took the obsidian moonstone and studied it to ensure there were no flaws before he placed it carefully into his storage ring. The one that should be saying thank you should be my Mu family. Mu Feng laughed as he said, Master Su had helped the Mu family several times. We're indebted to you. If Master Su did not lend a helping hand this time round, the Mu family would definitely land in danger. I have been harmed by my uncle. My father knew it clearly, but he was his brother after all. Even if he knew, he could not bear to move against him. Unless in extreme situations, he would never make a move against him, but uncle could no longer wait patiently. When father was in a difficult situation, and had to set off to obtain the electric wood, the Mu family would be put in grave danger. But if he did not, I would die. It was a tough choice to make. Luckily for us, you appeared and saved all of us. After hearing Mu Feng's words, he seemed to know Su Yun was limitless sword god. I was just lending a helping hand. The reason I'm here is because I wanted these soul stone powder. Mu Feng bowed to Su Yun once again and said, May I ask, what pill master is making? Are there any ingredients that you still need? Maybe Mu Feng can help. After hearing that, his eyes lit up. The Mu family had great finances and maybe they could help him out. This pill is very rare, it's called the Triple Young Universe Pill. Maybe young Master Mu has never heard of it. It is mainly made up of 4 ingredients. As of now, I'm still missing the aqua meteorite and Wu Huang flower to create the pill. Aqua meteorite? Wu Huang flower. Mu Feng muttered as he felt unfamiliar with these 2 items. Finally, he reluctantly shook his head. I'm sorry, Master Su. Mu Feng doesn't know much and it's true. I have never heard of these 2 items, but Mu Feng will try his best and help Master obtain these 2 items. Su Yun was not disappointed to hear that. Instead, he replied, Young Master Mu, you're too kind. It has already been a great help that you gave me the obsidian moonstone. Great, it's getting late. I still have to find these 2 ingredients. I shan't stay for long. Goodbye. I'll send someone to send you off, Master. No thanks. Su Yun waved and walked off, riding on his purple-horned beast. He left. Mu Feng stood at the door looking at the fading silhouette, breathing out hard. Young Master, is that Su Yun? Who is he? Have we met him before? The servant who followed Mu Feng around asked curiously. We've met. Not just met, he had saved my life. Mu Feng shot him a look and said, Send out my orders. In the future, Master Su Yun shall be an honored guest of our Mu family. No one can stop him if he wants to enter or leave the Mu family. It's the same for Limitless Master. Yes, Master. After leaving the Mu family, Su Yun had been heading west. Out of the mystical mountain range to the west side towards Savage Range. Julian district was located in the northern side of the main route. In the entire land of the northern side, there were a total of 10 over-regions. The main regions were Julian district, Mystical Mountain Range, Great Cyan district, Savage Range and Yellow Speck Range, and last, the one that required qualifications to enter, Eternal Jade Range. Other than those, the rest belonged to Long Ao Nation. Long Ao Nation is situated just above the northern side. It occupied a huge space on the map as it opened more territories. It was the greatest and most powerful country in the north. The Savage region main sects were 3 items: Deity Palace and Smoky Wind Valley. But Su Yun was not here for them, he was there for a small country called Great Empress Nation. The Great Empress Nation was not big. It was probably not even 1/10 the size of Ao Long Nation, but the Great Empress Nation's grounds were built on soil that was rich in nutrients. The Great Empress Nation had the biggest flatlands and mines in the northern region. They were the main source producer for all the ingredients to cultivate pills and treasures. Mu Feng had never heard of Wu Huang flower, but he had received news that the king of Great Empress Nation had one. Maybe, the aqua meteorite could be found here as well. Su Yun pondered and hastened his pace. Not knowing how long he had walked for, the purple-horned beast passed by an obsolete mountain. He looked around and felt somehow familiar. Looking carefully, he realized this was the Heavenly Dog Mountain that was not far from the Savage Range. Heavenly Dog Mountain. Heavenly Dog Mountain. If this is the Heavenly Dog Mountain, then he was not far from that spiritual cave? As if he thought of something suddenly, he got off the purple-horned beast and ran towards the mountain. The Heavenly Dog Mountain was an abandoned mountain. There was not much vegetation growing, needless to say, there were not many animals or beasts living there. But there was a natural cave mansion in Heavenly Dog Mountain. In the cave mansion, the spirit chi filled the mansion. Anyone who entered it to cultivate could quickly raise their profound spirit chi by about 10%. No one knew for sure why the cave mansion had such a power. Not many people even knew the existence of this cave. Someone once said, one of the almighty beings had recuperated in this place before. His blood stained the cave mansion and therefore bestowed a miraculous spiritual power in this cave mansion. Someone also said this heavenly dog mountain was actually a gigantic dog, and this cave manian was a spiritual eye of the dog and hence would have such powers. Everyone had their own story, nobody knew who was right or wrong. This is great, I can head over to the cave mansion to obtain the sword, Suyun said to himself and ran towards the road according to his memory told him. Soon after, he got near to the side of a cave. It was the cave that has been passed down for many years in the southern region. The heavenly dog cave mansion appeared before him. Suyun got onto his purple-horned beast and rode in. Just as he got into the mansion, he was surrounded by strong profound spirit chi. All the chi channels in his body and his spiritual essence seemed to be caressed by a young lady. He felt awesome. When his spirit essence opened, all the chi channels relaxed. This sensation was intoxicating. Even the purple horn beast between his crotch let out a satisfying moan as it laid its body on the ground, not willing to move. Suyun got off its body and walked towards the cave mansion to find that no one lived there. It was empty. Taking the ingredients out of his storage ring, he set up a precaution array at the entrance of the cave and made the purple-horned beast on a lookout as he entered deep into the cave to find an empty land before he took out the limitless sword sheath and activated it. Voila! The long, black sword sheath let out a series of eye-catching radiances and formed a light door as tall as a man. Suyun took a deep breath. As he stared into the light door, his heart started thumping fast. This time, he had to rely on himself without Sword Elder. Taking out the sword stone from the storage ring, he threw it in and followed through. Swash! The radiance from the light door grew and stung his eyes. It took a while before the light died down. When Suyun opened his eyes again, he realized he was no longer at the comfort of the Heavenly Dog's cave mansion. Instead, he was in the fairyland within the limitless sword sheath. Only when he looked down. Where is this place? Suyun hesitated. This was not the place he took out the death sword, engraved dragon blade, nor the thousand deep sword. Instead, it was another long staircase. The staircase led to somewhere far away. It totaled up to millions of steps and it extended up all the way. At the other end of the stairs was a beautiful, splendid fairy palace that was floating in the air. That was the place where the Mother of Sword was hidden. And on the steps, there were countless swords embedded. Some of them were glorious while some were dull. Some looked sad while others looked magical. There were all sorts of heavenly swords. Just that. Each of them were not easy to get. Was this his saddest moment in life? There were so many great swords yet he could only look at them but not touch them. Not only was he lusting for them, it was driving him insane. Never mind, he had to take them out one by one. When his cultivation was high enough, he would take the Mother of Sword. These had to be in his hands. Suyun's greed was growing, but he would not lose his senses because of his greed. He calmed himself down and looked at the long flaming red sword up ahead and stepped towards it immediately. What are you doing? Right at this moment, a gentle voice emerged just like a breeze. It was so soothing to hear. Suyun's heart skipped a beat just like a bird who got frightened. Quickly, he turned and darted his eyes around. Who's that? Then, it was just empty as before, there was no one else there. Could it be just an illusion? Suyun doubted as he turned around and muttered to himself, but just as he turned his head, a delicate, small face appeared right in front of him. Two faces were only an inch apart, so each of them could sense the other person's breath. Suyun stared in bewilderment. But very quickly, he retreated back as he stared in shock at this lady who appeared out of nowhere. The girl had an almost perfect oval-shaped face. She had long, luscious locks that extended all the way to her ankles. Yet, her hair was snow-white just like a waterfall, and as the wind blew, her hair danced in the air. Her skin especially, was snow-white. There was not a flaw on her. Her hair and her skin complemented each other. Her eyes was glistening like the water as she had a gentle smile on her. It was just so ever intoxicating and pure. Her lips were plump and glossy, her fingers were long, and she looked just so perfect. She was just wearing a white skirt, without any accessories. She stood there almost naked, without treasures, nor makeup or even a pair of shoes. Soo-yeon stared at the girl to see her rising chest and her perky breasts. Was she not wearing any lingerie? Soo-yeon was shocked. Who are you? He opened his mouth. The two stood still and looked at each other. There was not a sound around them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 170. I am the sword. Who am I? The sweet lady placed her jaded fingers on her peachy lips as she looked at Soo-yeon in doubt. Then she continued to ask, Who are you? Who am I? Soo-yeon's eyes opened wide as he looked at her, feeling every ounce of chi on her, only to find that there was not a tinge of her profound spirit chi's wave. It did not look like she was hiding it on purpose. Soo-yeon sniffed hard to only smell a whiff of aroma. It was unusually fresh, just as though he had just awakened from his dream. The girl looked at him with her shiny eyes. She looked confused. What are you doing here? The girl asked gently and imitated Soo-yeon sniffing around. Then, Soo-yeon backed off in alarm as he started at her with a precarious gaze. Do you know what this place is? The girl shook her head. Then why are you here? The lady shook her head still. Who are you? The girl shook her head once again. You should at least remember how you got here, right? Then. The girl just shook her head with her silvered hair. I don't know anything. Can't remember anything. Do you know that? What about you? She asked lightly as she landed her gaze on Soo-yeon. Her curiosity was growing. She looked just like a confused baby. After hearing all these, Soo-yeon's face congealed. Why would a girl suddenly appeared here? Why was she in the sword sheath? Who was she? Soo-yeon was lost without Sword Elder. There was no one he could even talk to. But he must be cautious. He must not be soft-hearted. Soo-yeon thought, and in his eyes, there was an intention to kill. You say you don't know anything? He interrogated. I'm not sure who I am, I don't know what this place is, neither do I know who you are. But it's so boring here. Do you want to take me away? She asked as she looked at Soo-yeon with her innocent face. I'll take you away. As he replied, he reached out to his storage ring. He was not sure if she was a safe person. Since he could not make sure of that, then he was in danger. Any danger must be eliminated no matter how beautiful, how graceful she was. Walking towards the girl, he took out Thousand Deep Sword. Emerging from the sword was a gloomy, icy cold intention. As he got closer to the girl, the sword's intention gradually clouded over. The girl looked at him oddly. She did not make any move, nor did she put up any resistance. Even her beautiful eyes had no fear at all. Nor any precautions. Was she faking it? Soo-yeon suddenly looked sly. Walking over, he chopped towards the girl's head. The whistles of Thousand Deep Sword burst with its sword intention as it charged towards her fiercely. He had no intention of showing mercy. He was giving all out no matter whether this girl was kind or evil, it did not matter. He needed to eliminate all threats. Even if it was committing a sin. But just as the Thousand Deep was about to split open the girl's head, the aura on Thousand Deep Sword faded suddenly. All the energy on the surface disappeared into thin air. The sword fell onto her head like a cotton ball. Slap! A soft clatter was heard. Oh! The girl caressed her head with both her hands and knelt down. She teared innocently. What are you doing? She exclaimed. But Su Yun did not bother about her. Instead, he looked at the Thousand Deep Sword on his hand in phase. Thousand Deep Sword looked faded and dull. There was not an ounce of energy in it, it had all been sucked away. Right now, Thousand Deep Sword was just like a frail person. It did not have any destructive powers. What exactly happened? Su Yun retreated back in shock. Was it because of this girl? Suddenly, a faded radiance entered Su Yun's eyes. It was coming from the girl's neck. A ray of snow-bright sword seal, covered with patterns. This seal was probably just the size of a thumb, but it was as bright as the sun. I've never seen this tattoo before. Why is it there now? Su Yun placed his gaze back onto the Thousand Deep Sword in his hand. Unless it was because of Thousand Deep Sword? And this sword seal was emitting a magical chi. It did not seem like profound spirit chi. What could it be? Suddenly, his eyes darted and walked over. You had a mosquito on your head earlier on, so I did that. I'm so sorry. Su Yun played with his words. Is that so? The girl looked at him innocently. Of course. Su Yun said seriously. Looking at the white-colored sword seal on her neck, he thought and asked, what's that? Huh? The girl looked towards where Su Yun was pointing, but she could not see anything. In panic, she started blushing. Seeing this girl, she was completely muddle-headed. Su Yun shook his head silently as though he had thought too much. He could not care any less, and so, he reached out and caressed the sword seal. Then, just as Su Yun's finger came in contact with that bright sword seal, the sword seal burst out with a great deal of energy. This energy was like a whirlpool, tugging onto Su Yun's fingers. In a second, it sucked out all of the energy within his body, and instantly, his body became weak, his vision turned dark, and he fell unconscious. It was the same for the girl as well. The two laid on the ground as the sword sheath regained its peacefulness. Not knowing how long had passed, the energy in their bodies recovered gradually. They also regained their consciousness. Su Yun opened his eyes slowly to feel weak. He could only lie in front of the stairs and stared at the sky. After half an hour later, he finally had the energy to bring himself up. It was hard for him to get up. Looking around, everything was as per normal. The only thing different was the odd girl was laying on the ground not far from him. And, the sword seal on her chest had expanded tenfold. It had covered half of her chest. The sword seal was glimmering. It was amusing. What was this exactly? Su Yun pressed onto his throbbing head and muttered to himself. Ow. Right at this moment, she cried out. Then, the silver-haired girl opened her eyes slowly to get up. Her frail body looked like a stem of a flower being blown in the wind. It looked thin and pathetic. Especially her translucent clothes. It was hard to cover her figure. A pair of long legs drove him crazy. As she got up, she sat on the floor and pressed onto her forehead as she sighed lightly. It's so painful, she exclaimed. Lifting up her water-like eyes, she looked towards Su Yun suspiciously. Hey, rascal. Why are you here in the limitless sword sheath? Her voice was still crisp and soothing, but it no longer contained much tenderness in it. Instead, now it sounded somewhat mature, lazy, containing a hint of disdain. And slightly tinged with caution. Also, what did that mean? Suddenly, why was she like a changed person? Su Yun was stunned. Ah! Suddenly, a shrilling scream pierced through the air. Su Yun covered his ears quickly and backed off as he looked at the girl carefully to see that her head was lowered and her eyes big as she stared at her chest in shock. The sword seal was still glimmering, but very quickly, the sword seal started to spin and shrink. Not for long, it returned back to the size of a thumb and the radiance was fading. Looking at it, the girl suddenly raised her head, her eyes were fuming as she rushed over angrily. You son of a bitch. Suddenly, she raised her hand and slapped towards Su-yun. Only. Her fist didn't have an ounce of profound spirit chi, nor did it contain much strength. When it landed on Su-yun's chest, it was soft as ever. It did not harm him nor cause him any pain. Su-yun looked at this weird scene in a daze. He was lost and confused. He regained back his senses and pressed onto the girl's forehead, pushing her away. He asked in doubt, "Who the hell are you? Why are you so different from just now?" The girl was not as strong as Su-yun. Moaning, she gave up and hugged her perky breasts. Arrogantly, she replied, "Young lad, I'm a sword." "You're a slut?" Tian, sword and slut in Chinese sounds the same, with the pronunciation of jian, for. "I'm a sword." The girl was flushing red. Oh, Su-yun nodded. But very quickly, he looked shocked. "What did you just say? You're the sword?" "Yeah." The girl moaned as her silver hair moved slightly like a curtain. "I'm a sword in the limitless sword sheath, but I'm not any ordinary sword. I was once a cultivator, but because I wanted to repay my benefactor, I turned myself into a sword to help him." "Where's that benefactor of yours?" "I'm not sure." The girl groaned. "It's been a long time ever since I can sense his existence. Maybe this sword sheath is lost. Or maybe he's dead." Su-yun said. The girl glared at Su-yun. "If he's dead, I'll return back to a human being and regain my freedom. Then leave." Su-yun did not mind. The girl's chest rose up and down as she stared at him with killer eyes. "But I won't leave for now." "Why?" "I'm being owned by you." "Am I that charming?" Su-yun caressed his face. "Oh, please." The girl snorted. She pointed to the sword seal on her neck and asked, "Do you know what this is?" "What?" "This is my contract." The lady clenched her teeth. "You should know that all the swords in the sword sheath needs to be subdued first before you can use it, right?" "Yes, but you only need to touch my contract and you can subdue me. Also, you can control me temporarily. I've heard the stronger the sword is, the harder it is to subdue. Why is yours so simple?" Su-yun teased. You dirty fellow." The girl was flustered. "That's because the benefactor and the sword sheath had lost contact for a long time, so I entered into a snooze mode. All my consciousness, memory, talents, cultivations, etc. are all sealed away. Which is why you can get it so easily. Normally, who can subdue me?" She had never thought of someone entering the sword sheath anyway. "Oh? Why did you have to seal away your memories?" "To repay my benefactor. I promised him I'd keep watch over the swords for 5,000 years. If I don't do that, how am I going to live for such a long time? Ultimately, she would feel so lonely. Don't you know the sword sheath would be passed on to others?" "I know, but I never expected it so soon." "Soon?" Su-yun was slightly confused, but seeing the sword seal on her neck, he was stunned. With a touch, the contract is sealed. "Wouldn't that mean you're thinking too much?" The girl's eyes faded and shook her head. "Rascal. I've written this contract on my own. It's been there since a long time ago. But the benefactor did not seal the contract with me." No wonder this girl was so angry. With a touch, Su-yun started to understand all of these. The benefactor saved this lady's life. To repay him, she turned into a sword and used herself as a contract. Then, her benefactor rejected, but she was stubborn and so, she forced her way into the sword sheath, hoping one day she could help her benefactor out. But just like that, she waited for thousands of years. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 171. Good things. It was all just a one-sided love. Suyun smiled bitterly as he shook his head. So that means now that I've sealed the contract, you've to serve me for 5,000 years? Heh, how is that possible? My sword wheel had been spinning for 4,990 rounds. There's 10 rounds left, and that means my contract only has 10 years left. I'll only serve you for 10 years. Sword replied. Only 10 years? No thanks. Suyun shrugged. You're free now. I have absolutely no interest in using a lady as a sword. You. The lady was flustered. Clenching her teeth, you really think I'm willing? Your cultivation level is so low, how are you fit to be my owner? Once this contract has been sealed, it can't be broken. If I leave you, or leave this sword sheath, my cultivation will fade away. I have to stay by your side for 10 years, until this contract ends. Fade away? Where will it fade to? You don't have to know. The girl's eyes glimmered with radiance. Oh? Don't tell me it'll be transferred to me? Suyun laughed. The girl remained quiet. Suyun did not probe further. Right now, he wanted to get away. It was obviously impossible for him to obtain another sword. Glancing at the girl, he asked, You said you're a sword, but there's not a sword on you? How am I supposed to use this sword? Could it be a unique sword technique? Here. The girl pointed to her chest and said blandly, The sword seal contains all of my cultivation level. After pulling the sword out, I'll be no different from an ordinary human being. When you're using my sword, you have to ensure my safety at all times. If I die, all the cultivation that I have placed on the sword would be gone. She pointed to Suyun's chest and said, Now, you have a sword seal on your chest too. The only person that has the sword seal can pull out my sword. You have placed all your cultivation in the sword? Suyun's eyes lit up as he stared at her fair chest. His eyes were burning with passion. Suddenly, he reached out for it. Then, the girl retreated quickly. Covering her chest, she asked frantically, What are you doing? Pulling out the sword. Suyun said. You think you can use my sword any time? Unless it's under specific circumstances, you must not use me. After hearing that, Suyun frowned. You're serving me now, shouldn't I familiarize myself with this sword of yours? Isn't this considered a special circumstance? Now, this is a special circumstance. No. Good. Good. You're merely just saying this. In fact, you're not agreeing to it. You're so hard to please. I don't want a sword like you. Suyun was too lazy to bullshit anymore with this girl. He turned and left right away. Wasn't she just toying with him now? Come back. The girl stamped her feet and shouted anxiously. But Suyun could not bother anymore. Stepping into the air, he left the sword sheath. Voila! Very quickly, he was back at Heavenly Dog Mountain's cave. Looking at the sword sheath on the ground, he sat cross-legged, spat out some impure chi, and began borrowing the unique profound spirit chi in the Heavenly Dog Mountain to recover his own chi. Although this time, he obtained a new sword without much difficulty, he was still down on his luck. He never once got a sword out, and instead, he met a crazy girl instead. I don't know if she'll be in danger, or if she is a threat. Suyun muttered and pulled open his clothes to look at his chest. Indeed, there was a glowing sword seal. Once his profound spirit chi had recovered, Suyun kept his sword sheath and set off towards Great Empress Nation. The purple-horned beast was recharged in the Heavenly Dog Mountain. Its body was covered with profound spirit chi as though he had popped some pills and was walking at full charge. The grounds were shaking and very soon, they arrived at Great Empress Nation. In front of the palace of Great Empress Nation. Please send a report to the king of Great Empress Nation that there's someone from Blossom Heart Valley here to visit. Suyun stopped in front of the door and shouted towards a soldier donned in purple armor. Blossom Heart Valley? The soldier in purple armor studied Suyun. Seeing this young lad so puerile, he waved frustratingly, "The king is busy. He has no time for you. Please leave. Quick, move it." The soldiers shouted, intending to scare Su Yun away. Bang! A sword was pulled out and a sharp sword chi rippled. With a turn of his hands, he pierced the sword into the ground. "I'm sorry. I must have said it wrongly. Go and report now and tell your king the clan elder of Blossom Heart Valley, Su Yun is here to see him. He shall bear the consequences if he refuses to me." Clan elder? The soldiers were shocked. Looking at the sword pierced into the ground, they were all in fear. If he was a clan elder, naturally he was different. Although Great Empress Nation was a country, their power is just as strong as a sect. There were not many experts in that nation, they held very few lands, and so, they were sure not to offend people from Blossom Heart Valley. "You're the clan elder? Don't try to smoke your ass around. The badge is here." He took out the badge Pill King had bestowed to him. The soldiers glanced at it and could not find any flaws on it. So you are actually a clan elder. Subordinate will go and make a report." The soldiers bowed politely and scurried off. At the hall in the palace, a plump, middle-aged man sat in a dragon robe and a crown. He looked at the incoming man with dignity. There was only one minister beside him. Other than him, the rest of the cabinet had not arrived. "Su Yun pays respects to your majesty." Su Yun cupped his fist. "You're the clan elder of Blossom Heart Valley?" The king of Great Empress Nation frowned and asked, "Since when did Blossom Heart Valley have such a young clan elder?" "Just recently." Su Yun chuckled. Blossom Heart Valley was situated at the border of Julian District and Great Cyan District. From here, one needed to travel for days. In such a short period of time, the king of Great Empress Nation couldn't tell if Su Yun's identity was real. Moreover, he had the badge from Pill King as a proof. There was no doubt about his identity. Is that so? The king of Great Empress Nation was suspicious, but who dared to play a joke like this? Also, the badge was truly from Blossom Heart Valley. The minister could see he was not a simple man, could not see his cultivation, and dared not offend him. The minister was a spirit-soul disciple cultivator and was strong, but if even he could not see the depths of this person, could it be that this person was an unknown strong martial artist? The diplomatic relations between Great Empress Nation and Blossom Heart Valley has always been great. May I know why the Blossom Heart Valley sent a clan elder to my Great Empress Nation? "Oh, I'm here to seek for an item to save a person. This item is called Wu Huang Flower. As of now, only the people of Great Empress Nation are in possession of it. I have been searching high and low for it, yet to no avail. And so, I'm here to ask for help." Su Yun begged. "Wu Huang Flower." The king and ministers looked at one another, all of their faces sunk. "I do have one Wu Huang Flower. This item is mainly used for cultivating pills. I have no powerful cultivating pill master in Great Empress Nation, and it's useless for me to keep it. I can most definitely gift it to you, but this has been reserved by another person." Hong Xiang looked bad. Not long ago, the people from Minging School purchased the Wu Huang Flower with a great deal of money. I have promised them and they should be here to collect it, so I can no longer give the Wu Huang Flower to you. Please forgive me." "What?" Su Yun was stunned. He lowered his head and pondered, "I'll exchange it with treasures and money too. Please hand it over to me. I need it to save a person." This. Hong Xiang was in a difficult position now. Great Empress Nation dared not offend words from Blossom Heart Valley, but it did not mean the people from Minging School was easy to offend either. "I'll provide a batch of most useful recipes of pills for you. They are the rarest items on earth. With them, your country can grow and expand. You're not lacking in money, I believe this is what you need." "Recipes to make pills?" Hong Xiang was moved. Indeed, the great Empress nation produced ingredients and was never short of money. They lacked of techniques. Only, they had already promised, and how could they go back on their words? Seeing that Hong Xiang and the ministers were thinking twice, Su Yun made use of this chance and gave them more advantages. But right at this moment, a crisp voice rang. Don't even think about taking the Wu Huang flower. Nobody can take away the things Minging school wants. Su Yun looked towards the arrogant voice. He saw a man whose body was covered in accessories and had 2 daggers along with black needles hanging around his waist walking towards him. The man was pale and in between his brows, there was a teardrop. Right at this moment, he smirked at Su Yun. Behind him were 8 masked men who also had a body covered with accessories. Only, their aura had a deathly presence. Right, an aura of death. There was not much life in them. If it was not for them walking and standing in front, everyone would have thought they were dead. Su Yun stared at these men and felt something was off. Then, the man walked over and cupped his fist to King Hong Xiang. Your Majesty, I wonder if you're done preparing? I need to take it immediately. Su Yun frowned slightly. It has all been prepared. Hong Xiang shot a look at the minister. Nodded, he raised his hands and shouted, bring it over. Very quickly, a eunuch brought an embroidered box over. That it was Wu Huang flower. Su Yun looked solemn. He was only left with the Wu Huang flower and aqua meteorite. Currently, he knew that Great Empress Nation had 1 Wu Huang flower. It was very hard to grow Wu Huang flower and searching for it would be extremely tedious. If he did not take it now, he did not know when he would be able to get his hands on one. The eunuch passed the embroidered box to Hong Xiang. Hong Xiang took it over and walked towards the man who had a row of black needles hung around his waist. Master Huafe, in this embroidered box is the Wu Huang flower. Don't go back on your words. I won't dare to. You've asked for it personally, and I shall return it in your hands. The man laughed as he took the embroidered box. Then he reached out into his storage ring. Wait a minute. Su Yun opened his mouth. Yeah? The 2 looked at him. Su Yun stared at the man with black needles and hesitated. Can you exchange Wu Huang flower with me? Give it to you? The man stared at Su Yun with eyes wide open before he laughed. Ha, who are you, young lad? Why should I give it to you? This is the clan elder of Blossom Heart Valley. Hong Xiang said. Clan elder from Blossom Heart Valley? Since when did Blossom Heart Valley nominate such a young clan elder? But, even if you're from Blossom Heart Valley, I still won't give it to you. Who do you think you are, trying to take things away from my Minging school? Fuck off. Don't even think about it. The man kept his smile and ignored this clan elder from Blossom Heart Valley. Just as he was about to walk out of the hall, Su Yun opened his mouth again. What must I do for you to give Wu Huang flower to me? Lay out the conditions, any conditions. This Wu Huang flower is very important to me. I need to have it. Oh? The man stopped in his foot tracks, turned to look at Su Yun. His eyes lit up as though he had thought of something. You really want it? Of course. I can give it to you. Actually, I'm using it as a betrothal gift. But since you've said it, then let me think about the conditions. The man caressed his head and thought carefully as he studied Su Yun. Then he asked, what's your cultivation level? 8th rank of spirit intermediate disciple. So low? Hong Xiang and the man was shocked. Su Yun removed the heavenly scale divine eye. When his chi flowed out, everyone believed him. Seemed like you have a pretty awesome treasure on hand. The man said and walked over. Closing his eyes, he sniffed his chi and his eyes lit up. Young rascal, your chi is very pure. Seems like your gifts are good. Why are you asking this? Hee, I'm just asking, young lad. If you really want Wu Huang flower, help me settle some things. Once that is done, it will belong to you. How's that? What is it? Something good. The man giggled. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 172. The Demonic Temple. Suyun did not stay in the Great Empress Nation for long before he was led away by this man who had black needles hanging around his waist. As a group, they galloped out of Great Empress Nation and headed north. Out of Suyun's expectation, this pale-looking man whose waist was covered with black needles was actually the famous protector of Minging School, Lu Xiandong. He was known for his vicious methods. His cultivation level was high as he cultivated secret techniques. No one could be on par with him. He never thought that this man was him. Wasn't Hu Qianmei also the protector of Minging School? Suyun started panicking. He had to avoid Hu Qianmei. She had seen him before and knew that he was limitless. She also knew that he had the heavenly crystal on him. If she saw him, things would take a turn for the worst. However, Suyun was not worried about Lu Xiandong. He was sure that Lu Xiandong did not know that the heavenly crystal was on him because Hu Qianmei would divulge that information. After all, if she did so, Lu Xiandong would attack him. If Suyun died, Hu Qianmei's life would also be in danger. Why would she act recklessly? This is the direction to Minging School? Why? Is Protector Lu bringing me to Minging School? Suyun looked up and started asking. We're not going to Minging School but to a rather unique place. Just follow me. Lu Xiandong laughed as he hastened their pace. Suyun did not speak but he was extremely cautious. Lu Xiandong's cultivation level was incredible. He was most probably at the peak of Spirit Soul Disciple. All the names on the wanted list he had killed was nothing compared to this existence. If he does not use the heavenly crystal, Suyun would not be able to defeat him. If he only relied on Sprite's shadow, it would still be tough on him. Looking at the situation, if this man was acting odd, he had to leave as soon as possible. Suyun took a deep breath slowly. If not for the Wu Huang flower, he would never do such a thing. Young man, you better be careful. This man is not simple. Just as Suyun was deep in his thoughts, a gentle voice rang in his head. Crazy girl, is that you? You, do you want to die? I have a high cultivation in the sword, okay? How dare you be so rude to me? Wait till the contract ends and for the sword to disappear, I'll regain my cultivation and teach you a lesson. Obviously, the sword girl's chi was not swift as she roared. Suyun shut his eyes and turned a deaf ear. After a moment of silence, she opened her mouth. Young man, I'm warning you, you better not take my good intentions as garbage. Thanks, I know he's not simple. Suyun replied. Then, why are you following him? Aren't you afraid he'll betray you? I need the Wu Huang flower to save a person. Time's running out, I need to get the Wu Huang flower no matter how dangerous it gets. What kind of person is so important to you? My kin. Ah, I never thought I'd see that soft side of yours. I thought you're a cold, heartless bastard. Not bad, at least I have something to admire you about. Let me remind you one more time, the 8 of them following behind him seems to be suppressed by some magical mystical technique. These 8 men are no longer human beings, they're probably just zombies. Zombies? Suyun was taken aback. Can you see the row of needles around his waist? You can see it? I can see them through the sword sheath. What's wrong with the needles? It's moving. Once the sword lady said it, Suyun stared at the waist of Lu Xiandong. Then, Suyun's face turned ugly. The needles had always been moving but they were not moving because of the tremors from the purple-horned beast but because of the rhythm. When they collided with one another, they emitted a soft clinks like how a ripple would disperse in all directions. This sound had no effect on an ordinary person. Or even, People would not mind, but to those 8 men behind, it had a special effect. They seemed to receive orders when the needles collided with one another. You mean these black needles are a treasure, and that is what controls the 8 men? Su Yun muttered to himself. It should be. It's vicious enough to use human beings as treasures. So you do think like that. Luckily, I haven't used you yet. Get lost. The sword girl moaned. Half a day passed, and the sun was setting. When the night falls, Su Yun had no idea where he was. He could only see Lu Xiandong leading them to the front of a gigantic temple. This temple was ruined and old. It seemed to be abandoned for a long time. There was not a single monk in the temple. Even the surroundings of the temple was barren, with nothing to be seen. What's this place? Su Yun peeped at the temple and asked. A temple built by a demon. Lu Xiandong came down from his purple-horned beast and walked over. Below this temple are 8,818 monk corpses. The demon refined and turned them into a 10,000 bone treasure. But before he could succeed, he was destroyed by justice. The grievance in this temple is too great and hard to destroy, so it was kept. Rascal, I want you to get something for me. Because this temple is very special, once someone with a high cultivation enters, all of his cultivation would be engulfed and it would activate all 8,818 corpses, giving them an opportunity to be alive temporarily. If that happens, it would mean big trouble, so I need your help. Only a person like you with a low cultivation level can enter safely. Lu Xiandong laughed. There are so many spirit intermediate disciples on the streets. Why did you pick me? Su Yun turned to ask. That's where you're wrong, rascal. For a spirit intermediate disciple like you, they're all over the streets, but for you, you have a set of talent which cannot be found. Talents? You can see my talents? I have a treasure that can analyze a person's talents. From the profound spirit chi they emit, it will proceed with an analysis. I never thought your talents are 4 times greater? Or 5 times? You're an absolute genius. A person like you don't just appear everywhere on the street. The special thing about this temple is that if a person with a low cultivation level enters, they can easily be hypnotized by the grievance. They will become very unstable, but with your gifts and such great mental strength, you definitely won't be affected. Naturally, you can succeed in taking the gem that I want. Lu Xiandong said. That's logical. But how am I supposed to believe you? I'm not familiar with this temple at all. I can't be sure that I can leave this temple alive, and what if I did manage to get the item you want, and yet you refuse to hand me the Wu Huang flower? What should I do then? Su Yun fixed his gaze on Lu Xingdong and then, he scanned the people standing behind him. Don't worry. I'm the Protector Minging School, a just and honored sect. Why should I lie and cheat a small rascal like you? Anyone can say something nice, but this will not settle me in. Hand me the Wu Huang flower first. Let me have a peace of mind, then I'll enter the temple to get the item for you. How's that? Lu Xiandong pondered, nodded, and smiled. All right. There must be trust in between us. Since you've said that, let me hand you Wu Huang flower. Wait till you get the things I want, this Wu Huang flower is yours. After which, Lu Xiandong took out the embroidered box and handed it over to Su Yun. Su Yun reached out and opened it. The flower seemed to be delicate, looking like a crystal flower carved to perfection as it sat quietly in the box. Indeed, it was Wu Huang flower. Su Yun was ecstatic. Quickly, he kept the flower. Are you satisfied now? Lu Xiandong chuckled. Yup. Su Yun nodded, turned to leave. Looking at the ruined temple, he took a deep breath in. I'll be waiting patiently here. Lu Xiandong hugged his chest. Su Yun did not reply him. Instead, he walked straight towards the temple. He walked further and further. Come back soon with you with talents 4 times stronger than anyone. I'll train you to be my strongest soldier. Lu Xiandong looked at him as he walked away. He muttered to himself and tilted his face to look at the 8 guys behind him. Smirking, he said, very soon, there'll be a new member. Are you happy? Then, these 8 men remained silent as they stared towards the front. At the Su family. In the hall of the main house, the leftover Excellency clan elders gathered as Su Lixiong sat at the highest with his face as black as a pot. Patriarch Su Tai and Su Shilong have escaped from the Julian district. I have already sent someone to track them down. Looking at their trails, they seem to be fleeing towards the Long Ao nation. But don't you worry, within 10 days, the elites of the Su family will bring these 2 traitors back. From the inner sect, the finance minister who got promoted to the Excellency, Su Ming, he walked up and said to Su Lixiong, capture the 2 of them. We have to slice them up. Su family has treated them well, but I never expect these 2 to betray us. They're truly shameless. They're unforgivable. Capture these traitors. The clan elders of the Su family and other high-ups shouted in anger. Enough! Su Lixiong bellowed. He looked like he was having a headache. The hall fell silent immediately. Naturally, Su Tai and Su Shilong has to be taken back, but I'm more worried about Qing Er's whereabouts. Su Lixiong scanned the audience fiercely. The admin sector, Suda stood up and said, we have been tracking them, but looking at their directions, it seemed to be towards Great Sian District. Maybe, they have already entered Great Sian District. Great Sian District? Su Lixiong thought and moaned, why Great Sian District? It's obvious they have escaped into the borders of Julian District and Great Sian District, to the Blossom Heart Valley. Blossom Heart Valley? Oh, I remember now. Su Yun seems to have an intimate relationship with Pilking from Blossom Heart Valley. Qing Er and Su Yun grew up together. The 2 must have escaped to Blossom Heart Valley. If it truly is Blossom Heart Valley, then it would be troublesome. Although there aren't many experts in Blossom Heart Valley, but they do good by saving people through their medicine. They've since helped several sects to cure the wounded people and have all sorts of relationships with the sections. If they're in Blossom Heart Valley, then it might be a bit difficult to get them. Su Ming Hao expressed. Yeah. The others agreed in unison. Su Lixiong did not care though. He waved to the elderly seated right at the front, who was the 3rd clan elder, Su Yang Nian. Can you contact the Profound Sky sect? Su Lixiong muttered. The inner sect of Profound Sky sect has been waiting. They're coming? Su Lixiong frowned, they're fast. Miss has escaped and this infuriated the Profound Sky sect. They asked us for full cooperation till we find Miss. TSK. Profound Sky sect? What are they? If it wasn't for us, would they be so arrogant? Go to the inner sect and tell them, let them send more experts to help us. If they don't move, we shan't go. It's time we make a trip down to Blossom Heart Valley. Yes. Su Yang Nian nodded and backed off. Disperse, all of you. Su Lixiong waved his hands and continued to press onto his head with his hands to curb the headache. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 173. Fleeing. Ka-cha. Stepping on a green rock, Su Yun stepped into the temple. The temple was very eerie. With the dullness, this place looked exactly like a inn residence. The atmosphere was very weird. Lu Xiandong wanted item was within the hall of the temple. He said, kowtow to the Buddha thrice to activate the switch. The item is inside there. Upon retrieving the item, leave the same way you entered, and it'll be over. But, Su Yun felt that this task was not that simple. Wu Huang flower was such an expensive gift, why would Lu Xiandong simply give it to him? Was it really just as he said? No matter how he thought, he felt that something was wrong. It seemed like he knew how important the Wu Huang flower was, so he gave it to him as an excuse to lure him into it. Su Yun advanced forward as he pondered. After taking 2 steps, he stopped all of a sudden. At the side of the temple, there was a pile of whitish powdery substance. Glancing at the powder, he tensed up, but he did not make any sound. Instead, he moved forward and towards the temple. Rascal, you're really going in? Once you're in it, you're dead. This temple is super eerie. There is a terrifying death chi inside, and other than that, there is another chi that I can't identify. I think it's better if you don't enter. The sword lady said as she emerged. I don't know what Lu Xiandong's motive is, but my goal is this Wu Huang flower. Now that it is in my hands, I should leave, but Lu Xiandong and his gang are all standing outside. If I go to them empty-handed, I might lose this flower in my life too. Su Yun muttered. Then, what do you plan to do? Get the thing he wanted? Are you sure that when you hand the thing to him, he'd still let you go with Wu Huang flower? Of course not, but so what? I have no choice. He had to find excuses to lure me into this. Our powers are super different, but with the Wu Huang flower, I have a chance now. Su Yun took a deep breath and walked forward. Very soon, he stepped into the temple's gate. A gloomy and eerie chi welcomed him. In a blink of an eye, he was surrounded by it. There were shrill screams and cries coming from the temple. They were all very soft, but once they entered his ears, it was as though the ghosts were screaming. He wasn't even close to where the Buddha was, yet he could already see the green light flowing out from the hall. It was extremely odd. Standing outside the hall, he looked inside and saw a gigantic headless Buddha statue. On the statue, there were several cracks and it was covered in dust. Right in front of the Buddha, there was a green mat. That must be the button that Lu Xiandong was referring to. Why is it in such a weird place? Why was this place not destroyed by the just and honored sects? Don't they like to do such things and announce it to the whole world? Su Yun started circling around the hall. Do you want to find another way out? After seeing Su Yun peeping around, the sword lady mocked, save that for now. He had already given you the Wu Huang flower, he knew you can't escape. Other than the entrance blocked by them, you have no other way out. After checking, he noticed this area seemed to be covered by a realm. If the realm was attacked, it might attract all the corpses buried under. By then, Lu Xiandong would have realized and he would be in danger. Su Yun pondered. Looking back to the entrance, he saw silhouettes moving. Rascal, if you die, you better hide the sword sheath first. I don't want to leave this treasure to that dude. The sword lady complained. Su Yun could not be bothered. The innocent and cute girl that he remembers was gone, now he found her annoying. He stepped into the hall and roamed around. Finally, he set his gaze on the headless Buddha. Walking over, he felt his surroundings getting colder. His subconscious seemed to be hypnotized by something and slowly, everything was falling out of his control. He seemed to be falling deeper. Was this what Lu Xiandong described earlier? But this did not seem like grievance but demonic chi. Seemed like Lu Xiandong was cheating me. Su Yun realized and his face turned sly as he reached out for the sword sheath. Ka dang! A long sword flew out and he chopped fiercely towards the Buddha. Dong! The ferocious sword chi sliced the Buddha statue like a powerful hand. Instantly, the Buddha statue cracked into several pieces. Countless spirits flew out from within and collided aimlessly. Then, underneath the temple, shrill screams could be heard. Ah! It was as though there were innumerable people suffering. The entire temple shook. The ground cracked. Su Yun's sword seemed to have struck the core of this temple. The entire peacefulness of the temple was disrupted. Is this a demon? Seeing those sly spirits running from the Buddha statue, Su-Yun's face changed. Demons? Could it be the praying mat? The sword lady shivered. Lecturing, she shouted, the demonic spirit are hidden within the Buddha statue, and the demonic chi coming from the mat is definitely linked to the Buddha statue. He wanted you to take an item. He had to lure you to activate the button of the Buddha statue to allow the spirits possess your body and seal your consciousness. So sly. So vicious. Su-Yun drew the 1,000-deep sword out from the sheath and swung it against all of the demons pouncing onto him, activating Heavenly Scale Divine Eye, rushing towards the main hall at the back. Luckily, the demons were not very strong and were only at the 5th stage Spirit Intermediate Disciple, but they would result in severe damage on human mental strength and consciousness. Right now, several silhouettes pounced towards him, and a part of it rushed towards the demons that were colliding against one another aimlessly, while the other part rushed towards the grounds where there were cracks and killed those corpses that were escaping. There was only one person heading towards Su-Yun. Rascal, so you're really dishonest, aren't you? Tisk, it's okay though, wait till I capture you. I'm going to stuff you with demons, engulf your mentality, erase all of your consciousness and make you my zombie. Just for my use. Ha ha ha. This voice belonged to Lu Xiandong. Once Su-Yun heard him, he broke into a cold sweat. Zombies? The 8 men that were following Lu Xiandong? No wonder they looked so dead without any signs of life. They were already being possessed by demons and turned into zombies. Lu Xiandong probably knew he had great gifts, and so he lured Su-Yun with Wu Huang flower. Su-Yun escaped hastily and rushed forward, his heart turning cold. But the temple was blocked off by high, thick walls, and there was also the realm boundary. It would be hard for him to escape. This realm was probably created by Lu Xiandong. This place was Lu Xiandong's shelter. Su-Yun stopped himself suddenly. Stressed, he set his resolve and turned all of a sudden, his sword moving to strike towards Lu Xiandong. Lu Xiandong did not mind. Moving both his hands, 2 rays of icy cold rays burst out. They were 2 sharp blades. The blades danced in his hand like 2 crescent moons. Dang! The 1,000-deep sword bounced off as it spun in the air. But in the next second, a salient black sword in a sword sheath flew over. Hey you, Spirit Intermediate Disciple, how dare you challenge me? You sure are ballsy. Not bad. My foresight is good for wanting you to be my zombie. Lu Xiandong was not angry, instead he was elated. His eyes were blazing with passion as he looked at Su-Yun. He did not mind the black sword. Waving his hands, he moved to capture Su-Yun. But right after, Su-Yun took a leap abruptly. Instead of escaping, he welcomed Lu Xiandong and attacked him. Ba-da! He caught hold of the black sword sheath that was hit by the Lu Xiandong and pushed with his strength. Ka-dang! A ray of carbon black radiance flowed out from the sword sheath. A word reeking with the stench of blood passed by Lu Xiandong's eyes. Death. Buzz buzz. It was mind-boggling, and it caused people's souls to tremble. Then, the whole sky was filled with sword shadows. 100 swords emerged as though they were devouring Lu Xiandong with their steel mouth. Flying swords? Your limitless sword god? Lu Xiandong got a shock of his life and retreated quickly. After killing 2 Spirit Soul Disciple, Limitless had already become the most wanted man of Su family and Divine Sword sect. How would he dare to compete against him? But he never expected this man was Limitless. Rascal! You actually have the Death Sword. Amazing! Amazing! Do you know the history of this sword? How do you dare you use it? The sword lady was shocked, as she gasped continuously. But Su-Yun could not be bothered with her. Several swords attacked through. Limitless Sword God's identity had been exposed. He could not care for so much, he had to keep himself alive. Limitless Sword God's identity shocked Liu Xiandong. Suyun made use of this opportunity and ran for the entrance. The Buddha statue was broken earlier, and that resulted in a great deal of demons and corpses appearing. The entire temple was chaotic. Liu Xiandong wanted to destroy the 100 swords. He realized that these 100 swords were strong, but their strength did not seem like spirit soul chi. It was then that he realized. The chi is still spirit intermediate disciple. TSK, you're a pseudo-limitless. Don't leave. Liu Xiandong forced his way through the demons and corpses and chased after Suyun. Suyun activated the manual hastily, and countless swords flew to his back and pierced towards Liu Xiandong. But facing a spirit soul disciple like Liu Xiandong, he simply could not resist. Even if he had activated Heavenly Crystal and Sprite Shadow, he probably could not do much. It was rumored that Liu Xiandong was about to attain Spirit Star Disciple. He did not know for sure if that was true or not. Swish! A gloomy and barbarous chi unfolded. Liu Xiandong was about to catch up. That was fast. Suyun was stunned. He dared not slow down a bit. Raising his right hand and fingers, the black ring on his finger glistened. Bang! A lightning flashed past the sky. Following that, clouds started spinning and started forming thick, strong, barbarous, sharp chi towards him. It was as though they had locked down on a target, as though something was being aimed. Ha! Liu Xiandong stopped his footsteps and looked towards the sky. He saw the cloud getting stronger and spinning faster. Suddenly, a ginormous dragon-headed sword emerged from the clouds and cleaved towards him. Cleaving the heavens, beheading the dragon. Liu Xiandong's face sunk. Dong! A thunderous sound emerged from behind. The floor shook, and the sky trembled. The destructive power of this sword was unpredictable. Suyun, who had forcefully activated the Sprite Shadow, was now being sucked dry of his profound spirit chi. He did not have an ounce of energy left. He ran with all his might, but he staggered terribly. Finally, he could no longer take it and dropped to the ground. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 174. I won't kill you, I'll beat you. Hey, rascal, are you alright? Hey! Hey! If you're going to die, at least throw the sword sheath away. Don't let anyone get it. The sword lady shouted anxiously when she saw Suyun panting on the floor. I'll give the sword sheath to Liu Xiandong now, then I'll tell him there's a very powerful sword in it and the sword is a human sword. Suyun muttered, then used all his might to stand up. Sword lady. Seeing Suyun walking with difficulties, she came to his side and supported him. Frustrated, she said, why did you activate that treasure? That treasure is not something you're capable of using yet. You used that treasure to stop that man temporarily, but now you're all out of strength. You can't run far. If I didn't delay, I'd be dead by now. Suyun panted. I need to make more Vanishing Spirit Pill and 10,000 Grief Pill to save my life. Now I have nothing left. If I meet someone like Liu Xiandong, I cannot hold him down. All the treasures on me are considered rare, so if I am exposed, I would not be able to keep them either. Suyun kept his 1,000 Deep Sword and Death Sword. He wanted to use them to leave this place, but right now, it was extremely difficult to put these two swords in the air. Why did he even think about flying? Dong! Then, a sonorous sound rang, only to see the gigantic cleaving the heavens, beheading the dragon had already disappeared. That presence was strong and fierce, but to use it to eliminate Liu Xiandong, it was obviously just a fantasy. He's coming, rascal. Move it. The sword lady was getting anxious. Suyun forced a breath out and stood up to step forward. But he had not run far, and his chi was exhausted. His heart skipped a beat and slowed down. His pair of eyes turned black and he soon lost consciousness and fell to the ground. He was completely exhausted. Rascal! Rascal! The sword lady shouted anxiously, but Su Yun had fainted. He could not have heard her shouts. The sprite's shadow was too exquisite. With his cultivation level, it was hard to activate it. Forcibly activating it was obviously going to suck all of his energy away. Just as this moment, light footsteps were heard. The sword lady looked over apprehensively to see a red silhouette standing right in front of Su Yun. Who is she? The sword lady asked in doubt. This silhouette was nice to look at. She did not look old, probably just about 21 years old. She wore a red dress with white roses embellishing her hair. On her waist, there was a pure white belt and on it were 20 sparkly crystals. It looked extravagant and elegant. Her luscious black hair had streaks of red in it. With glistening eyes, her fair face looked great. Her eyebrows were nicely arched and she had a natural blush. What was most eye-catching was that on her head, there were 2 furry fox ears and a tail behind her. One would grab hold onto it helplessly to calm it down. Take him away. The girl in the sword dress said to the people behind her. Yes, protector. The 2 girls in black answered promptly. Very quickly, the unconscious Su Yun was taken away. The sword lady saw and dared not utter a word. She returned to the sword sheath hastily. Hua la! Lu Xiandong ran over, panting heavily as he had just destroyed cleaving the heavens, beheading the dragon. When he saw the girl, he was taken aback. Master Protector, you. Lu Xiandong dodged and landed right in front of Hu Qianmei. Studying her, he smiled. Why are you in a place like this? Did you see anyone running away? I'm bored. Since I've got nothing to do, I wandered around. As to what you're asking, I did see someone running in that direction. Hu Qianmei said, but I don't know who that person was, so I didn't stop him. Oh? Is that so? Lu Xiandong looked far ahead after hearing what she said. The person had strong treasures on him and he could hide his own chi in tracks. If he isn't in my field of vision, it'd be hard to find him. But there's nothing to be afraid of now. This place is near Minging School. Looking at the direction, he is probably running to Minging School. Since it's in the territory of Minging School, there won't be someone I need there. Protector you, I'll bid my farewell first. I'll go and take a look. After that, Lu Xiandong vanished into thin air. Hu Qianmei paused before she headed towards Minging School. The night blinded her. Minging School looked extremely odd between the mountains. A wolf howled and echoed through the mountains. Several shadows appeared from the mountains and quickly flashed themselves into Minging School. Inside the bright and spacious hut, there was a pink curtain hanging around a bed. A young, pale man laid on top of it. And on the side of the bed, there was a barefooted girl who looked petite and long, silvered hair. The girl glowed slightly. She looked stunning. At the point, she reached out with her long, jaded hands to grab hold of the man's sleeve and shook it vigorously. Rascal! Rascal! Wake up! Wake up! Rascal! Rascal! Wake up! The girl shouted anxiously. But in the next second, a huge hand caressed her soft and petite face. Ugh! Stop shaking. I'm so tired. I'm falling apart. A faint voice emerged as Su Yun's eyes opened slowly. The sword lady pushed Su Yun's hands away angrily and bellowed, "Son of a bitch, you took my good intentions as garbage. I'm doing it for you, yet you humiliated me several times. Wait till the contract is over and I'll teach you a lesson." Okay, you're going to teach me a lesson. Su Yun smiled and stood up with difficulties. He looked around. This seemed like a room. The room was elegant and decorated exquisitely. It was kept clean and on the right side, there was a dressing table made from jade. On his left was a cabinet which was used to keep clothes. Between the cracks of the cabinet, there was radiance bursting out. In the air, there was an intoxicating aroma. Soo-Yun could not help but take a deep breath and asked, "What's this? What's happening? Am I captured?" "I don't know, but you have not been captured by Lu Xiandong. Seems like you've been captured by a lady," the sword lady said. Soo-Yun turned to look at her and asked curiously, "A lady? Who? Also, how did you come out? You're in such dire state, can I just sit around and wait for death?" "I just peeped outside. There isn't anyone guarding this room. Hurry up, we better leave this place." "I don't even know where this place is, how should I know where to run to?" Soo-Yun took a deep breath and cruised along the bedside. "Besides, I don't have much energy now, I might not be able to run far for now." "Don't tell me you're giving up?" "This isn't giving up. It's just that danger isn't anywhere near us." Soo-Yun said nonchalantly, "The opponent has brought me to this room to recuperate and not imprison me. This is enough to see that this person will not abuse me, or even torture me. Needless to say, this person will not kill me. So, don't be anxious about escaping. You have the sword sheath to hide into, while I don't. If I'm not anxious, why are you anxious for? You sure don't know how to spell death." The sword lady was at the verge of exploding. Then, there were faint footsteps and it got closer. Someone was coming. Soo-Yun and the sword lady was shocked. The sword lady then took a leap and turned into a ray of light as she disappeared into the sword sheath. Soo-Yun came down of the bed hurriedly and stared at the door. Ka-cha! The door opened lightly. A petite, cute voice came through. Red dress, petite body, and a tail. She was Hu Qianmei. "It's you?" Soo-Yun opened his eyes and his heart skipped a beat. It was her. That meant, this was Minging's school. "What? Are you that surprised?" Hu Qianmei turned and stared coldly at him with her sultry eyes. On top of her cute, innocent face, there was a layer of icy coldness to it. "Yeah, I am surprised." Huffing, Soo-Yun said, "Did you save me?" "Just what did you think happened?" Hu Qianmei snorted, "Your power is so low yet you're running around. This time, you're being eyed by Lu Xiandong. Lucky for you I could sense your position, or else, you'd have become his zombie. Then, I probably would have to die with you." Could it be due to her unique physique, they had telepathy? But why can't I sense Hu Qianmei's position? Soo-Yun was confused. "Thanks." He huffed and said seriously. "Thanks?" Hu Qianmei stared at him and said, "I saved you to save myself. Once you've recovered, fuck off. Don't give me any trouble. Before I find an antidote for you and you better try and keep yourself alive." "You still want to kill me?" Soo-Yun asked indifferently. Hu Qianmei's face turned cold and clenched her teeth. "You humiliated my purity. I can't wait to slice you up into thousands of pieces." "Then you better get this clear, who offended me?" Soo-Yun said, "If you didn't want to kill me, and snatch the heavenly crystal from me, would that have happened?" "You?" Hu Qianmei was infuriated. With a wave, she pulled out the demonic blood blade from the scabbard and chopped towards Soo-Yun. This weird, demonic blade tip was permeated with the cold qi from the splitting broken jade. Yet, Soo-Yun's face did not twitch, nor did he try to dodge. He knew Hu Qianmei would not bear to kill him. Indeed, it was so. The edge of the blade stopped right in front of Soo-Yun. Looking at Soo-Yun's calm face, Hu Qianmei was even more angry. She withdrew her blade into the sheath looking all sly and eerie. But very soon, she smiled. Her red lips parted slightly and at the corner of the lips, she grinned from eye to eye just like a crescent moon. Looking at this classic fox's smile, Soo-Yun's heart skipped a beat. "What are you smiling at?" Su-Yun frowned as he asked. Nothing? Hee hee, you think I can't kill you so I can't do anything to you? Heh, I can't kill you but that doesn't mean I can't beat you up, right? Hu Qianmei walked over. In her eyes, she felt prideful and a sense of satisfaction was on the rise. You can kill anyone with a spirit soul disciple, but you had to rely on heavenly crystal and other treasures. I just checked your treasures and realized you still can't instigate the heavenly crystal. Seems like you've run out of methods. With such low cultivation level and frail body, I can do anything to you. Isn't that so? She stuck her tongue out and licked her soft, petite mouth. She got a Cheshire smile on her face. Su-Yun broke into a cold sweat. He was speechless as he retreated back continuously and fell back onto the bed as she looked at the vixen in fear. Did you check what's inside the storage ring? Why didn't you take the heavenly crystal? Your powers are so weak. With the heavenly crystal as protection, you won't die so easily. If you die, I won't have a good ending either. But right now, let me teach you a lesson and appease the fire in me first. Hee hee. After that, Hu Qianmei was going to pounce on him as her petite fist crashed towards Su-Yun's face. Don't you dare! Su-Yun exclaimed as he scurried away from that petite fist. How dare you dodge it? Hu Qianmei was slightly frustrated. She crashed her arm onto Su-Yun's neck. Su-Yun fell flat on the bed. Ha ha ha. Looking at the sorry state Su-Yun was in, Hu Qianmei laughed merrily as her full breast shook. When Su-Yun saw this, he was infuriated, but looking her at tail that was dancing behind, he seemed to have an idea. Without a word, he reached out his big, sturdy hands to grab hold of the tail. With the tail in his hands, he only felt a sense of softness. But Hu Qianmei was different. She shook her petite body a few times as she looked at Su-Yun in bewilderment. Before she could react, she fell flat on the bedside, flushing red as she glared at Su-Yun. Let go! Hu Qianmei gritted her teeth as she shouted. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 175. I am that man of justice. Let go? Why should I? Seeing how helpless Hu Qianmei had become, Su-Yun was full of energy. Previously, at the mutual destruction of 5 elements grounds, he also grabbed hold of this vixen's tail. Instantly, she would lose all her energy and ability to defend. This seemed to be her weak point. Maybe it was something that not many people know of. You're not letting it go? Hu Qianmei panted heavily as she blushed. Her eyes looked as though she was lost in a distant memory. Even her words slurred as though she was about to cry. But Su-Yun turned a deaf ear on her words. How dare you assault me? Su-Yun groaned as he raised his palm and slapped Hu Qianmei's perky butt. Slap! A crisp and clear voice rang out. A soft yet bouncy sensation filled his palm. Ah! Hu Qianmei parted her lips slightly to shout. Tears were streaming down as she grabbed onto the sides of the bed. She kept struggling. Bastard! Rascal, what are you doing? The sword lady in the sword sheath could no longer take it. But Su-Yun could not care less right now. He tugged Hu Qianmei's tail onto the bed as though he wanted to increase his punishment to teach this little vixen a lesson. But Hu Qianmei was really frustrated. You still want to humiliate me? Hu Qianmei shook. She lost her cultivation at the mutual destruction of 5 elements grounds. With Su-Yun holding on her tail, she lost all her energy, but right now, the situation was different. Even though she could not make use of much strength, the profound spirit chi was full within her and her cultivation was still there. Why would she be afraid of Su-Yun, who only had the cultivation of spirit intermediate disciple? Right away, she transmitted all of the profound spirit chi towards the tail. The tail then started shaking vigorously with a tremendous strength as if it wanted to cast Su-Yun out. However, Su Yun garnered his strength. It was as though he could see through Hu Qianmei's intention. Instantly, he bent over and pounced on top of her. Ah! Hu Qianmei was at her weakest now. It was totally impossible for her to defend herself as she melted to the ground. Just like that, the man on top and the woman on the bottom. Two pairs of eyes looked at one another. Hu Qianmei was completely taken aback as she looked at this man in a daze. She was flushing red. Her sultry eyes were just like two pieces of black obsidian, bright and full of charm, especially her petite body which was pressed on by Su Yun. She emitted a sweet, intoxicating aroma that melted men into her petite, blazing body. Cunning, shameless, bastard. What are you doing? You, don't ruin my vision, quickly stop. The sword lady could not take it as she shouted. Su Yun trembled as he never thought it would turn out like this. When Hu Qianmei came back to reality and saw how this man was treating her, how could she still have mercy for him? Previously, Su Yun was weak and she only planned to teach him a lesson. She did not put her force on him and so, she was taken advantage of. She never thought this man was this cunning. Hu Qianmei clenched her teeth and instigated the profound spirit chi as she swept Su Yun off his feet. But right at this moment. Hua lala. A gust of wind blew from the outside and then, gradually, there was a series of footsteps heard. Someone was coming. The two of them were shocked. Quick, hide away. You have the treasure to hide your chi, you just need to hide your body. Quick. Hu Qianmei pushed Su Yun away quickly and whispered to him. Hide? Su Yun was stunned. He looked to the left then to the right. Where do I hide? There. Hu Qianmei pointed beneath the bed. Below the bed? Su Yun turned green and he shook his head fiercely. I'll never hide under a woman's bed. You. Hu Qianmei trembled as she raged. This man was so stubborn. Pondering, she could not care much. She took out a piece of amulet from her storage ring directly and pasted it on his chest. Ba Don. The amulet rang and a ball of smoke emerged. Then, Su Yun turned transparent. High-level invisibility amulet? You still have such a gem? Su Yun was surprised. This was a good item. One that could not be bought with money. This invisible amulet can make you stay completely transparent for an hour. Together with your treasure that hides your chi, this is perfect. Ordinary people would never sense your existence. Just stay here and don't make a sound, understand? Hu Qianmei suppressed the anger in her heart and glared at Su Yun. Then, she stood up, tidied her dress and took a deep breath in. With that chi, the blush on her face faded rapidly. May I know if Protector Qian is there? Lu Xiandong would like to meet you. Protector Zhua, Lu Xiandong's voice emerged. The moment he landed, there was a gloomy and eerie stench. The two knew right away who was that, or else Hu Qianmei would never let Su Yun hide in such a hurry. If it was others, they could open the door right away. Oh, it's Protector Lu. Seated in the house, Hu Qianmei calmed herself down and appeased her anger. She said blandly, it's dark now. May I know what Protector Lu is doing here? With that, Lu Xiandong fell silent. Suddenly, there was a series of hastened footsteps coming from the outside. Then, they just barged into the room. Lu Xiandong stepped in with a smile on his face, and outside the room, there were 8 men. Hu Qianmei roared, Lu Xiandong. What are you doing? Don't you know the rules? How dare you barge into my room? Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Protector you, please don't be angry. Lu Xiandong smiled and said, I just thought it was inconvenient to speak with a door in between us. Protector you isn't inviting me, so I can only invite myself. If I offended you, please forgive me. You? Hu Qianmei was full of anger and hatred, but she could not do anything. Lu Xiandong did not bother about Hu Qianmei's emotions. He roamed about the room twice with hands behind his back. The smile on his face faded as he said, "Where's Hu Ming and Hu Xiang? Why are you asking about them?" "Nothing. It's just that, when I came here at night, someone told me Hu Ming and Hu Xiang carried a man into Minging school. I want to know who that person is." He turned and set his gaze on the petite Hu Qianmei. Those deep-set eyes looked like a mouth, a big ocean with an abyss. One side on, there was a pressure growing. Hu Qianmei did not look at him. Instead, she lowered her head as she darted her sultry eyes around and said calmly, "A man? What are you talking about?" "I don't know what you're talking about." "Elder Hu, why are you acting dumb with me?" "He's the man I was chasing after tonight. He ran in the direction of Minging school. I've searched the entire Minging school yet I still can't find him. Also, why did you appear there tonight? Why did Hu Xiang and Hu Ming carry a man back for no reason? Are all these a coincidence? Say it, who is that man? I hope you can be honest with me. Or else. Tisk, or else what? You think you can still go to the sect leaders to report me?" Hu Qianmei slapped onto the table with her hands and snorted sarcastically, "Let me be frank with you. I did take down that man, but so what? What did that man do to Minging school? Nothing, he was just a prey in your eyes. Don't tell me Minging school will punish me for that?" "Ha, of course not, of course not. You're one of the pillars of Minging school, Clan Elder Hu. For a nobody, I will not fall out with you." Lu Xiandong laughed, but in his eyes, it was blazing with passion. He caressed his chin and studied Hu Qianmei, then he smiled slightly. "Since Clan Elder Hu was interested in that man, then, I shall give that man to you. The reason I'm chasing him is not just because his gifts are good, but also he has Wu Huang flower in his hands. But since he's in the hands of Protector Yu, then I shall gift it to you. Anyway, I originally had plans to give him to you already." Hu Qianmei heard and was shocked. She turned and asked, "For me?" "Yeah." Lu Xiandong laughed. "The Wu Huang flower is actually for me to use as a betrothal gift. I wanted to ask for your hands, but since it's already in your hands, I shan't ask for it." With that, Lu Xiandong turned and walked out. "I shall bid farewell now, Clan Elder Hu. Maybe sometime later, I'll be walking through this door. Maybe it won't be like tonight again, ha ha ha." He laughed out loud. As he faded into the darkness, Hu Qianmei lowered her head as she clenched her fist tightly till all her fingernails turned pale. In the darkness, Su Yun looked at Hu Qianmei quietly. Looking at her in pain, he frowned. Idiot! How could he be such a bastard? This little vixen too, her cultivation level is not any inferior to him, why does she fear him? Rascal, quick, go kill that bastard. He's a pain in the ass. The sword lady shouted in anger in the sword sheath. Go to one side. Tisk. The sword sheath fell silent. Su Yun stood in the darkness for about half an hour while Hu Qianmei just sat there. The two did not speak nor make a move. He should be gone. Right then, Hu Qianmei said. Although her voice was still as gentle and soothing, but in that voice, it was filled with fatigue and exhaustion as though it was contagious. Su Yun walked out from the darkness. This invisible technique with your treasure is enough for you to walk out of Minging school easily. Don't come in contact with the realm, or get reflected by light. Don't fall for any traps. Alright, leave quickly. Hu Qianmei stated. Thanks. Don't thank me. Hu Qianmei turned over and said, saving you only means saving me. Once I cut the connection between us, I'll look for you for revenge. I don't like to owe anyone anything. Wait till I settle my stuff, I'll remove the connection between us. Kiki, are you taking the initiative? That's great. Wait till you've removed the connection. I'll kill you. Hu Qianmei smirked. Kill? Maybe you won't be that relaxed. Su Yun muttered. Then he turned and walked out of the door. Hu Qianmei sat in that room still as she stared quietly outside. Even though there was nobody, she could sense the opponent was walking further and further. A soft sigh emerged. With this high-level invisible amulet, Su Yun left Minging School easily. Thanks to Hu Qianmei's help. Without her help, Su Yun would have died. But Hu Qianmei fell out with Lu Xiandong for Su Yun, had somehow affected him. She shared gifts with him. What if Lu Xiandong was against Hu Qianmei and did something her? Or hurt or killed her, then he would be done for. If her cultivation level decreased greatly because of him, then how was he going to fight against Su family and Profound Sky Sect? I have to kill Lu Xiandong. Su Yun muttered to himself. Kill Lu Xiandong? Rascal, just you alone? Don't seek death. Although this place looks peaceful, but there are so many experts. Just bear with it. The sword lady appeared again. Then why did you ask me to kill him earlier on? I was just kidding. Su Yun lifted his head and continued walking. I can't kill now, but that doesn't mean I won't do it in future. It won't be for long. I shall keep him alive for now. I will not allow anyone who is a threat to me to be alive in this world. His voice was deep and hoarse. The sword lady heard. Somehow, she had goosebumps all over her body. Through the sword sheath, she looked at the gloomy, pale face. She felt odd. She took a deep breath and asked, the limitless sword sheath will only be passed to a man of justice. Why is it in your hands? How did you get this sword sheath? Naturally, it's passed down to me. Su Yun smiled devilishly, I am that man of justice. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 176. The Contracted Sword That Secures Victory, Part 1. Between the luscious greens, the purple-horned beast was running. Tons of birds flew in chaos after being frightened by its thunderous footsteps. A man in a black Blademaster outfit and a sword sheath rode on the purple-horned beast as they leaped forward. Rascal, where are you going? The sword lady seemed lonely in the sword sheath. She flew out directly and sat behind Su Yun, her two slender fair and jade legs lightly swayed. I'm going to get the aqua meteorite. Su Yun replied. Aqua meteorite? Ah, I remember I have a bottle of that in the past. Although it isn't any high-level item, but for brats like you with low cultivation, it must be very precious. Slap. Before the sword lady finished her sentence, her small, porcelain face was squashed by Su Yun's big hands. Who's a brat? Su Yun squashed her face tightly. The sword lady tried to break free from those demon claws. Her cheeks was turning red from the squashing. She said furiously, You son of a bitch, bullying someone whose cultivation are all in a sword? I will kill you one day. Just wait. Are you threatening me? Su Yun squashed her face tighter and said, You're serving me right now. If you say another word like this, I'll throw you down. Shameless. Didn't you say you don't want me? I took you in because I pity you. If you offend me, I'll abandon you. Bastard. Oh, yes, I've known you for so long yet I don't know your name. What's your name? TSK, a person like you wants to know my name? Dream on. No? That's fine. Since you're a sword, I'll call you a slut. TN is sword person, but has the same pronunciation as, which is slut. You're the slut. I'm Ling Chengyu. Remember my name, understand? The sword lady, known as Ling Chengyu, said sarcastically. Hee hee, your cultivation is so high, but why is your temperament and attitude so lousy? In your entire lifetime of cultivation, have you never cultivated your temperament? Looking at this girl, Suyun could not contain his laughter. What do you know? Ling Qingyu snorted, I've lost all my cultivation. My temperament and attitude is like an ordinary person. It's logical that I'm acting like that. What kind of secret technique of converting cultivation into a sword is that amazing? You even ripped yourself off of your temperament and mental state? Suyun never heard of such a secret method. In actual fact, he had never heard of such a thing in Sky Martial Continent. This secret technique was passed down from my master. He said it's the only thing my father left for me. You father? Who is he? I don't know. Ling Qingyu shook her head lightly. The reason why I cultivated was so I can roam the entire regions to find my father. But after so many years, I think he's passed on. Oh. Suyun fell silent, while the purple-horned beast continued advancing. Yes, you say you have a bottle of aqua meteorite. Where is it? It's been thousands of years. Who knows if it still exists? Also, there were a lot of changes. I don't even remember where it is. Is that so? Then do you know where Sacred Sky Mountain is? Sacred Sky Mountain? Ling Qingyu touched her bottom lip with her fingers and thought for a while, then she exclaimed, I remember now. It seems to be at the Bountiful Southern Mountain Range. Bountiful Southern Mountain Range? Suyun was in doubt, and where is that? It's hard to explain, but do you want to go? MHHM. Hee, if you beg me, I might bring you there. Suyun turned right away and extended his crude hands towards Ling Qingyu's soft face. Frightened, Ling Qingyu turned quickly and said, I'll bring you there. Seeing that, Suyun kept his hand. The purple-horned beast flew and walked for a total for 4 days and 3 nights. They left the savage range and was getting close to the northern range before they stopped. Riding on the purple-horned beast, Suyun walked on a green mountain and headed to the peak. On his sides were luscious trees and greenery. The birds chirped in the air above him. The air was fresh and the flowers fragrant. Ling Qingyu obviously loved this place. Swinging her legs behind Suyun, she enjoyed this serenity. At the peak of the mountain, the purple-horned beast stopped. Suyun got off and stood right before the cliff. Are you jumping? Ling Qingyu asked out of curiosity. Going to a side. Suyun muttered. He crawled onto the cliff's edge as though he was observing something. You're so rude to girls. Brats will always be brats. I'll settle the score with you next time. Ling Qingyu said to herself, after which, she couldn't be bothered with Suyun anymore. Qingyu. Then, Suyun shouted suddenly. What happened? Ling Qingyu shot him a look. From his bag, Suyun took out bottles of stuff and laid them on the ground. After that, he started mapping out his array as he shouted to Ling Qingyu, I need your cooperation on this. Cooperation? Of what? Suyun stared at his hands and said seriously, I'll be setting up a bait array and a tear-provoking array. You just have to be in charge of starting it. Bait array? Tear-provoking array? What does that mean? Do you know what place is this? Nope. Right ahead is the capital of Sky Blue Nation. We're already in Sky Blue Nation. So what? Then do you know where the aqua meteorite comes from? Nope. Ling Qingyu shook her head. All spirit cultivators knew of such ingredients, but they never knew about the source. That was very common. It was the same as how people knew how to eat, yet they did not know how to cook. They didn't understand how the food they were eating came about. The aqua meteorite is actually the tears of the indigo phoenix. They are very rare in Sky Martial Continent. Maybe there were a few, but as of right now, most of the indigo phoenix were caught in the Sky Blue Nation. 300 years ago, the king of Sky Blue Nation captured an indigo phoenix and crowned it the national treasure. For years, they collected the tears of the indigo phoenix and sold it to other nations and sections. Every year, they would only produce 1 drop of aqua meteorite, and each drop is worth sky-high prices. According to rumors, different sects would come around this time of the year to bid for the aqua meteorite. I can't rely on finance to get it, so I can only rely on my skills. Will the indigo phoenix produce tears at this time of the year? Ling Chengyu asked. Yes, I'm very lucky. Coincidentally, Sky Blue Nation is setting up an altar at this time of the year to collect the aqua meteorites. Su Yun sighed and said, actually, it's not difficult to obtain 1,000,000 spirit coins in such a short period of time, but the king of Sky Blue Nation is very scheming. Every year, he would investigate which sects have the possibility of getting the aqua meteorite and so invited them for the auction. Each drop of aqua meteorite could reach sky-high prices. Can this king be called scheming? He made use of aqua meteorite to bring wealth to this country. The ones who should be benefiting should be the commoners. That is, if the commoners benefited from it. But the problem arises when the king used the money he got from the auction to repair the halls, and buy ladies, and spend on things for his enjoyment. The money he earned from the aqua meteorite had never once affected the commoners one bit. Su Yun drew as he explained. Very quickly, an array was formed. Oh? Then why treat the king so nicely? Ling Qingyu smiled. What do you plan to do? It's a very simple method. I'll lure the indigo phoenix, and you'll just have to activate the bait array and tear-provoking array by cooperating with me to force it to cry. What level is the indigo phoenix at? Probably a spirit soul realm, but it is super gentle. Unless it is a fatal attack, it usually would not attack human beings. Tisk, you're just a spirit intermediate disciple, and yet you want to set up an array to lure a monster of the spirit soul realm? Are you getting ahead of yourself? Ling Chengyu was in disbelief. Su Yun remained quiet as he continued to work his array. The array work continued for 2 days, and the 2 arrays looked complete in the initial stages. Then, Su Yun rode on his purple-horned beast and went to the nearest city to purchase some ingredients before he headed back to the Green Mountain and continued setting up his arrays. Seeing how focused Su Yun was, Ling Qingyu did not disturb him. And so, every day, Su Yun went up the mountain to set up the array and down the mountain to purchase ingredients. The patterns on the arrays started filling up. Ling Qingyu's look of disdain started changing. On the 10th day, the big array was finally completed. When Ling Qingyu looked over, she was surprised. That big array was very complicated. The big array was dense. It was filled with trails and patterns which covered the entire peak of the mountains. On the array, there were birds, beasts, fishes, human beings, mountains, water bodies, woods, and all sorts of bushes. Basically, it had everything it should have. Then, that was just a small portion of it. Within the array, there were several talisman, words, characters. Each drawings were made from the most expensive spiritual powder. Each stroke were filled with thick, strong, profound spirit chi. Although all these ingredients could be bought from the market, Su Yun combined them together, making them look extraordinary. All of their effects seemed to be maximized. Not just that, the 2 arrays were linked together with their borders touching one another as though they were rings that were hooked together. Interlinked array. This required amazing skills. Once a big array had been interlinked, there was a possibility of conflict. As such, the 2 arrays would not work, but if he succeeded in linking them without any conflicts, then the big array's power could rise to an astonishing level. This had to do with a person's knowledge and skills towards arrays. He had to make use of the borders of the 2 arrays to fill them up and made use of all the patterns of the array. But once he interlinked the big arrays, the patterns could be saved later on. In actual fact, the patterns used to interlink was high level. Even though she knew nothing of big arrays, she never thought this brat was this good. She thought only an expert with spirit soul disciple could pull off something like that. How was he so familiar with the structure of arrays? Ling Qiangyu asked herself in her heart. It was not an easy task to set up an array. Not only did it require a person's profound knowledge of arrays, it also needed perseverance and mental strength support. Many low-level cultivators had weak mental strength. Before the array was complete, they would have fainted. And once they completed, they would usually be affected by the array. Time was not a factor in setting up a big array for them. Done. Finally, the pale-looking Suyun stood up and stopped what he was doing. Sighing, he took out 2 pieces of stones towards Ling Qiangyu. What's these? Ling Qiangyu caught and touched the limestones. These 2 are the array essence of the arrays. Suyun swallowed a pill and meditated after he replied. These 2 arrays are modified from experts who had created them before. Such arrays have very low expectations from the owner, yet they are super effective. Plus, with the 2 arrays interlinked, their power would increase. Handling the indigo phoenix will not be hard. Wait till I lure the indigo phoenix here, you shall fill the array essence up. Once the big array is completed, activate the big array and trap it in. After that, activate the tear-provoking array and then, we'd be done. Ling Qiangyu nodded proudly. Then what will you be doing? Obviously, I'll be luring the indigo phoenix. That must be difficult. After all, there aren't many who think like you. So the guards around the indigo phoenix must be very tight. Usually, it'd be hard, but on the day they prepare the altar where they collect the tears, there might be a slim chance. Suyun set his gaze on Ling Qiangyu and suddenly he stated, maybe it's time I used your sword. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 177. The Contracted Sword That Secures Victory, Part 2. The capital of Sky Blue Nation changed its name to Phoenix City once they captured the Indigo Phoenix. 50 years ago, the Su family set their eyes on this place and set up several shops within the Phoenix City as a foothold. Now, Su Yun had become a wanted man. Everyone in the Su family was tasked to capture him. If Su Yun came here without changing his appearance, he would be exposed and there would be endless of troubles for him. He took off the mask and looked for the black hat. He put the sword sheath into his storage ring, but didn't do so for the death sword just in case there were any accidents. Then he followed the crowd heading into Phoenix City. As the Aqua Meteorites auction was about to begin, it was extremely crowded in Phoenix City. Other than the few sects that the King of Sky Blue Nation had invited, several other smaller sects came as well. After all, this auction sold other items other than the Aqua Meteorite. Su Yun lowered his head and headed towards the palace. His eyes darted right and left. There were obviously more guards put in place within Phoenix City. Before, when he came into the city to purchase some ingredients, there were only a few soldiers walking around. But today, he had already passed by 2 rows of elite armored soldiers. There were even royal spirit cultivators guarding the Protector Realm and arrays at different areas in the Phoenix City. Once there was any accident, the entire Protector Realm and all of the arrays for the Phoenix City would be activated. Although the Sky Blue Nation was not as rich as the Great Empress Nation, just purely relying on Aqua Meteorite, the King of Sky Blue Nation had earned quite a lot in the recent years. The defense around the city, realm, and arrays had gotten a revamp. There was literally nothing to pick on their strength of defense. Where should I leave from later? Su Yun looked to the left, then to the right to the guards and estimated the direction the realm would extend to. There was already a plan in his mind. All he needed to do was to map out Phoenix City in his head. He was unfamiliar with the current defense, and time was running out. Hey, hey, hey! Right then, a hand suddenly slapped on Su Yun's shoulders. Su Yun trembled as he turned to look at the person. He saw a sturdy, well-built man in jaded armor studying him with a disgusted look. He had a mustache and solid muscles. He was tanned. Young lad, where are your eyes when you're walking? Don't you know the road you're walking on is reserved for Master Chang Bao? It belongs to our master and he's coming in a carriage right away. Before that, you're going to be like them, fuck off to one side alright. Wait till our master has passed through, then you'll be allowed to walk. Understand? The sturdy man said fiercely as he pushed Su-Yun continuously. It was just that, his cultivation level was not on par with Su-Yun's. Even when he was pushing with all his might, he could not move Su-Yun at all. This angered the sturdy man. Who's your master? Su-Yun looked up. Under the black hat, his pale face looked extremely eerie. Would someone little like you be fit to know who our master is? Fuck off. The sturdy man moaned. He knew Su-Yun was a pain in the ass, so he raised his hands to call a few men dressed in the same green armor as him over. Slowly, they walked over here arrogantly. Su-Yun stared at the sturdy man and pondered for a moment. Then, he turned and walked to the side. Hee, that's more like it. Or else, I'll make you crawl there. The sturdy man then spat at Su-Yun and laughed at him before he continued to clear the coast. The people stood at the side and watched as the road was being cleared. The crowd stood together. It was practically impossible to advance forward. They could only wait for the barbarous master to pass through first in that carriage of his. Damn it! Where do these people come from? Why are they so arrogant? Don't you know? I'll tell you. They're from Jaded Heart Palace. Do you dare to offend them? Who? Who are you talking about? Jaded Heart Palace. Jaded Heart Palace? Everyone was shocked. Why will Jaded Heart Palace be here? Aren't they the sect of the northern continent? Why would they come here? Who knows, probably for aqua meteorite. You can't find such high-ranked ingredients in the entire continent. The northern side don't produce them, and so, they can only get it from this place. That's right. I just wanted to beat them up, but I thought I should tolerate them first. Who knew, these rascals are actually from Jaded Heart Palace. Tisk, you're from Cobblestone Stalk Sect, yeah? If such a small sect like Cobblestone Stalk Sect gets into a conflict with Jaded Heart Palace, then that is truly seeking death. It's so easy for them if they want to destroy you. You have to remember how their badge around their waist looks like. It looks just like a leaf, that is unique to Jaded Heart Palace. I will remember it. Everyone around was in a heated discussion. From their discussion, Su-Yun understood their identities. He never thought that these rascals were from the renowned godlike Jaded Heart Palace. Jaded Heart Palace was a strong and famous sect in the northern region. Even the powerful Divine Sword sect was no match to them. As for Su family, they were miles apart. Only the Long Ao Nation, Profound Sky sect and Swallowing Heavens sect were on equal grounds to speak to them. Su-Yun did not know who the master the sturdy man was talking about, but he was probably the heir of the disciples. Although he was just a disciple, but there was a completely different meaning to it. The people from Jaded Heart Palace had huge fists that could make a grand entrance. They were arrogant and proud. Why should the strong ones be humble? The weaker ones should look up to the strong. One would not understand unless they had attained that level. Very quickly, a carriage being pulled by 7 Qilin beasts came over. The carriage was unusually extravagant. It was embellished with all sorts of arrays and jewels. On the sides of the carriage, there were several Stage 1 Spirit Core disciples from Jaded Heart Palace. Each of them clad in a jaded green armor. They looked prideful as they marched their way down just like a proud chicken. Jaded Heart Palace indeed was strong and powerful. They had left their trails all around the world, and they also had the highest number of experts in their sect, so they would not acknowledge the existence of all the other puny sections. In their eyes, even the king of Sky Blue Nation should talk to them politely. The Jaded Heart Palace was not someone Sky Blue Nation could offend. Su-Yun looked at the carriage as it got further away. His eyes turned as though he was thinking about something. As the carriage passed through, it quickly disappeared at the other end towards the palace. The people on both sides regained its order and they each walked their own paths. The people from Jaded Heart Palace simply did not fear if they had offended other sections. They could resolve a conflict with a word misunderstanding. After all, it was a small matter. No one was willing to create sour relationship with a big sect like Jaded Heart Palace. Suyun held his head low as he thought. Seeing a medicinal shop at the side, he went in immediately. "Boss, give me a few bottles of powder." "What kind of powder?" "Phosphorus straw powder, flora-fauna powder, fishmaw powder and coral powder. A total of 9,877 spirit coins." "Please lend me your pill room, this is 10,000 spirit coins." "There's no need for change. Use it as your rental fee." "Hee, customer, the pill room is at the back. Turn left and you'll reach it." "Got it." Suyun nodded and went behind the shop. Half a day later, Suyun carried a bag of multicolored powdery substance out of the pill shop. The sun set, and the moon was hanging high. There were lights all around Phoenix City as all sorts of crystal stones were being instigated. They glowed and glistened in the dark. Far away from the Phoenix City, the colors looked vibrant and colorful. It was midnight. Another half an hour and it would be the time to collect the tears of the Indigo Phoenix, the time to produce aqua meteorite. The auction would be carried out the next day. Today was the pre-show. The king of the Sky Blue Nation would invite all of the sect representatives to head outside of the palace where the altar was placed to view the Indigo Phoenix and witness the entire process of obtaining the aqua meteorite. At the same time, many commoners and anonymous spirit cultivators would come in to take a look, hoping to get a glimpse of this legendary spirit animal. Suyun, with a black hat, squeezed through the crowd and went with the flow. He went to the palace where the altar was placed. Nearing the altar, he saw rows of people standing in a line to form a human wall to block off the rushing crowd that was gushing in to watch Indigo Phoenix. There was a faded white defense around the altar like a copper steel wall, not a single mosquito could get in. Woo! The sound of the horn resonated throughout the palace. Then, there was a din from a group of people. Everyone who got invited to watch the Indigo Phoenix started coming in. The rows of men who formed a wall dispersed automatically to open the defense. At the front of the altar, tables with tea and apples had been placed properly for the higher-ups to enjoy. It was almost time. Probably in just another half an hour, the Indigo Phoenix would be transported out of the palace by the soldiers in Sky Blue Nation and into the altar. The would wait till the king and queen arrived, then the worshipping of the tears would begin. If the worship began, then there would not be a chance. Suyun turned and squeezed his way through the crowd towards the street. The sects who got invited entered, and this time, the sect that was entering was Jaded Heart Palace. The master of Jaded Heart Palace was still barbarous. The disciples of the Jaded Heart Palace were still clearing the road and pushing people to the sides to form a road in the middle. The carriage pulled by 7 Qilin beasts then entered, heading towards the altar. Suyun stood in the middle of the crowd and stared at the carriage as it got closer. Lowering his head, he thought. Then, he raised his head suddenly, pinched onto the bag of powder as he walked towards these men. The carriage was reaching the sides of the altar, but then, Suyun had went over. Hey! What are you doing? Get off before you interrupt my master's carriage. Be careful, or you'll die a horrible death. The leader was enraged as he bellowed, wanting to cast Suyun away so the carriage could continue moving forward. This sturdy man was the one who pushed Suyun earlier on. When he got closer, he noticed Suyun was familiar, but he did not give much thought and shouted directly. But in the next second, the man in the black hat moved suddenly as he kicked his leg towards the sturdy man. Together, his pure divine spirit chi and the 5 elements made this kick formidable. The sturdy man could not react in time. His abdomen sunk in as he flew out. Dong! He fell at the side of the carriage. Spasming, he vomited blood before he passed out. Hua! Everyone was enraged as chaos broke out. How dare this man touch Jaded Heart Palace? Did he not want to live? They could not tell Su Yun's cultivation level. On the contrary, Su Yun used his 8th stage spirit intermediate cultivation level to knock out a 1st stage spirit core cultivation level disciple. That was enough for many to feel inferior to. The people around the carriage were infuriated as they ran over one by one to surround Su Yun. What audacity you have, take him down! One of the men yelled. They were just about to make a move. Wait! Right then, a prideful voice emerged from within the carriage with 7 Qilin beasts. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked over to see the curtain being lifted up. A master donned in jaded green robe, and a fan in his hand walked out with a green-colored hair. He did not get out of the carriage. Instead, he stared at Su Yun from the carriage and smirked. Do you know who we are? The master asked. Su Yun nodded. So why you still dare to rebel in front of me? Can't I? He refuted. Of course not. The man in green robe flung his fan and fanned himself. I don't care what sect you're from. Since you dare to block my carriage, then you better be prepared to accept the consequences. I'm in a good mood today. If you kneel down and kowtow to me right now, I won't mind what you have done. How is that for you? All right. Su Yun actually agreed to that. With that, everyone was stunned. Su Yun then suddenly walked up a few steps towards the 7 Qilin beasts. With a move of his hand, he threw the red-colored powder bag towards the 7 Qilin beasts. Swoosh! The bag with the powder seemed to be sealed with small explosives array. When they got close to the 7 Qilin beasts, it exploded as the red powder scattered all over the bodies of the beasts. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 178. The Contracted Sword That Secures Victory, Part 3. Swoosh! The red powder scattered all over the 7 Qilin beasts, turning them blood red. Everyone who witnessed this was shocked, but soon enough, the master reacted. Seeing his beloved Qilin stained with the powdery substance, he frowned tightly. What is this filthy thing of yours? Bitch, this master here gave you a chance yet you're still rebelling against me. This is intolerable. Capture him. Yes. The people of Jaded Heart Palace shouted in unison as they gathered around Su Yun. But right then, Su Yun threw out a long sword towards the people around him. A barbaric sword chi rippled through. He had tremendous strength for an 8th stage spirit intermediate disciple. The profound spirit chi he released was thick and full, and with the monarch occult force's help, there was a tinge of true divine energy mixed inside, so when it attacked in full force. Bang! A few lower-leveled people from Jaded Heart Palace retreated quickly from the aftermath of that attack and almost fell to the ground. Using this chance, Su Yun ran into the crowd and escaped out. You're escaping now? The master from Jaded Heart Palace chuckled. Shrugging his hands, chase after him. Yes, master. Also, inform the king of Sky Blue Nation to order the entire city to hunt down the man in black hat. No matter who he is, when they catch him this time, I want to skin him alive. Yes. The disciples of the Jaded Heart Palace quickly rushed forward. But then... roar! An angered roar broke out. The master of Jaded Heart Palace was frightened. Looking over, the 7 Qilin beasts suddenly turned aggressive. It roared continuously with red substance fuming out from its nostrils. Then, their bodies started twisting as though it was very painful. Finally... roar! The 7 Qilin beasts completely erupted as they opened their slime mouths and spewed blazing flames to the houses at the side. Then, it started running around in a crazy manner in its attempt to get rid of the ropes tying them down. This scared everybody else. Shit! The 7 Qilin beasts are losing control. Someone screamed. Losing sanity. Why would they lose control out of a sudden? The master of Jaded Heart Palace was taken aback. Looking back again, he saw the red powder that covered the 7 Qilin beasts had turned into liquid and had started penetrating into their bodies. The master from the Jaded Heart Palace realized and bellowed, "Bloody hell! That man spiked the 7 Qilin beasts and caused them to lose control." Spiked them? This medicine does not look like that medicine. Which medicine? What medicine? One man from the Jaded Heart Palace seemed to be able to recognize this medicine, and so he shouted, "What medicine? Quick, what can I do to make my Qilin beast stop? Quick! There is no cure." The man muttered and backed off. This is aphrodisiac medicine that is mainly used for beasts. Aphrodisiac. The master of the Jaded Heart Palace could not bring out the word. He almost fainted. How dare the person spike his Qilin beasts with an aphrodisiac? Roar! Then, the 7 Qilin beasts finally escaped from the ropes and flipped the carriage over. The master of Jaded Heart Palace slid down and almost fell. He took a leap quickly and floated in mid-air to see the 7 Qilin beasts running around in chaos. They stared at the altar in a daze and roared as they charged forward. The guards at the altar saw the Qilin beasts. All of them were shocked as they dodged them quickly. But they were spirit soul realm spirit beasts. When they went crazy, their powers would be astonishing. The entire altar fell into chaos. The Phoenix City was in a mess as several armored people rushed to the crowd. Many of the experts from the palace ran out in an attempt to salvage the situation. During the chaos, the man who spiked the Qilin beasts took this opportunity and snuck into the palace. Swash! Su Yun had no intention of being merciful. Right away, he took the hat off and changed into the costume of Limitless Sword Lord. With the death sword thrown into the air, it pierced towards the metal cage that the Indigo Phoenix was in. The worship of the tears was about to begin. The Indigo Phoenix was kept in a metal cage which had been transported to the altar. Stepping onto his flying sword, Su Yun saw where the metal cage was. The metal cage was about 5 meters tall and 7 meters wide. It was being transported by a metal handcart. Underneath the handcart was a seal that was glowing. This array was continuously in use to reduce the weight of the metal cage so that the people pushing the handcart could do so effortlessly. Voila! Right then, the wind blew, lifting the canvas covering the metal cage. A speck of blue radiance emerged from within. Indigo Phoenix. Su Yun's eyes tensed. Without delaying it any longer, he maneuvered the death sword and rushed over. Like a black meteor star crashing its way down. The guards transporting the Indigo Phoenix sensed something was coming. There's an enemy. Who is it? How dare you barge into the palace? The guards yelled as they took out their weapons and rushed towards Su Yun. But he was obviously not willing to exchange hands with them. When he got near to the cage, he pulled out the death sword and swiftly cast the 100 flying swords out. The sharp and terrifying sword she rose as the 100 swords spread open like wings. The guards had never seen such a person before. All of them froze as they were completely shocked. Seizing this chance, Su Yun maneuvered the death sword, pulled out the 1,000 deep sword. Together with the 100 swords, he chopped towards the metal cage. Dang danga dang. The 100 swords collided with the cage, creating clatters just like how a blacksmith would continuously hit the metal again and again. The metal cage shook as fireworks flew. The ginormous sword chi crashed into the cage like a gigantic hand. Who has such audacity? How dare he create havoc in the Phoenix Palace? Surrender now or you shall perish. An ear-splitting bellow fell from the sky. Like a clock ringing in the middle of the night, it resonated in all directions. The higher-ups from the palace was here. Su-Yun's face tightened as he brought up the 1,000 deep sword and maximized the monarch occult force. All of his profound spirit chi flowed into the sword like a gushing river as he chopped forward. Dang! The cage collapsed as a huge amount of profound spirit chi burst out. Swoosh! At the same time, a blue radiance came crashing down from the sky. Looking carefully, it was a lively blue cheetah. The blue cheetah flew in the air with its target locked onto Su-Yun. The cheetah attacked him. The attack was covered with a terrifying destructive chi. What an amazing mystical technique! Su-Yun's face congealed. Thinking fast, he turned his back and ran away without hesitating. The blue cheetah landed on the floor with a bang as the houses on its side collapsed into bits and pieces, sending all the soldiers transporting the Indigo Phoenix into air. Don't even think about leaving, the higher up of the palace shouted. But Su-Yun turned back once again suddenly. Moving his hands quick, he gestured quite a number of sword manuals gestures and all the 100 swords split themselves into two, one on the left the other on the right as they attacked towards the cage that had collapsed. As they got near the cage, the 100 swords gathered and pierced through the cage again. The swords were like rain. In a breath's time, the collapsed cage was being rained upon. Finally! Ka dang! The cage cracked. The soldiers gasped. An anonymous presence held its attention. The spirit being imprisoned was set free. Ah woo! Two huge and indigo-colored wings spread open from the crushed cage. It was about 30 meters long. The proud phoenix who had retreated back in the cage for so long was finally resurrected. Shit! The higher up from the palace was shocked. Looking at the crushed cage, his face turned ugly. Once the phoenix was out of the cage, it did not act weirdly. Instead, it spread its wings open and soared to the sky. The gigantic body glowed with indigo radiance. It was a splendid view in the night sky. But no one could enjoy this view. Quick! Inform the king. The indigo phoenix has escaped. Get someone to stop it. Quick! The higher up from the palace exclaimed. What happened? Then, there were a few specks of light coming from afar. Each of their chi was thick and unusual. They were all spirit soul disciples and were terrifying. Prime Minister. General. Why did you just come? Someone crushed the cage of the indigo phoenix. And let the phoenix escape. The higher up screamed. What? How could such a thing happen? Earlier on, right in front of the altar, a commotion broke out where the 7 Qilin beasts were transporting the master from Jaded Heart Palace. They were like maniacs as they wreaked havoc everywhere. We had to suppress the 7 Qilin beasts. How is it possible that in such a short period of time someone managed to sneak into this place and crushed the cage? Is this all coincidental? Coincidence? TSK, I'm afraid not. That person probably had something to do with Jaded Heart Palace. Everybody, don't say so much. Quick, follow me to pursue the Indigo Phoenix. Quick. Okay. Several experts chased after the Indigo Phoenix without delaying any further. Swoosh. 100 of swords entered the sheath as Su-Yun advanced forward stepping on the death sword. He loosened his fist as he looked at the radiant indigo feather in his hands and sighed a breath of relief. This was the aqua feather of Indigo Phoenix. It grew on the phoenix's back like the reverse scale of the dragon. Upon a touch it would aggravate the beast. Just earlier on, when Su-Yun crushed the cage, he made Death Sword made a detour to slice off Indigo Phoenix's aqua feather. With the aqua feather, the Indigo Phoenix would be enraged and would never let Su-Yun go. This chase would result in the death of one. As such, he had succeeded in luring the Indigo Phoenix. Ah! Then, from behind, Su-Yun heard shrill howls and soon, he sensed all the spirit cultivators floating towards him. Su-Yun felt dizzy and uncomfortable. The everlasting stone was activated automatically to protect his mental state. Without the everlasting stone, he would have fainted from this blow. After all, the indigo phoenix had the cultivation of spirit's soul realm. Soo-yun panted heavily as he focused advancing forward. Very soon, he left Phoenix City and towards the Green Mountain. Then, at the peak of the bushy Green Mountain, the snow-white figure already noticed Soo-yun flying towards her. "Xing-yu!" Soo-yun used all his might to shout for her. His voice echoed. The person at the peak of the Green Mountain heard his calls. Would she dare to delay? Quickly, she placed the 2 stones in her hands into the array essence to link up the 2 arrays, and then hastily, she stood at the edge of the cliff. Both of her hands hugged her chest as she changed with her eyes closed. Her eyelashes flutter ever so slightly. As she parted her pink lips, a series of gentle and soothing chants began. Swoosh! Right then, the indigo phoenix opened its wings, fiercely shooting out indigo feathers. The feathers were like razor-sharp swords. When it came piercing through, it rippled and he only felt the hair on his back stood. Soo-yun's heart skipped a beat. He was just about to lower himself to dodge the attacks. But, Ling Qingyu suddenly screamed. Soo-yun! Quick, take the sword! Soo-yun was shocked. Looking over, Ling Qingyu already had one of her hands raised high up. Her right eye had completely turned magenta, with the sword seal on her chest glowing with radiance. What was shocking was her palm. There was actually a black sword seal. Just a bit, the sword would emerge from the sword seal. Soo-yun's heart was thumping hard. This is the period where the contract turns the cultivation into the sword, the contracted sword that obtains victory. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 179. The Contracted Sword That Secures Victory, Part 4. Ling Qingyu exclaimed and caught Soo-yun's attention. The magical and odd sword seal shook continuously on her soft, white hands. It was as though there was something leading it. It was magical. Soo-yun's heart skipped a beat. Looking at the feathers attacking him from behind, he set his heart to it. Bending down, he grabbed hold onto Death Sword and flung it. Swoosh! Hundreds of swords rushed out from the sword sheath and gathered behind Soo-yun, forming a gigantic shield. The feather spikes struck. Clatters rang densely like raindrops falling onto the roof of a house. The indigo phoenix was ultimately a spirit soul realm existence. How powerful would that attack be? After only a few breaths, Soo-yun could no longer hold on. He was turning pale and panting hard. The shield that was fending off the feather spikes started trembling as though it was about to collapse. Soo-yun, come over quickly. It seemed like Ling Qingyu might not be able to withstand this situation. She was looking slightly bad as her thin, fair hands shook uncontrollably. Pearls of sweat formed on her forehead and streaked down her face. Seeing that, Soo-yun dared not hesitate. He rushed over and towards Ling Qingyu's hands. He could sense it. He could sense a strong sword intent in the sword seal. That crazy, astonishing, powerful sword intention. At this moment, that boundless sword intent was waiting for someone to claim it. Voila! Soo-yun's hand was completely submerged within Ling Qingyu's palm and into the black sword seal. Although he could not see clearly, Soo-yun could sense that he had grabbed hold of a sword. That warm, nourishing sensation would never go wrong. A beam of radiance flickered across Soo-yun's eyes. Looking at Ling Qingyu, whose body was trembling and gritting onto her teeth, she retreated back and retracted her hand. In an instant, Soo-yun retracted his hands too, and a radiant, white sword was being pulled out. Swish! In that moment, it was as though a sun had been birthed as the luminous radiance shot in all directions as thick as gushing waters. With the appearance of this sword, it engulfed everything with light. The godlike radiance radiated out like the vastness of an ocean. The sword intent soared up into the sky. In this moment, it was as though all the swords on this earth dimmed a little. Su Yun stared at this luminous white sword in his hands. It was about 5 to 6 meters long. It was just as long as a rope, but on the edge of it was an extremely strong and fierce icy cold chi. He did not know what cultivation was Ling Qingyu at, but this sword's chi was terrifying. Wool. The indigo phoenix released another ear-piercing and thunderous cry. For the aqua feather, it did not retreat, and valiantly rushed forward. Su Yun grabbed onto the contracted victory sword. He gazed at the indigo phoenix and swung his arm, stopping with the tip of the sword pointed at it. Clatters. The soft, long sword produced a whistle that solely belonged to the gold element, which resonated. The contracted victory sword was made from all of Ling Qingyu's cultivation. The destructive power that the sword contained was not something Su Yun could compare to. This was Ling Qingyu's sword. This was Ling Qingyu's power. Tian decided to change her sword name to sound more apt. Suddenly, a blue dome was drawn in the vastness of the sky by the white sword, just as though a white dragon was prancing around. Once it flew over, the soft sword restrained the indigo phoenix. The indigo phoenix flapped its wings frantically as it struggled. Through the contracted victory sword, the thick chi started to tug at Su Yun's body. Su Yun gritted his teeth as he pulled back with both of his hands in attempt to pull the contracted victory sword with all his might as it pulled the gigantic indigo phoenix. Do it! Quick! Su Yun shouted towards Ling Qingyu. The slightly pale Ling Qingyu nodded seriously. Without any delay, she rushed towards the two big arrays that Su Yun had set up and activated it. Shoo! Once the beta ray had been activated, the arrays glowed with a purple tint. These rays surged as it crossed and flowed rapidly. Within a few moments, a humongous glowing palm rushed into the sky and towards the indigo phoenix, dragging it back into the array. The indigo phoenix struggled hard as it flapped its wings, blowing gusts of winds to resist the pulling from the humongous hand. Su Yun was retreating due to the huge winds, but seeing that Indigo Phoenix had given up on attack and was struggling to break free, it did not seem to plan on taking Aqua Feather, but wanted to escape instead. Stay on! Su Yun shouted as he continued to tie the Indigo Phoenix down. Together with the Beta Ray pulling the Indigo Phoenix, the power was maximized. It was impossible for the huge Indigo Phoenix to resist. Falling from the sky, it collided towards the palm. Ling Yuqing backed off hurriedly. Bang! The floor shook and dust flew. Whining, the Indigo Phoenix fell onto the ground hard. Swoosh! Once the tear-provoking array was activated, a surge of energy creating hallucinations burst forth, surrounding the Indigo Phoenix. The tear-provoking array did not release any sorts of chemicals that would irritate the tear ducts. Instead, it used hallucinations to induce a psychological effect for it to tear. Such arrays were definitely much more effective for high and almighty spiritual beasts like the Indigo Phoenix. With the tear-provoking array, the Indigo Phoenix was much more calmer. Obviously, that meant the tear-provoking array was showing some effects as the dust around them fell back to the ground. All we have to do is wait. Slowly, the tear-provoking array will feed on the Indigo Phoenix's thinking and make it emotional. Then, it'll be moved to tears. But the Indigo Phoenix is ultimately still a spirit soul realm beast. It won't be easy to make it cry. This entire process will take at least half an hour or longer. Half an hour? Ling Qingyu is shocked. All the experts from Sky Blue Nation are all coming over. Won't we be surrounded by them if we have to hold it up for half an hour? Don't worry. Su Yun's face was calm. I'll fend them off. This was the last ingredient to make Triple Yan Universe Pill. With it, Chang Er's poison would be eliminated and he could take her away anytime. They could look for Sacred Sky Mountain, revive the Sword Elder and start a new beginning somewhere else. Or, they could seek shelter in Immortal Sword Sect and live their lives. What ruling the world, taking territories, to reach the peak or immortality? He did not care. He just wanted to live peacefully on his own, with his loved ones. What else could be more important than that? Maneuvering the sword, Su Yun flew over. Looking at his back view, Ling Qingyu was confused. Did she not cultivate her entire life for her parents? Flying over the Green Mountain, Su Yun stood in between the blue dome of heaven. From afar, he could see specks of black dots. Counting, there was a total of 7 of them. Were they from Sky Blue Nation? They are fast. Su Yun stared at the contracted victory sword. He could only rely on it for now. The experts were flying over at an astonishing speed. Analyzing their chi, each of them were at least Spirit Soul Disciple or higher. 7 Spirit Soul Disciple experts? Even if he activated the heavenly crystal, he probably could not hold them. He just needed to delay them. Su Yun clenched onto his teeth, wrapped his fingers around the contracted victory sword and roared as he charged towards them. Swoosh! The soft and gentle sword turned hard all of a sudden and started lengthening to a surprising length of at least 10 feet as it cut through the sky like a giant guillotine breaking the heavens. The 7 experts quickly instigated all the defense treasures to defend against the blow. Dawn! The contracted victory sword struck all 7 of them, resulting in a surge of energy as they flew out. The strength bestowed onto this sword was not only Su Yun's. It also had the support from Monarch Occult Force and Ling Qinyu's power. How powerful could it be strong? The 7 experts flew over 1,000 meters before they stabilized themselves. Looking at the glowing white sword, not one of them were not surprised. This man can maneuver swords, he must be Immortal Sword Sect. No. He isn't. He's limitless. He's the limitless sword master. This man can maneuver swords to kill and can maneuver countless swords. He must be the one that created chaos at Wushuangju Peak. It's him. One of the men shouted. If the limitless sword master is alive, then it'd be hard to settle this. What are you afraid of? So what if he's limitless sword master? He merely killed a spirit soul disciple that day. Today, we have 7 spirit soul disciple experts. Can he hold up to that? The Indigo Phoenix was lured out by him, he probably wanted the Aqua Meteor. Don't delay any longer, guys. We need to exterminate this man as soon as possible and capture the Indigo Phoenix. Yes. Everyone shouted in unison. Holding onto their breath, they charged over again. Su Yun moaned as he stepped onto Thousand Deep Sword. Pulling out Death Sword and once again instigated the 100 swords, he charged towards the 7 men. At the same time, he started moving his other hand to brandish the contracted victory sword. The sword enlarged rapidly like the boundless ocean. One of the Spirit Soul Disciple experts could not dodge in time and was chopped into half by the contracted victory sword. He fell to the ground, and whether he was dead or alive, it was not known. What terrifying destructive power it had! Needless to say, even Su Yun was shocked. Was this the power of the contracted victory sword? Ah! The general of Sky Blue Nation charged towards him with a long spear like a meteorite. Surging with Scarlet Star Spirit Chi, he was like the proud and prideful sun in the night sky as he rushed towards with a strong presence. I just want the Aqua Meteor. Anyone who stops me shall die. Now, Su Yun would not be merciful. Once he makes a move, it would be a killing technique. The power of the contracted victory sword was already been instigated to its peak, and once again, he brandished it towards them. The general of Sky Blue Nation noted this. His heart skipped a beat. Initially, he wanted to fight till one died, but now, he had to retreat. The attacking diameter this sword was too huge. Without even getting near to him, anyone would be chopped by this sword. At wit's ends, the general had to turn to defense. Swoosh! At this time, countless mystical techniques emerged. Like light balls, these mystical techniques flew towards Su Yun. When they got near him, the light balls exploded and turned into ferocious beasts as they pounced on him. Dong dong dong. Su-yun had no time to guard against this and suffered a blow. He retreated back quickly as he vomited blood out. Indeed, it was impossible to fight against these 7 spirit soul disciples by relying merely on the contracted victory sword. But this did not mean he should give up. Hang on for a little more, and he would be victorious. Su-yun pressed on. These spirit soul disciples obviously were not as simple as Su-yun thought. Other than the man who had been chopped, the 6 dispersed and gathered around Su-yun. Their actions and swift chanting started to produce an extensive mystical techniques. Shit! Su-yun's face changed as he retreated quickly. Once again, he brandished the sword to avoid the people attacking him. But at this time, the contracted victory sword power was fading. What was happening? Seeing that the contracted victory sword fading, he was shocked. If there was a problem with the contracted victory sword now, he would definitely not able to fend off these men. Without a breath, he would be killed by them. Dong! Swish! Right at this moment, the indigo phoenix over at the Green Mountain let out a shrilling scream. Then, the entire mountain shook as its screams echoed. Shit! Someone was behind him? Su-yun's heart dropped as he turned around quickly. When the spirit soul disciples experts saw, they chased after him. Don't think of leaving, Limitless! They shouted continuously. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 180. Desire to dismember Su-yun. Suddenly, the contracted victory sword was fading as though it was going to disappear. According to Ling Qingyu, there were only 2 scenarios that would result in this. First, Ling Qingyu was too far from himself. 2. Ling Qingyu was attacked. Currently, their location would not result in this, so there was only one reason for it. Su-yun's face tensed up as he rode on the immortal sword. When he got near the Green Mountain, a huge amount of greenish substance floated around. What's this? Evil Qi. Su-yun's heart dropped as he stared far ahead with his eyes wide opened. On top of the Green Mountain, there were several shadows. Ling Qingyu, who was dressed in a white dress, had fallen to the ground. She looked pale and her mouth was covered in fresh blood. The indigo phoenix had struggled its way out of the tear-provoking array, but it still could not escape as it was trapped by a huge green metal chain. Su-yun! Ling Qingyu looked at the man flying towards her. With all her might, she gritted her teeth and tried to look up as she turned herself into a ray of white beam of light and flew towards Su-yun's sword sheath. Voila! Very quickly, she was in the sword sheath. Qingyu, are you alright? Su-yun asked. I'm fine. I've gotten the aqua meteorite. Leave. Quickly. Ling Qingyu muttered. When Su-yun heard that, he looked over. The man on the Green Mountain was already looking at him. He looked odd. They were all covered by an odd greenish qi and their eyes glowed in green light. Their hair scattered loosely like vines overgrowing. The leader was a beautiful woman dressed in a jaded green dress. Her dress was below her knees, revealing her smooth, fair calves. Her body was hot, she had big breasts and a perky butt. She was extremely pretty with her brows arched on point and skin as fair as porcelain. Her eyes shone like diamonds. In entirety, she looked noble and precious. Vixen. Was she a vixen? Su-yun was shocked. Wasn't this woman the one she met when he was trying to get the sprite's shadow? Just as Su-yun was looking at her, she turned towards him. Rascal, what are you waiting for? Their target is the indigo phoenix. Not you. Better run when they're not interested in you yet. Go! Ling Yuqing nagged. Su-yun nodded and turned. With the edge of the sword pointing far ahead, a multicolored beam of light shot out with a sonorous sound. However, the woman seemed to have identified who he was behind his mask. "Chase him." Turning to her side, she ordered. With skin like a bark, two tall men standing beside her rose immediately and chased after him. But then, the people of Sky Blue Nation had arrived. Seeing this group of people trapping the Indigo Phoenix, everyone raged as they charged over. A bunch of idiots. The woman did not fear them. As her pupils constrict, she waved her hands and the ground around her cracked. Emerging from the cracks were a huge amount of greenish, eerie hands as they reached out towards the Spirit Soul Disciple experts. "Be careful!" The experts from the Sky Blue Nation exclaimed as they dodged. But not for long, the two suddenly charged onto them with a body reeking of thick greenish chi. These chi were thick and scary. It was as though they did not mind the appearance of the Sky Blue Nation's experts. When they appeared, they charged onto them. The experts of the Sky Blue Nation all turned pale as their hearts thumped hard. Was this an ambush? Kill them. I'll use their souls to cultivate weapons. The woman said casually as though it was nothing unusual. Yes, Princess. The experts shouted in unison as their intention to kill surged with evil chi. Swish. A black sword brushed past, forming an arch and flew forward. When it got near to a mountain, it fell and crashed into it. Dawn. The black sword fell onto the ground. The man standing on the black sword scurried under a big stone. Suyun hid behind the rock carefully. He panted heavily, but did not make a sound. Swoosh. A few shadows passed by him. In a blink of an eye, they were gone. Seeing that, Suyun was relieved. The heavenly scale divine eye in his eye could conceal his cultivation level and chi. As such, his opponents would not be able to detect his chi. As long as he hid himself, they could be shaken off easily. Staying behind the rock for a while, Suyun's anxiousness had also died down. All those people were all Spirit Soul disciples. Who exactly was the woman who was reeking of evil chi? Why was she here? Suyun was confused as questions filled up his mind. Taking the sword sheath off, he attempted to communicate with Ling Chengyu. "Xingyu, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Ling Chengyu's fragile voice emerged. "I have some pills with me. I'm a sword. I can't digest pills. I can only use my body's strength to recover." Earlier on, the contracted victory sword had used up quite a fair bit of my energy. I probably can't leave the sword sheath for some time. Ling Chengyu said. "Why were those people there?" "I'm not sure. I was following your instructions to await for the tear-provoking array to force the Indigo Phoenix to cry. Who would have known that when it cried, this group of people would appear and beat me up? They were ready to take the Indigo Phoenix away. I'm not their match as they were too strong. I'm lucky you came early or else I'd be killed by them." Ling Chengyu sighed a breath of relief after the calamity. Suyun went quiet for a while before he said, "Thank you." "Thank me? What are you thanking me for?" "Thank you for helping me." "Tisk, rascal. Please don't think I was willing to do it. Since you've gotten the Limitless Sword Sheath, I've recognized you as part of Limitless Sword Sect. I helped you merely because I wanted to repay my benefactor." "Is that so?" Suyun did not say another word. They idled for about an hour before Suyun picked up Death Sword and stepped on it directly. After getting the Aqua Meteorite, he had all the ingredients he needed. He only had one thing left to do, which was to get back to Blossom Heart Valley as soon as possible to cultivate the pill. Seated on top of mountain looking as though a sword had pierced through the clouds between the mountain was an ancient sect. Immortal Sword Sect. This sect had passed down countless of generations. In the entire southern region, nobody dared to look down on them, not even Long Ao Nation, Profound Sky Sect, or Swallowing Heaven Sect. A long, stone stairs extended all the way from the foot of the mountain to the peak. In the middle of the mountain sat a beautiful, exquisite pavilion decorated with statues made from gigantic swords. Surprisingly, around the Divine Sword Mountain, there were many floating immortal palaces around the Divine Sword Mountain. At this moment, just outside the jaded Divine Sword Hall were the family of Su who made robes. They stood in two lines at the side and were the elites of the Su family's main house. Each of them had high cultivation level and thick qi. Within the main hall, Su Yang Nian, the new successor as the great clan elder of the Su family, stood in the middle of the hall. At the sides of the hall were all the clan elders of the Immortal Sword Sect. Other than the administrator clan elders, 4th clan elder Feng Jin, 5th clan elder Chen Nan, 7th clan elder Mo Wen Shan, and the youngest clan elder of Immortal Sword Sect, the 11th clan elder Xiao Zhangming, were all present too. 3rd clan elder, Long Xianli, was not present, but the disciples of the great clan elder Shen Hong were all gathered at the front of the hall, led by Bai Yen Shan. In the middle of the main hall, a handsome, suave middle-aged man sat on a throne which was completely made out from jade and fully embellished with swords and talisman. The man frowned as he looked at the men standing below him in dissatisfaction. "Clan elder Su Yang Nian, is what you say all true? The person who killed the great clan elder of my Immortal Sword Sect is Limitless, who is currently situated in Blossom Heart Valley?" "That's right." Su Yang Nian, who had a short mustache, nodded and stated, "Limitless was a traitor of Su family, named Su Yun. He was originally an inner sect disciple, but since he was lazy in cultivating and had no thoughts of improving himself, he was casted out to the outer sect. Nobody bothered about him since then, but because of this, he bore grudges against the Su family. I don't know how he managed to practice all those weird and eerie sword techniques to increase his cultivation level. He perpetrated outrages in the Su family and had made several mistakes. But because he had disguised himself as Limitless, it was difficult for me to realize it. Until today, I hope to seek your cooperation that we can join hands and capture this bastard together. Not only did this man practice odd sword techniques, he stole my sect's heavenly crystal and everlasting stone. He's a great enemy of the Immortal Sword Sect. I will not let him go." And then, Xiao Zhangming raged. He used this item to kill great clan elder Shen Hong. I need to seek revenge for him. Yes, no matter where he's hiding, we have to avenge for clan elder Shen Hong. Yes, avenge him. A few of the clan elders shouted angrily. Then, the disciples trained by Shen Hong walked out and stood in the middle of the main hall. They then kneeled to the 2nd clan elder Tang Tian. Tang Tian stood up and looked at this disciples in shock. "You, 2nd clan elder." One of the disciples shouted in grief. "Master treated us like gems, taught us sword techniques and nurtured our cultivation. He was just like our biological parents. Now that Master had been murdered and the murderer is running free, I would like 2nd clan elder to uphold justice for Master and clan elder Shen Hong. Attack Blossom Heart Valley and dismember Su Yun's body. Please uphold justice for us, 2nd clan elder, and dismember Su Yun's body." The disciples shouted unanimously. Standing from one side, Su Yang Nian was shocked to see this. Yet, Shen Hong's favorite disciple, Bai Yen Shan, stood at the side still. She did not kneel nor kowtow nor plead. Tang Tian kept his gaze and looked towards Bai Yen Shan. He asked, "Yen Shan, all your brothers and sisters have came up to plead. Why are you not saying anything?" Bai Yen Shan looked up and looked towards Tang Tian with her flawless, petite face. Then, she shook her head lightly. "Don't you want to seek revenge for your master?" Tang Tian knitted his brows. "Nope." A soft and gentle voice emerged. "Then? Revenge must be sought, but I don't wish to borrow any help from the sect. I would like to kill my enemy on my own." Her voice was still gentle but was filled with tenacity. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 181. Back to the Valley. Based on your strength? Second clan elder nodded. He was impressed. Yen Shan, you're gifted and have insights, which is also why clan elder Shen Hong is biased towards you. But Su Yun is different now. Although his cultivation is not high, he has the everlasting stone and heavenly crystal. If I didn't guess wrongly, the monarch occult force is also in his hands. If you fight with him alone, you can't win. After finishing his sentence, a commotion broke out. What? The monarch occult force is in his hands? I still remember Limitless had stolen the monarch occult force at Wushuangju Peak. If Su Yun is limitless, then the monarch occult force is in his hands. Jesus, this man has the heavenly crystal and monarch occult force with him. With the everlasting stone to improve his cultivation level, how heavenly defying is he? The only thing is that he does not have the time now, but in the long run, he would become a formidable person. If we don't exterminate him now, there would be endless troubles in the future. This man is too scary. We have to exterminate him. Everyone looked worried as they discussed. But this man is currently in Blossom Heart Valley. The Blossom Heart Valley isn't very easy to offend because even though they aren't considered strong, they have good allies. Even the disciples of the Immortal Sword sect have received help from the Blossom Heart Valley. If we head over now, can we get it? 11th Clan Elder, Xiao Zhangming voice out. How can Blossom Heart Valley turn against us for such a vicious person? The great disciple of Sheng Hong asked. Maybe. Before waiting for other clan elders to explain, Su Yang Nian interrupted. He scanned through everybody lightly and moved his lips. From what I know, Su Yun has a good relationship with the Pill King from Blossom Heart Valley. When Su Yun was poisoned, he was personally treated by Pill King. Everyone should know, Pill King has always been chasing after the philosophy of medicine. He was not interested in anything else. For him to treat personally, how important was that person to him? From what I see, if everybody headed over, none of you would succeed. Oh? Tang Tian looked up and stared at Su Yang Nian for a while before he said, then let's follow Clan Elder Su's orders. How would you go about handling a bastard like Su Yun? Simple. Su Yang Nian smirked and chuckled, then he refuted, doesn't Su Yun have the heavenly crystal and monarch occult force? With that, everyone was enlightened, as though a candle was lit up in the darkness. Everyone came to see the light. Tang Tian lowered his head to think about it before he shrugged and muttered, it isn't easy to deal with Blossom Heart Valley. We might lose the reputation of Immortal Sword sect if we do this, but to avenge Clan Elder Shen Hong, I'll do whatever it takes. Feng Jian, bring your men and spread the news that Su Yun is limitless and is currently holding onto the heavenly crystal, everlasting stone, and monarch occult force. Tell everyone too, that Su Yun is currently at Blossom Heart Valley. As such, countless sects would head forth to Blossom Heart Valley to capture the wanted man. Though Blossom Heart Valley might be able to fight off one or two, they might not be able to do so with 3 or 4 sections. We'll wait till the moment they can no longer hold on and have to hand Su Yun over, then we'll intercede. When Feng Jian heard this plan, his eyes lit up. I'll comply with second clan elder's orders. With that, he was about to arrange everything. Wait a minute. Promptly, Su Yang Nian shouted once again. Feng Jian looked at him. Su Yang Nian then said calmly, all of the news must be spread to others, but there's one message that you need too. Limitless Qi is demonic Qi, and there is a possibility he's part of the demonic continent. You just have to say this to everyone else, that the Blossom Heart Valley is currently safekeeping a demon. They have sinned badly. They must hand over the demon obediently, or else they're making enemies with the entire Sky Martial continent. With that, Feng Jian understood it all. Su Yang Nian was merely finding an excuse for all the sects to find trouble with Blossom Heart Valley. With this excuse, anyone and everyone could seek trouble with Blossom Heart Valley. After all, they were on the side of justice. Feng Jian nodded and left immediately. Thanks second clan elder for seeking revenge for master. The disciples of Shen Hong bowed to him once again. Revenge must be sought, but you can't turn muddle-headed for revenge. Tang Tian said nonchalantly as he stared at Su Yan Nian with a complex look. It was an extremely long journey back to Blossom Heart Valley, but Su Yan never stopped for one moment. He advanced forward with full force. With the speed of his sword, he finally arrived at Blossom Heart Valley after half a month. At the mouth of Blossom Heart Valley was a long queue of people who traveled miles to seek treatment, waiting for the people of Blossom Heart Valley to cure them. Gui Moju patrolled at the mouth of the valley. That was his job daily. He needed to ensure that each and every disciple was focused and alert when they carry out a diagnosis so there was not one mistake made. Once there was a problem, the reputation of Blossom Heart Valley would go down the drain and the patient might risk losing his or her life. Ka-da. Then, a sound echoed. Everyone looked over to see a man in black Blademaster clothes, stained with soil and mud. The man behind the mask looked fatigued as he fell from the sky suddenly. He panted heavily and walked towards the mouth of the valley with his black sword as his walking stick. Master Su Yun. Looking over, Gui Moju got the shock of his life. Quickly, he ran over. Are you all right? Master Su Yun? Quick, get someone to help. Gui Moju shouted. It's fine. Su Yun took a deep breath and stared at the front and said, I merely used up too much profound spirit chi in an attempt to rush over. I just need to rest, but I don't have much time now. Quick, prepare a pill room for me. When I recover, I'll come looking for you again. Okay, not a problem at all. Let me first prepare you a room to rest. Gui Moju answered and called for 2 disciples to lead Su Yun to a room to rest, then he ran to inform Pill King and the others. In the middle of the quiet Blossom Heart Valley sat a few elegant cubicles. Xing'er sat at the side of Lotus Pool quietly and looked upon the koi fishes swimming in the pool. She looked lifeless and frail. 2 silhouettes appeared in the small alley, a man and a woman. They were donned in white, plain clothes which were clean and pure. The man was tall and handsome. He was slightly tanned whereas the girl was small and petite. She looked cheerful and bubbly. The 2 whispered something as they walked over. Looking at the person at the lotus pond, they were stunned as they fell silent. Su Xianyu was speechless as she walked over. Miss Xing'er, are you thinking about Big Bro Yun? Don't worry, Big Bro Yun is coming back soon. If you're so depressed, you might hurt your body instead. When Big Bro Yun comes back, he would be worried sick. It was just. Su Xianyu did not pull Xing'er back to reality. She sat and stared quietly into the lotus pond without saying a word as though she did not hear a single word from Su Xianyu. Miss Xing'er. A mindless Su Xingyang came over and shouted for her. His voice was loud as though he was a thunder. With that, he scared off all the koi fishes in the pond. Xing'er was also brought back from her deep thoughts. She looked to the left and to the right with eyes big and asked, What happened? Bro! What are you doing? Su Xianyu kicked Su Xingyang's leg and shouted before she smiled at Xing'er, Miss Xing'er, don't worry. Big Bro Yun will be back soon. Oh, it's the both of you. Xing'er reacted, but when she heard Su Xianyu's words, she did not say anything. She merely feigned a smile as her eyes sunk back. Looking at Xing'er, the 2 did not know what to say. Day. Then, a series of running steps rang from the small alley. The siblings looked forth to see Gui Moju's great disciple, Li Song, running towards them. Seeing them standing by the side of the lotus pond, he cupped his fist and said respectfully to the 3 of them. Smiling, he announced, Miss Xing'er, Miss Xianyu, Mr. Xingyang, Master had sent me to inform all of you that Master Su Yun is back. What? As though something was prickling in the air, her ears stood as she turned and ran over in sick state. She asked anxiously, Broly, what are you saying? Young master is back in the valley? She was a completely different person. The Yu and Yang siblings were shocked. Yup, he's currently resting now. Li Xiong smiled. Xing Er stepped forward and started running. I, Miss Xing Er. The siblings chased after her. In the resting room, a huge recuperating chi array was in action. The patterns and items used for this array were all high-grade ingredients. Emerging from the array were beams of rainbow mixed with an abundance of gentle profound spirit chi which was not of any elements. They penetrated into Su Yun's body as though they were little goblins. Once they were in his chi channels, they nourished his spirit essence and chi channels. Su Yun swallowed a few other pills to facilitate his recovery process. Very quickly, the profound spirit chi within him formed and he was instantly much more energetic. Indeed, the Blossom Heart Valley earned its reputation. It merely took them half a day of work and his profound spirit chi has recovered mostly. This array was amazing. If it was other sects, they would most definitely not be able to achieve this in a day. Su Yun opened his eyes and looked at the array beneath him. Taking a deep breath, he got up and walked out of the house. Crack! The wooden door opened. The moment Su Yun stepped out, he saw a person seated next to the house. This person looked pale. With brows arched nicely, she looked elegant and graceful. Donned in a dress of green, she leaned against the pole with her eyes shut as though she was taking a rest. But she looked exhausted and her eyes were red as though she had not been resting well for the past few days. Xing Er? Su Yun was shocked as he kneeled down to shake this girl awake. When she opened her eyes, she saw a familiar face right in front of her. She could not longer take it as she went straight into his arms. Young master! She hugged him tightly, as though she was afraid that Su Yun would vanish in the next second. Big bro Yun, you were resting so Miss Xing Er dared not disturb you, so she waited outside. For the past days, she had been thinking about you all day and night. Big bro, now that you're back, everything is fine. Su Xianyu and Su Xingyang said as they came over. Hearing that, Su Yun smiled as he caressed her pale, icy face. His heart ached for her, such a dummy. Not long after he left the resting room, Guaimoju and the Pill King came over too. During this time when Su Yun was not at the valley, the Pill King did not forget to accumulate all the hard diagnoses he had encountered and insisted on Su Yun helping him to find a cure. Su Yun did not reject, instead he asked Guaimoju for help to arrange a pill cultivating room as he went to the medicinal hall to study the medicine. But after he had solved all the queries and doubts the Pill King had, Su Yun did not leave in a haste. In the medicinal hall, Su Yun took out all the items he had retrieved and placed them on the table meticulously. Yin Yang Soul Stone Powder, Obsidian Moonstone, Wu Huang Flower, and Aqua Meteorite. Once everything was out, the Pill King was instantly attracted to them. His sense for ingredients were astounding and even Su Yun was intimidated by it. In the entire region, there was probably no one that could be on par with the Pill King. This old man was practically living for medicine. The Pill King stopped what he was doing, came over and looked at all the ingredients on the table. I know this. It's called Aqua Meteorite, a special production of the Sky Blue Nation. The Pill King picked up the indigo diamond and studied it. As for the others, young lad, tell me, what are they? Senior Pill King, do you want to know? Su Yun asked. Of course. Pill King was impatient as he tugged on Su Yun and asked, quickly, what are you cultivating now? Detoxifying pill. Su Yun replied, but, this process is extremely complicated, and I hope Senior Pill King can help me on this. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 182. The two mightiest join forces. Detoxifying pill? The Pill King was shocked, but then he got it right away. Is this the antidote pill for Ching Er's poison? Yes, this is known as the Triple Yan Universe Pill. The recipe for it is classified, but I was lucky to obtain it. I'll tell you the steps in detail in just a bit. As for now, we need to do some adjustments to the pill cultivating room. Triple Yan Universe Pill? Pill King only heard the important words, leaving other words out. His eyes burned with passion as he looked at Su Yun with his brightly lit eyes. What miracle pill is that? How can it detoxify the isolated enchanting demonic poison in Ching Er's body? The isolated enchanting demonic poison is a fatal poison. Can this pill will work? Not only can it detoxify isolated enchanting demonic poison, it can detoxify several other poisons. It is considered a holy medicine, but its creation process and ingredients are highly complex and hard to obtain. I'm considered lucky to have obtained all of these ingredients. If I'm down on luck, I'm sure I will not be able to gather all these ingredients so easily. Other than the Yin Yang Soul Stone powder, he got the Obsidian Moonstone purely based on his luck. And with Hu Qianmei's help, he managed to get the Wu Huang flower. If not for them, he would have lost his life. Lastly, the Aqua Meteorite was purely because of the timing he managed to grab hold of. If Su Yun discovered this poison later, the Aqua Meteorite would have been sold at a high price. That would spell trouble for him. If that was the case, Su Yun could only rely on these ingredients to suppress the poison in Ching Er's body as he looked around for the Aqua Meteorite. If he still did not manage to get it, then maybe he would use extreme methods, or even head back to the Su family. It's that miraculous? The Pill King's eyes was still burning with passion as he revealed a sly smile. Reaching out with his shriveled hands, he pressed onto the artery on Su Yun's neck as he chucked, "Young lad, I've been treating you well, haven't I?" "Not too bad, senior, what's up?" "Nothing much, but are you willing to teach me the method to cultivate this Triple Yan Universe Pill?" The Pill King was slightly embarrassed as his hands trembled continuously. Though it was a presumptuous request, but to Su Yun, it was sincere. Su Yun's cultivation was low and he did not have a high status. He was only good at medicine, but he was not known for it. Other than the reputation he has as limitless, he was just a small person. But the Pill King was different. He was well known, and in the Blossom Heart Valley, his status was high. If it was other people, they would never put their pride aside to ask of Su Yun, yet, he did not care about his pride and asked Su Yun for it in the name of medicine. "Senior Pill King, you're joking. I'm willing to teach. If I were to cultivate this pill alone, I will not be able to make it. Senior, you've been treating me so well, I will do the same for you too." Su Yun said it seriously. Actually, he had gotten all his medicine techniques from the Blossom Heart Valley and from the Pill King. The Blossom Heart Valley was a second home to him. How could he not be grateful for that? Especially in his previous life. Good. Ah, young lad, my foresight was good, and my efforts have not gone down the drain, huh? The Pill King was not too excited or happy. He was merely just laughing as he patted on Su Yun's shoulders, looking comforted. "Senior, please follow me," Su Yun said. "Okay." The Pill King nodded as he followed Su Yun closely, as they headed for the pill cultivating room. This room is called the Harmonious Pill Cultivating Room, and was one of the biggest pill cultivating room in Blossom Heart Valley. It was mainly used for the clan elders and all the elites from the other sects to use. The disciples had no authority. Upon the Pill King's request, this pill cultivating room was temporarily reserved for him. With the setup from Gue Moju, all the ingredients within the pill cultivating room were well prepared. The Harmonious Pill Cultivating Room was extremely spacious. It was about the size of several entrances of the valley. The pill cultivating room had no roof, the walls of the room were made from crystals. Connecting the walls to the floor was an array. The engravings on the crystal walls were known as Origin Array. This array did not have much depth. It was merely used to store the energy of the items. The crystal walls covered with metal that possessed a lot of profound spirit chi. Once this array was activated, all of the profound spirit chi within the crystals would be released, and it would supply a constant profound spirit chi to anyone who was in the pill cultivating room. It was a very common pill cultivating method. Of course, with such advantages there were also flaws. One of the advantages was that it could ensure quality of the pill that was being cultivated, as it was nourished with spirit chi, and so, it would be effective. But it also meant that it would use up a lot of the energy in the crystals. Once the profound spirit chi within the crystals had all been released, then, one would have to pay huge sums of money to repair the crystal walls. Unless one had great authority or belonged to a noble sect, he would never be able to bear such costs. On the surface of the floor of the pill cultivating room, it was covered by another array. The array had a facilitatory role to play, but they were not meant to be used on humans or on the pills. Instead, it was used on the furnace. This array was unique to Blossom Heart Valley. In the entire continent, there was only one of them. It helped to support the ingredients of the furnace and ramped up its effectiveness. All the energy that was released were not profound spirit chi. Suyun was not able to analyze the reasoning and structure of the array and was undoubtedly interested in it. No matter how long he took, he could never simplify this array. Suyun, Pill King, Qing the Yuyang siblings, Guaimoju, Li Song, and the other Blossom Heart Valley people gathered in the room. "Open the door." The Pill King shouted to the two disciples standing outside of the pill cultivating room. "Yes, Master." The two disciples from Blossom Heart Valley opened the door quickly without delaying. "Mo-Ju. Bro, is there any other instructions? Please cooperate fully with Master Suyun and me. You'll send some outstanding disciples to come over and help out. At the same time, they can learn," the Pill King said lightly. Guaimoju was overjoyed to hear that. This was a good opportunity to learn. Suyun's knowledge of the medicine was not inferior to the Pill King. Now that the two of them are joining forces to cultivate a pill, the process would indeed be fulfilling. If the disciples were lucky to watch from one side, they would definitely benefit from it. Bro, don't worry. Mo-Ju will do as you say now. Mo-Ju cupped his fist and ran out. A while later, he led a group of 30 disciples from Blossom Heart Valley with mixed genders. They were all about 20 to 30 years old, and they all looked excited and happy. They looked towards Suyun and the Pill King with utmost respect. Suyun looked around, but he did not say anything. Instead, he tilted towards the Pill King and asked, "Senior, shall we start?" Pill King nodded and extended his hand. "Please. Please." Suyun replied as he turned towards a jaded table in the right corner of the pill cultivating room. The ingredients laid on the table were commonly used. Suyun idled over for a while before he gathered a pile of ingredients and walked towards the gigantic furnace in the middle of the pill cultivating room. Hashima Cauldron. A cauldron made from a 10,000-year-old Hashima core nucleus. This cauldron could only take cold, not heat. So naturally, harsh, cold temperatures produced from arrays were needed to cultivate a pill from this cauldron. To cultivate a pill from ice is a technique that is mainly used for a more specific type of pills. Some of the ingredients had a unique structure. Once they are heated up, their structures would change and they would melt. As such, the essence within the ingredients would be lost. Then, you wouldn't be able to concoct the pill. Our ancestors created this method to cultivate pills with ice was to preserve all the essence in the ingredients as much as possible. Master Gue had already prepared the pill cultivating room for them. But right now, I need to do some adjustments. For instance, the ultimate in frosty flame array underneath the Hashima cauldron. The heat is most important in cultivating pill. Same thing, it is important to control the heat when you're using ice to cultivate pill. Only with the optimum temperature will you be able to cultivate a pill. Senior, it isn't easy to obtain the aqua meteorite and obsidian moonstone. If I fail, there is no second chance. So it must succeed. Eliminate the array and the respective markings. With its effects decreased, the temperature would drop too. Changing the tracks and patterns of the array can help to decrease the temperature that the array is producing. The patterns of the array is just like hand manual, finger manual. Each action, each pattern can help to release a burst of extraordinary energy. We must not belittle them. The last thing is to fill up the patterns. This is the most important step as it connects the array to the furnace, so it is directly related to the extent of facilitation it will provide. We need to ensure the success of this pill concoction, so the extent of filling up the pattern must be at least 90% done. Suyin said as he walked. 90%? Everyone from Blossom Heart Valley took a deep breath while Qing Er was lost as she did not understand anything. What is filling up the patterns? Bro, is it impressive to fill up the patterns up to 90%? Su Xin asked the disciples around her. Of course. It's already impossible to fill up 10% of the patterns. To complete it to 90% is already the highest realm of an array master. Do you think it's impressive? The man exclaimed. After which, the three were all shocked. The Pill King frowned. 90%? Young lad, only the highest level array master in the continent could do this. I'm good at medicine, and although I don't suck at array techniques, but I don't dare to boast about it. It's considered good that I can complete 70% of it. Senior Pill King, please don't be humble. Though it's hard to fill up the patterns, it's also pretty easy. Basically, it requires meticulousness. We just need to go through step by step to fill up the patterns and not neglect any part of it to achieve perfection. It's hard to do so alone. After all, it's a huge array and one might not be able to hold up since mistakes can happen when you reach the last few. But, it is different for two people. We can help and amend one another's work if we find one. It is absolutely not too hard to complete 90% of the pattern. Hearing Suyin say that, the Pill King had no fear. He nodded and said, since that's the case, then let me try. There isn't much time left, let's start from this side. Suyin said as he turned towards the disciples, the process of filling up the patterns will be longer and we might use up more than half of the energy of the crystal wall. Please go and get more crystals so we can use it to repair the walls. Also, do look for conscientious grass for the Pill King and I so we can stabilize our mentality and focus better. Tien, I think the conscientious grass is weed. Yes. All at once, everybody made a move without delaying. Let's start. Suyin said to the Pill King as they walked towards the array beneath the Hashima cauldron. Once they were in the array, Guamoju took out the glacial powder and started filling up in between the patterns of the array. To fill up the patterns, one needed spiritual chi. Previously, when Suyin filled up the patterns, he used the ordinary golden bird phosphorus powder, which cost about 10,000 spirit coins per bag. The glacial powder was more expensive than the golden bird phosphorus powder. The spiritual chi of glacial powder is considered cold and it is extremely valuable. It costs at least 30,000 spirit coins or more. Guamoju had prepared 6 of them and the Blossom Heart Valley was probably the only sect who had the capability to possess them. After all, they were not lacking of money. Qing Er. As Suyin filled up the patterns, he called out for her. Yes, young master. Seated in a daze, Qing Er ran over hurriedly. Stand on the right side of the Hashima cauldron. Oh, okay. Qing Er went over there without any hesitation. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 183. With tenacity, there will be rewards. It is the hardest to complete the 90% filling of the patterns. Laid in front are the sequences of pattern. According to the patterns of the array, it is sufficient to use profound spirit chi to seal it off, but at the end, it is insufficient to seal it with just powder. It needs some adjustments to the patterns. Also, because the patterns were already filled up, the array already had its spiritual characteristics. At the moment, there will not be any changes to the array. Any changes would be very mild. This puts our observation to the test, Senior Pill King. When we fill up the patterns, we will have 3 breaths of rest. That meant that after 3 breaths, we need to continue filling up the patterns, or else the patterns of the array would shrivel and dry up. As such, we will not be able to continue filling up the patterns, and then we will fail. We can take turns to fill up the patterns, and right after me, you can take over. While you fill up the patterns, I will look over you, so when you make any mistakes or when the array starts to change, I'll remind you. Once you've completed, you'll then look over me immediately. 2 is more than 1, with our cooperation, it will not be hard to achieve 90%. Suyun filled up the patterns as he spoke. The Pill King nodded. At the side, the disciples took out the recording diamonds to note down what Suyun had said. They were all focused. Xinu and Xingyan looked at Suyun in awe. Big Bro is such a pro. How did he learn? He knows everything. He already has an extensive knowledge of the medicine, now he has even mastered the art of array techniques. Isn't forming the 90% array patterns the formidable one in the continent? Su Xinu eyes shone as she looked towards Suyun with a tinge of passion. It doesn't mean he's the greatest master if he knows how to fill up the patterns up to 90%. You can only say it's rather impressive. Although the pattern of the array is one of the most important aspects in forming an array, but it is not an array. An array master's skills, cultivation level are all important too. The key thing is the ingredients. The patterns of the arrays only decide the strength of the array. As for the others, they determine the quality of the array. So, it's not enough to judge Master Suyun's standard of array techniques. Guamo said at the side. Su Xinu listened, but she was in a daze. She pretended that she understood and nodded her head. As for Qing'er, she had been staring at person who was so focused on filling up the patterns. She felt as though she was dreaming. Why does young master knows how to fill up the patterns? Why did he know how to set up an array? Isn't he the one who can't even cultivate properly? Why does he know so many things? When did he learn them? Xing'er's mind was in a mess, but there was a surge of happiness. We're past 70%. Just then, someone exclaimed softly. Do not speak. Guamoju shouted back to shut everybody up. This was the crucial point where they needed to be focused. Although based on the Pill King and Suyun's cultivation level, they would definitely not be distracted by any rumbles. Suyun stared at this extreme frost array pattern and filled it up with glacial powder carefully. The powder contained profound spirit chi. Slowly, he filled them up and connected it with the array's seal. There were beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and each drop of it were being pushed away by the people at the side using their profound spirit chi so that it did not fall into the array. 80% completed. They should start filling up the patterns like what he said. Voila! Suyun had filled up this side of the array, and without delaying, he assisted Pill King in filling up the patterns. No mistake. Swap positions. No mistake. Swap positions. The two of them were familiar with each other, so they worked well hand in hand. The others watching were amazed by their teamwork. Not knowing how long had passed, the sky outside lit and went dark again. After the disciples had repaired the crystal walls, 80% of the patterns were completely filled. The last 10%. Suyun looked at the leftover patterns. Panting heavily, he struggled to keep his eyelids opened. He seemed as though he was exhausted. Quick, the conscientious grass. Guamoju said quickly. Then, two disciples from the side quickly prepared the grass and stuffed it into their mouths. The two chewed anxiously. Once the conscientious grass was in their mouths, it showed effects almost immediately. They were much more energetic and Su Yun looked better. The last 10% was the key. Everyone was dizzy now as though they could pass out any time. If not for the conscientious grass that provided them some mental strength, Su Yun would not be able to hold on any longer. Ultimately, he was someone who had yet to attain the spirit core realm. Although they were both pill cultivators, the Pill King's cultivation level was much higher than his. After curing Qing Air from the poison, he must definitely increase his cultivation level. With the everlasting heart and the talent he got from Hu Qianmei, it would definitely be fast for him to climb up the cultivation ladder. He was not sure if he might meet up with any dangers in future. With a strong power, he can ensure Qing Air's and his safety. Su Yun thought to himself. Biting onto his tongue, he gave himself a punch and forced himself to keep it up and continue drawing the array. Young lad, keep it up. Seeing Su Yun's hands shaking and the profound spirit chi he was using was super thin, the Pill King broke out into a cold sweat. The people around them saw the two of them and the array slowing down, especially Su Yun whose hands were already not listening to him. Young master. Qing Air's eyes welled up. She wanted to cry as though her heart was being pricked by needles. She thought of calling out to stop her young master, but she was afraid she might disrupt him. In a moment of hesitation, she was in pain. Nobody knew how Su Yun managed to pull through for the next 8 hours. The last 10% was almost completed. Su Yun was completely exhausted. He fell on the array motionlessly as though he had passed out. Whatever that was left was completed by the Pill King. Quick! Take him to rest. Guamo shouted anxiously / Yes, clan elder. Su Yun was carried away while the Pill King finished the last part of it. As such, in the last 100 years, Blossom Heart Valley was the first to complete a close to perfection, 90% completed array. When Pill King finished his last step, he dropped onto the ground and panted heavily as though he was suffering from starvation. When the array was done, the entire furnace and the room was adjusted. What followed then were long, arduous time of pill cultivation. Su Yun made Qing Air stand in the middle of the array because her poison could not be suppressed by any medication. Su Yun specifically ordered Guamo to set up this array mainly to seek out the qi of the demon poison in Qing Air. After all, it was the first time that the Triple Yang Universe pill was being cultivated, and although it was said to cure all poisons, Su Yun did not know if it was true. Right now, he could only maximize the effects of this pill. He did not want to miss this chance due to his own failures and mistakes, so he was taking absolute seriousness in each step. After obtaining the qi of the demon poison, he needed to match the ingredients to this qi. The main ingredients that could work on this demon poison were aqua meteorite and obsidian moonstone. The cultivation of the Triple Yang Universe pill had captured the attention of Blossom Heart Valley. Other than the sect leaders closing down, the other clan elders had came over to observe. However, the harmonious pill cultivating room was already sealed up so they could only watch from afar. Once the furnace was activated, the cultivation of the pill started. Loops of colorful radiance emerged as if a fairy was born from the furnace. It was magical. On the 9th day, the colorful radiance dimmed, and as expected, the ice of the furnace dispersed. This marked the completion of the pill. Qing Air, Xanu and Xing Yang, Guamoju and all the other clan elders of the Blossom Heart Valley waited patiently outside of the harmonious pill cultivation room for the opening of the furnace. Within the pill cultivating room, Su Yun and the Pill King stopped whatever they were doing and looked at each other. Then, they reached out together at the same time to open the lid of the Hashima cauldron. The moment it opened, a gust of abstruse chi burst out with beams of light shooting out into the sky. This is the chi of the spirit level. The second clan elder Chenmu Yun, waiting outside, gasped when he saw the beams of light. Only pills of the spirit level would produce such chi. Seems like this pill can be hailed as a spirit level pill. This spirit level pill is so miraculous. The triple young universe pill might really be able to cure all poisons. The clan elders broke into a discussion. After the door of the pill cultivating room was opened, they walked in. Su-Yun jumped onto the lid and looked into the furnace. There was a shiny black and white pearl in it. He was instantly overwhelmed with happiness. He took it out quickly. With the pearl in hand, he felt his hands were cold. It's done! It's done! Su-Yun cheered as he smiled widely. His efforts had paid off. All thanks to you. The Pill King smiled and congratulated. Su-Yun turned around and bowed to Pill King and Guimoju. Without the help from you both, Su-Yun would never be able to cultivate the pill. Qing'er's poison is hard to cure, you're both my benefactor. Su-Yun will never forget the kind favors Blossom Heart Valley had done for me. I'll repay you in the future. Haha, since when have you started using such a strategy? The Blossom Heart Valley practices medicine for the world and save those in need. We've saved countless of lives in the recent years. This pill is meant to save someone. Even without your crazy magical medical skills, I will still help you. The Pill King laughed, looking like he did not care. Alright, Master Su-Yun. The pill is done, quick, give it to Miss Qing'er. The second clan elder, Chen Muyun, smiled and gestured. Su-Yun nodded. But he hesitated and said, the Triple Young Universe pill is an extremely high-quality medication and is probably above a spirit-level pill. For Qing'er to eat it, she would definitely find it hard to digest the pill. Please help Qing'er absorb this pill, clan elders. Are you saying to use the array to digest the pill? Yes, may I ask all clan elders to give your strength to help digest this pill? No problem. We'll help you to the end. Thanks. Su-Yun said in gratitude as he bowed to them again. At this moment, 100 miles away from the Blossom Heart Valley was an obsolete mountain. A lady donned in green robes stood at the peak and stared quietly at the Blossom Heart Valley. Behind her were all sorts of demons and vixens. These demons looked weird, some had rabbits as their head and the bodies of a cow. They were all covered in skulls and bones. Some had 2 heads. None of them looked normal. The white bone carriage they used obtained skulls and corpses along the way and laid them on the ground. Now, the entire mountain was stained blood red. Seems like the rumors are true. The guy named Limitless is indeed in the Blossom Heart Valley. The girl looked back towards the demons and muttered, quick, get the sect prepared. We don't have much time. Suddenly, the entire world knows of this news. Someone must have done it on purpose. Soon, there will be people making their way towards the Blossom Heart Valley. We have to get the sprite's shadow and leave as soon as possible. Yes, princess. The demons shouted in unison, with voices full of humility and respect. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 184. Are you looking down on us? The Pill King personally arranged the sequence of the pill's digestion for Qing'er. Once all of the array required to digest the pill was set up behind the mountain, Qing'er went into it. Surrounded by the clan elders, they sent their energy towards the array to strengthen it and made use of the domain to digest the pill. Su-Yun wanted to help badly, but his cultivation was not as strong as theirs, so he could not help much. Then, just as the clan elders of the Blossom Heart Valley were preparing this big array, a shocking news was passed down. What? Are you for real? Behind the mountain, the Pill King was preparing the arrays when he heard Guimoju's reports and instantly, he looked serious. Absolutely true, senior brother. The news have spread all over the place and disciples coming through from Broken Rush City heard the rumors from the spirit cultivators saying that Su-Yun is limitless. He is currently in Blossom Heart Valley and that Limitless currently possesses the Heavenly Crystal, Monarch Occult Force and other strong treasures. If he has them all, then he would have no enemies. Also, there are people who said. Once Guamoju said till this piece, his eyes darted around as though he was hesitating if he should say it. What else did others say? Don't hide it from me. The Pill King said frustratingly. Yes, senior brother. Guamoju took a deep breath and continued. There are even people who said Master Su Yun is from the demonic continent. Initially, many had detected the demonic chi on him when he was fighting the battle at Purple Star Academy. Even if he wasn't from demonic continent, he would probably have some connections with it. I'm afraid that are countless people coming towards Blossom Heart Valley, trying to accuse us of keeping a demon by our side. Covering up a demon? The Pill King moaned. They're obviously finding an excuse for me to hand Su Yun over, so that they can obtain the Heavenly Crystal and Monarch Occult Force. Su Yun, who was eavesdropping from the side, remained speechless as though he was thinking of something. Young lad. Then, the Pill King stared at him. Senior, what instructions do you have? Are you really limitless? Yes. Su Yun did not hide from him. Why did you kill Shin Hong and the great clan elder of Su family? They deserved it. Is Monarch Occult Force, Heavenly Crystal, and other items on you? Ma'am. Are you together with the demonic continent? No. Oh. After an interrogation, the Pill King nodded. There were not much changes to his expression. Pondering, he shrugged his shoulders and stated, I believe in Su Yun. Since he isn't part of the demonic continent, then he is part of Sky Martial continent. I don't care who has he killed or what kind of treasures he has on hand. I have no right to ask about that. Moju, go and arrange. If anyone wants to look for Su Yun at Blossom Heart Valley, tell them Su Yun is a guest of Blossom Heart Valley. Blossom Heart Valley will not send their guest away. Understand? Yes. Guamoju replied. When Su Yun heard the Pill King's words, not only was he moved, he was utterly grateful to the Pill King. However, he was still able to discern the situation clearly. Senior, now that this had happened, I think we can put Ching Air's pill digestion on hold. Please help out. If Master Gue is holding it up all alone, I'm afraid there might be accidents. It's all right. I believe the people can differentiate between white and black. The digestion of the pill cannot be delayed, or else the effects of Triple Yan Universe pill would decrease by half. This must carry on. Don't worry about the others, my disciples will settle it. The Pill King answered. Master Su Yun, don't worry. Guamoju will settle it clearly. Seeing the two so confident, Su Yun did not persuade any further. He took a bow and replied, if there's anything you need from Su Yun, please be direct with me. Solomon's serene music sounded through the blue sky, as two divine statues stood side by side. In front of the statues, 10,000s of shadows filled the ground as they kowtowed to the statue. The scene was glorious, dignified, and holy. Even if it was the Holy Emperor, he too would be shocked by the scene. Amongst the 10,000s of people, a gingered-haired elderly walked through. He was in a blood robe and on its back was a majestic eagle. He held his head low, afraid to look at the man in between the statues. Walking forward, he looked sincere. I pay my respects to the Lord. The elderly walked up, threw his walking stick aside and kneeled down. Have you found the person? He's in Blossom Heart Valley. Then let's raise the grounds of Blossom Heart Valley. The man between the statues said nonchalantly. If he lets other people hear his words, how would one feel? There was probably not another one in the southern region who dared to boast such words. The elderly thought for a moment before he looked up and said humbly, Sir, I'm afraid that won't do. If we follow your way, it might disrupt your plan and also will be disadvantage to my sect. What do you suggest then? Let Immortal Sword Sect and the Su family take action. They have already set up everything with the Heavenly Crystal and Monarch Occult Force as the bait. I believe countless people would pounce onto Blossom Heart Valley. With that, the sky sheltering the heavenly statues fell silent. The man who had his hands behind his back was speechless. It took quite a while before he said, "Don't let me down this time, Dot." "I won't," the elderly replied quickly. The man nodded and continued, "I've received some news. Those men they sent here seem to be collecting something. Maybe you can send some to spy on them." The elderly smirked. "Do they even have time to come to Sky Marshall Continent? Don't tell me they can handle the situation there? Maybe they can't, so they're here seeking a solution." The elderly kept quiet. "Also, other than bringing her in, bring that mutated person here too. I'm curious how a nobody could suddenly change into someone incredibly strong, the center of attraction. Maybe he has something we're interested in." "Don't worry, sir, I'll settle everything for you." "Aha!" The man nodded. "Off you go. Get me news quick. There isn't much time left." "Yes, my lord." The elderly kowtowed once again before he got up. He retreated back bowing and left the place of heavenly statues. The Pill King led the clan elders of Blossom Heart Valley behind the mountain to start the technique to aid Ching Air's digestion of the pill. Not knowing how long this process would last, Su Yun and Guamoju observed from the side. But Su Yun was still worried about the news. He, himself, was limitless. And he had the Monarch Occult Force and Heaven Crystal, etc. Why did the news spread so suddenly? Why would these treasures be made known to the public? Shouldn't it be hidden well? After all, the more people who knew about it, the stronger the competition. The chances of getting the treasures would be slimmer. Probably someone had let this news out intentionally. It was most probably the Su family. After all, they would not dare lay their fingers on Blossom Heart Valley. It was not a long-term plan to stay in Blossom Heart Valley. Su Li Xiong had wide connections and was even connected to Profound Sky Sect. If the Su family dare not offend Blossom Heart Valley, couldn't the Profound Sky Sect do so? After Ching Air's poison is completely removed, we had better leave this place quickly so we don't bring the people of Blossom Heart Valley too much trouble. Su Yun lowered his head and thought. Master! Master! Bad news! Just then, a Blossom Heart Valley disciple ran over hastily. Su Yun and Guamoju turned to look at him. What happened? Why do you look so anxious? Guamoju frowned tightly. The people from Colored Rock sect of Smoky Wind Valley and 3 Items Deity Palace are all gathered at the mouth of the valley, wanting to meet the sect leader. The disciples sounded nervous. To see the sect leader? Guamoju raged the moment he heard him. Why are the 3 sects looking for the sect leader all of a sudden? I'm afraid they're coming for Master Su Yun's treasures? Tell me, who have the 3 sects sent? Are they qualified to meet the sect leader? 3 Items Deity Palace have sent their sect leader, Xiangli, the Smoky Wind Valley's great clan elder Xiaofeng, and the Colored Rock sect's sect leader, Sanshur, are all at the mouth of the valley. Other than the 3 of them, the elites and the clan elders from their sects are all present. The disciple trembled. All these sects are too greedy. Guamoju moaned. Previously, Blossom Heart Valley had helped to heal them, but we don't see them coming to send their regards. Now that there are treasures here, they are all here. Master, what shall we do now? Disciple asked. What can we do? Guamoju snorted. Tell Li Shan not to let them in. I'll be out in a while. Yes. The disciple ran out immediately. Master Gue, I'll come with you. It's fine. Stay here with Miss Ching Air. This is just a trivial matter that I can handle. Guamoju left right away after he finished his piece. Su Yun hesitated, but he still did not make a move. After leaving the mountain, Guamoju stomped his way back to the mouth of the valley. Along the way, the disciples and the elites of Blossom Heart Valley were making their way back too. Of course, Poison Immortal Valley had yet to make a move. Without the Pill King or the Lord of the Valley's orders, they would only charge at the most intense situation. Then, at the mouth of the Blossom Heart Valley, dense silhouettes stood still. Many commoners who saw such strong sects were all frightened. They were all gathered together and shivering. It was a huge difference between people with cultivation and those without. There was no difference for a spirit cultivator to kill an ordinary being like just how they would pinch an ant to its death. Although these sects were just and honorable, such that they would not kill without reason, it was, however, normal to develop fear for the strong and mighty. All the sicklings were invited into Blossom Heart Valley, whereas countless of elites blocked off the entrance of the valley. At the opposite stood several strong Chi people. 2 men and 1 woman, namely the sect leaders, Xiangli from 3 Items Deity Palace, Xiaofeng from the Smoky Wind Valleys and Qi Sanshur from Colored Rock Sect. The 3 all looked in their 30s as they were dressed solemnly and had embellishments of their own sect. Xiangli, the assistant sect leader, frowned as she stared at the entrance of the valley. Li Song, have you informed your clan elders? Let us into the valley soon, and let us meet with your clan elder. Xiang Li shouted. Reporting to sect leader Xiang Li, the Lord of Valley had closed his doors to rest and now is a bad time to see him. Li Song has already sent disciples in to inform Master Gue Moju. I believe he is on his way here to meet with you, sect leader, and all clan elders. Gue Moju? Xiang Li's face sunk and she yelled, the sect leader and clan elders of 3 great clans have come down personally. Not only is Blossom Heart Valley not letting us in, but instead, you're merely sending a puny character like Gue Moju to welcome us? Are you too proud of yourselves? Are you just looking down on us? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 185. I must eliminate him. People say, Blossom Heart Valley practice medicine to help the public, they are benevolent to everyone, are a group of people without desire and do not seek for favors. Never did we expect that today you Blossom Heart Valley people were actually acting. Can it be possible that you all are taking advantage and stealing from all of us? Xiaofeng from Smoky Wind Valley mocked loudly. You! Li Song was furious. He stared at the obese lady, clenched his teeth and fist and said, I hope Elder Xiaofeng will take back the nasty words she just said. My Blossom Heart Valley is not as you say. Nasty words? Don't you think that you people are the ones that are nasty? Xiaofeng did not care much about him, and immediately retorted, your Blossom Heart Valley is harboring a demonic person, means you are colluding with them, who knows if you all are conspiring. Comparing nastiness, who do you think is worse? Do not slander my Blossom Heart Valley. Li Song, who was thoroughly enraged, shouted out in anger. In a moment, all the people from Blossom Heart Valley started to shout together. Do not slander my Blossom Heart Valley. Even if their cultivation was not strong, did not have powerful techniques, their physical bodies were weak, but their loyalty to their sect was stronger than everyone else present. This was their comfortable and warm place, and they had already viewed this place as their home, treated all the people of the same sect as their kins. To humiliate the sect was simply humiliating their family. How could they take it? Basically everyone stepped forward, looking as if they would start attacking if Xiaofeng spoke further. Seeing this situation, her face turned pale, and did not dare speak. People from the Blossom Heart Valley have such a temper. Qi Sanshur from the Colored Rock Sect snorted, we did not say anything wrong, you guys are harboring Limitless. Or is that a lie? If not for the fact that your Blossom Heart Valley practice medicine to save the public and cure the dying and sick, do you think we will just stand here and continue talking to you? We would have already rushed in, treat you all as demons and wiped all of you out. When he said those words, all the people around him also gained confidence, and started shouting one after another. That is right, Limitless is bloody and cruel, to have killed and harmed so many people, the heavens cannot tolerate him. You have to hand him out. The shouts from everyone continued to escalate. Since you people from the Colored Rock sect have so much confidence, then our Blossom Heart Valley will open our doors for you and let you come in. See if you have the power to treat our Blossom Heart Valley as demons and deal with us." Just at this time, an old voice sounded out. Everyone turned to look, and saw the white gown and grizzled beard Guaemoju and a few disciples walking over together. "It is Master Gue. Master Gue is here. Master! Master, you're here!" All the disciples of Blossom Heart Valley rejoiced as they shouted out. But when they see Guaemoju's dark face, and with the group of people walking with him, the disciples automatically dispersed. Now that Guaemoju had appeared, some people secretly exchanged glances, but no one spoke. "What?" Guaemoju swept the entire crowd with his eyes, and snorted, "Everybody, why have you stopped talking? Or is it that you all believe that I do not have the qualifications to talk to you? If you feel that my qualifications is not enough, then please leave. Today the representative from Blossom Heart Valley is only me, Guaemoju." His hard cold voice was clearly stating that he was not going to give any room for discussion. A few of them, seeing that it was impossible to see the Valley Master, dropped the matter. But Xiaofeng spoke out, "Since Grandmaster Guaemoju said so, then we will not beat about the bush. Today the reason that I have come is that I hope that you, Grandmaster, can hand over one person, and that is Su Yun. I believe the matter had reached your ears, right? Su Yun is colluding with the demons, of course, whether he is from the demonic continent or is colluding with them, it doesn't matter. We need to eradicate the demon and protect the peace of Sky Marshal continent. That is what us warriors are tasked to do, and as the famously righteous Blossom Heart Valley, I believe that you will not wish to be associated with the demon and quickly hand over Su Yun." Colluding with the demons? Associated with them? Guaemoju stared at the group of people, his face darkening, and he snorted, "That is bullshit. You all claim that Su Yun is colluding with the demons, then bring out the proof. If you do not have any evidence, then do not think that you can randomly slander people. We do not have the evidence, but Grandmaster Gue can bring Su Yun out for a confrontation. Yes, we need Su Yun to personally stand here. I want to analyze the attribute of his profound spirit chi. If he truly is not colluding with the demons, his body will definitely not have any trace of the special baleful demonic chi that only demonic chi cultivators have. If you truly wish to clear Su Yun's name, then bring him out." Xiang Li reasoned out. "We wish for Grandmaster Gue to call Su Yun out, if not, I will not give up." Shi Sanshur shouted. "I will not give up. Can Grandmaster Gue quickly bring Su Yun out? Can Grandmaster Gue hand over Su Yun? If not, I swear I will not let this go. I swear to not let this go." Everyone from the three sects started shouting. Their attitude was determined and their tone harsh. Guaemoju frowned, his heart becoming cold. It was impossible to speak with reason with these people. They only had one goal, to make Blossom Heart Valley give up Su Yun. They only wanted Su Yun, they did not truly care of whatever demon or demonic chi. A group of sanctimonious people. If Master Su Yun really comes out, who knows what this group of people will do? Guaemoju secretly mumbled. "Master, what do we do now?" A disciple beside him asked. "What else can we do?" Guaemoju said softly, "The elders are currently assisting Miss Qing'er to digest the pill. We can only delay them, and wait for the elders to come out of the array." "Understood." The disciple asked, his eyes full of worry. Although Guaemoju was in front of him taking charge, but his cultivation level was not high, what if the three elders decided to barge in? The people of Colored Rock Sect, Smoky Wind Valley and Three Items Deity Palace were still shouting, while Blossom Heart Valley did not make any actions, causing Xiang Li and the rest to become impatient. The three of them secretly exchanged glances, and Xiang Li began speaking. "Grandmaster Gue, let us speak openly. Are you handing him over or not? We do not have much time, please quickly give us an answer." Xiang Li growled. Su Yun was limitless, and him being in Blossom Heart Valley had already spread. They were considered early, and who knew how many tyrants were on their way, so they only had the chance to quickly seek Su Yun out, to have the hopes that they could retrieve the treasures on his body. If the stronger sects came, they would not be able to get anything. The three sects had already discussed and came to an agreement: the everlasting stone, monarch occult force and the heavenly crystal would be split equally. If not, the three sects would not even form together to come. Su Yun is a noble guest of my Blossom Heart Valley, why should we hand him over? So what you are saying, is that you are not willing to hand him over? Guamo did not know what to say. Everyone, let us not waste any more time, and quickly grab him. If not by the time the other sects come, it would become difficult. Xiaofeng softly told the other two. Yes. Shi Sanshur nodded his head, stepped forward and grumbled, since Grandmaster Gue is not giving a reply, then, for the safety of Sky Marshal Continent, for the safety of all the citizens, for justice and peace, we have to offend Blossom Heart Valley. Upon hearing that, Guamo became frightened. What do you want to do? You want to barge into the valley? Since it has come to this, I too cannot wait any longer. Sorry to offend you. Zhang Li shouted. All the disciples receive my orders. Xiaofeng shouted loudly. Here. Everyone from Smoky Wind Valley all shouted in unison. In the next moment, both sides of people opened up. The atmosphere instantly became heavy, the situation quickly becoming tense. A few people had already brandished out their weapons, and were activating their mystical techniques. Killing intent flashed across Xiaofeng's eyes, and a shout came out, listen to my orders, get ready. You all dare to behave atrociously in Blossom Heart Valley? Just at this time, a cold voice sounded out from the valley. Everyone was taken aback, and all their heads turned towards the direction of the sound. They saw the people of the valley burst into an uproar, followed by them voluntarily making way, and a young man dressed in jet-black Blademaster cloth, with a cold expression, walking out with his ice-cold eyes staring at them. On his back hung a sword sheath, in his hands he wielded dual swords, one black one green, sword intent shooting out. He stepped forward, steady, calm, without the slightest amount of panic. Su Yun. Limitless. The hearts of everyone outside jumped. Shi Sanshur, Xiangli, and Xiaofeng gazes all landed on his body at the same time. Su Yun is out. Su Yun. Is that Su Yun? He seems young. Martial artists with strong cultivation can change their appearance, even if they look young, that does not mean they are young. Was he the one who killed the Su family and Immortal Sword Sect Power Clan elders at Wushuangju Peak? That's the man who snatched away the Monarch Occult Force? Rumors said he killed the demonic race Blood Demon, and saved Purple Star Academy. That is a lie, he is clearly colluding with the demonic continent people. Why is there not a trace of demonic chi on him? And his profound spirit chi is weird, I have never felt a property like that before. Is that the effect of the Monarch Occult Force? The people from the three sects all started discussing, their rustling and disturbing noises did not stop. The tension eased up. Master Su Yun, why did you come out? Seeing Su Yun walking out, Guamo was distracted for a while, but quickly sorted himself out, and anxiously said, quickly go back in, I will settle the problems here. No need. Su Yun looked at Guamo, then casually walked forward, to the front of the group. He did not say anything, pierced his swords into the ground, and stared at the opposing group coldly. I, Su Yun, am right here. I am here to tell all of you, I am not a demon, I am Su Yun. At the same time, I am also limitless, and up to date, I have already killed 3 Spirit Soul Disciple ranked people. Everyone other than the top 3 of the list of wanted criminals have been killed by me. Although my cultivation level is not high, that does not mean or my methods are weak. Everyone, if you feel that you have the capabilities to take the Heavenly Crystal, Monarch Occult Force and Everlasting Stone from me, then please make your move. Before that, I will say this. He lifted up his gaze that was as cold as a blade, stared intently straight at Xiaofeng, Shi Sanshur and Xiangli. Whoever makes a move, that means I will not rest until he or she is dead. I, Su Yun, must eliminate them. The profound and fierce killing intent rippled and spread out along with his words. His words were sharp like knives, they pierced into everyone's hearts, and practically everyone trembled involuntarily. Even the people from Blossom Heart Valley could not help but shiver slightly. Shouldn't those words only be spoken by people who are savage? The faces of Xiao Feng and the rest turned pale white, their minds trembling. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 186. The Gathering of the Elites. The tales of Limitless Sword Lord had long since spread across the entire southern continent, with every single tyrant in all the sects hearing about it. The people that Limitless killed were all existents who were at least in the spirit soul disciple realm. People who were in the same level as them, how could they not take note? Thinking about Shen Hong and the Su clan elders' painful death, Xiao Feng, Shan Shi and Xiang Li hesitated. The person in front of them was not easy to be defeated. If he truly was strong, being pressured to a point, he might just go into a frenzy killing, and kill them all. Everyone then realized, this person called Su Yun, was the Su Yun from the Su family, and also the Limitless Sword Lord that struck fear into the hearts of the criminals on the wanted list. Hey, what do you two say? Seeing Su Yun's attitude, it is as though he plans for me to continue waiting, and if I attack first, Blossom Heart Valley will definitely help him. At that time it will definitely become messy. Who knows when he will strike us amidst that chaos? Xiao Feng said softly to San Shi and Xiang Li. What are you scared of? We have so many experts on our side, why be afraid of one small Limitless? He is just using the power of the Heavenly Crystal and Monarch Occult Force treasures for power, there's nothing much to him. San Shi remained unconvinced. Sect leader Chi spoke some good words, but you have to know, we have so many experts, but can they compare to the experts of Wushuangju Peak? On that day, Limitless barged into the meeting of heroes, and in front of all the countless experts of the different sects of the southern continent, he personally killed Shen Hong and the Su clan elder. If he, under that situation, was able to handle 2 spirit soul disciples, can't he kill all of us here today? Xiao Feng rebutted. Hearing that, San Shi's face changed again, and could not say anything more. Elder Xiao, please do not speak of words that frighten people. The situation is different, the people in it are also different. I heard that on that day, there were many experts vying and fighting for the Monarch Occult Force. The situation was completely messy, so no one was able to help out the Su family and Immortal Sword sect. This gave Limitless the chance to do what he did. And today, we have so many experts facing Limitless one person, are we still going to let him go rampant and arrogant? Everyone please do not overthink it, we will continue after obtaining the Heavenly Crystal and Monarch Occult Force. Xiang Li grumbled at the side. Hearing the names Heavenly Crystal and Monarch Occult Force, the fear in Xiao Feng and San Shi's eyes instantly disappeared. The rewards was too great, and their courage shot to the heavens. And things were currently very different. Even more, the 3 clan elders that were experts from the 3 different sects were here. Based on the number of experts, they were not weaker than at those at the meet. Why would they be worried? Seeing the fire in their eyes growing, Su Yun understood that the battle in front of him was inevitable. Forget it, fighting is good, now the number one thing I need to do is to delay time, and give Pill King and the rest more time to treat Qing Air. When that is done, we would immediately leave Blossom Heart Valley. If not, more and more people will come to find trouble, and Blossom Heart Valley will be in more of a turmoil. Su Yun! Xiang Li shouted out. Although you are Limitless Sword Lord, although you have consecutively killed a few Spirit Soul Disciple Realm people, but that proves nothing. Now that people say you are colluding with the demons, to uncover and clarify the truth, and to protect the justice and peace of Sky Marshal Continent, you have to follow us for a trip. This way, you can clear your own name, right? Go with you all? To where? To comply with my investigation, to check if you really are colluding with the demons or not. If you are not, we will naturally set you free. You think I am a 3-year-old child? We are doing this for your own good. If there really is a need to check, then let me clarify and clear my name with Blossom Heart Valley. They are righteous people too, why can't they clear my name? It is not the same, they have a great relation with you, how can they clear you? Xiangli immediately said. After a second, bellows and rage sounded out in their ears. What is the meaning of that? 3 items Deity Palace. Don't tell me you think that we are demons too? Good, good. Your 3 items Deity Palace is also mighty. I will report that to my Valley Master. I will see if she will break off all relations with you. Guamoju shouted out in rage. Hearing that, Xiangli's face changed. He looked at Su Yun, and immediately knew that he was following Su Yun's flow. Guamoju, Xiangli does not suspect the valley. Please do not be mistaken. You yourself said those vile words, did I hear wrong? This. Snatching the treasures was one thing, but the relation between sects could not be broken. Xiangli himself could not promise that they might need Blossom Heart Valley's help in the future. Guamoju, Su Yun, please do not diverge from the question. From now, I will only say one more time, Su Yun. Are you coming with us? Chi Sanshur growled. Not following. Su Yun did not bother speaking any further, picked up the 2 swords of his, and said indifferently. His attitude was firm. You want to die? Qi Sanshur shouted, and immediately jumped out to take action. All of the Colored Rock sect also became restless, and started going forward. A big fight was about to explode. Stop! Just at that moment, an urgent voice shouted out. Xiangli and the rest looked up, only to see numerous figures quickly flying over, and landed in between the 2 sides. These people had surprising strong chi. All of them were Spirit Soul Disciple. In total there were 3 of them, 1 old woman, and 2 middle-aged men. The old woman was dressed in purple robes, in her hand was a walking stick, with wrinkled skin and messy hair. When she appeared, many people on sight immediately recognized her. Madam Purple Star. Mystical Mountain Range Purple Star Academy Principal, highly experienced scholar in the field of spirit cultivation, a strong person on the verge of stepping into the realm of the Spirit Star Disciple stage. Qi Sanshur, Xiaofeng and Xiangli could not help but tremble in fear. Although this person was still in the realms of Spirit Soul Disciple, but the 3 of them were just at the 5th stage of cultivation, how could they dare contend against an expert at the 10th stage? And the other 2 were not simple characters. On their waist hung similar stone plates, on the plate carved a big Mu word, the profound power of the soul stone surging out from their bodies. Mu family. The soul stone aristocratic people from Mystical Mountain Range is here. Someone else shouted out. Hua la. At this time, a huge wave comprising of Purple Star Academy experts and Mu family people, around 1,000 people were seen rushing forward. Upon reaching, they crowded along the sides of Madame Purple Star and the 2 Soul Spirit Disciple experts, and a young man riding on a purple horned beast rushed forward. It was Mu Feng. Why are they here? Su Yun was startled. People from the Purple Star Academy and the Mu family all rushed in, stopping in front, standing opposite of the Colored Stone sect, 3 items Deity Palace and Smoky Wind Valley. The situation immediately took a huge change. With everyone looking, Madame Purple Star walked forward together with Mu Feng, who got off the beast. The 2 of them had hatred in their eyes and their expressions sullen as they stared at Xiaofeng, Qi Sanshur and Xiangli. All of your apparent famous upright families, how are you different from the demons? You sanctimonious people are obviously coveting the treasures on Limitless Sword Lord's body, and are using this nonsensical excuse of demons to create trouble. Today I, Madame Purple Star, will leave some words. Whoever opposes Limitless Sword Lord, will be opposing my Purple Star Academy. Madame Purple Star stomped her walking stick fierce on the ground and bellowed out. I am Mu Feng, from the Mu family of Mystical Mountain Range. I am here representing the Mu family to announce that, whoever causes trouble for Master Limitless, is making an enemy out of my Mu family. In that case, if he dies, my Mu family will die together. Mu Feng shouted at the top of his lungs. The two of them stood there unwavering. Upon saying those words, the entire situation changed on the spot. The three people did not say anything. Guamoju was inwardly joyous, and anxiously rushed to greet the two of them. For the two of you to be able to come in time to support us, I, Guamoju, am beyond thankful. Grandmaster Gue, you are welcome. Sword Lord saved my life, and upon hearing worrying news about Sword Lord, we quickly flew over from Mystical Mountain Range, in the hopes of helping Sword Lord. It was luck and chance for us to arrive in the nick of time, and not late. Mu Feng smiled. Thank you. This time, it was Su Yun who spoke out. Madame Purple Star and Mu Feng both looked towards Su Yun and gave a bow, but did not make any sound. With Purple Star Academy and Mu family being present, along with Blossom Heart Valley's words, Colored Stone Sect, Smoky Wind Valley and 3 items Deity Palace were hesitant. Although the 3 sect were not massive, it was not difficult with the 3 of them pressuring Blossom Heart Valley, but it was totally different with the appearance of Purple Star Academy and the Mu family. The two were the top 2 powerhouses of Mystical Mountain Range, and they could not afford to offend either one of them. Xiaofeng, Shi Sanshur and Xiang Li's face were very ugly. Looking at the people who were bent on protecting Su Yun, the 3 of them started exchanging glances. What do we do now? Sect leaders, now that Su Yun is so heavily protected, even if I try to force things through it would definitely not be possible. Xiaofeng asked. We should have rushed in earlier. Why did you hesitate so much and even listen to Su Yun talk rubbish? Now look, we have no chance anymore. Xiang Li snorted. Heis. Qi Sanshur did not know what to say, and heavily sighed, but did not express any opinion. So do we go back like this? If we leave just like this, won't we be ridiculed by others from this day on? Ridiculed? If you do not leave now, do you want to fight them? Purple Star Academy is powerful. Which of you dare to contend against that old woman, Madame Purple Star? This. Continuing like this would not produce any result. We should just withdraw. At least we can still save the relationship with Blossom Heart Valley. If we continue, I'm afraid that we will not even be able to obtain the treasures. We would also have ruptured our relationship with Blossom Heart Valley. The few of them discussed, all of them showing a serious look on their face. Limitless. You are found to be colluding with the demons. You are a disaster to Sky Marshal. Everyone must punish him. Today is the day you die. Just then, a long sentence rippled out. Following that, a few figures flew over. The 3 of them who were still wavering looked up, and immediately became stunned. Relentless Heart Pavilion's 2nd Pavilion Master Wang Xianming. Relentless Heart Pavilion is here. Everyone was surprised. Limitless Lord, although you have people protecting you, but rumors say you are colluding with the demonic continent, so I wish that you can give us an explanation. Wind sounds came out, and a group of people landed down, a vast number of several hundred people, all of them wearing fire-red clothes, all of them emitting Scarlet Star Spirit Chi. People from exuding fire sect. Isn't that the great clan elder Yang? I heard his Scarlet Star Spirit Chi is extremely profound and can melt steel. His power is extremely terrifying. Never did we expect that even people from those 2 sects would come. The experts from the 3 great sects all commented. Xiaofeng, Xiang Li, and Shi Sanshur's eyes lit up. Even those 2 sects had arrived? Maybe we can join forces with them. Xiaofeng quickly told the 2 beside him. Hearing that, Shi Sanshur panicked. Then who will take the treasures? First we take the treasures from Su Yun. The method of splitting, we will discuss it another day. Good. Everyone nodded. Over at Blossom Heart Valley's side, it was entirely different. Guamoju, who had just relaxed and released his breath, was once again tensed. He did not think that 2 more sects would come. Who knew how many more sects would appear from time to come? What do we do now? Guamoju became worried. Rumbling sounds. Just then, an oppressive sound suddenly came out from the sky. All of the people present raised their heads and looked up. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 187. Then I will give them. The rumbling sounds sounded out continuously, like a continuous clap of thunder leaping out. Every single person below all looked up to the skies. Above the blue sky, above the dense layer of clouds, something appeared to be drifting. Finally, the layer of clouds gradually separated, the bow of the ship penetrated through the cloud, slowly but surely, the entire ship gradually appeared, in the direction of them. Is that the Rainbow Dragon Boat? People who had sharp eyes started shouting in surprise. Congregative Treasures Sect. That is the Rainbow Dragon Boat of the Congregative Treasures Sect. The people from Congregative Treasures Sect is here. It must be for the Monarch Occult Force. The God Treasure King must be looking for Limitless because of the Monarch Occult Force. All sorts of shouts came out, the noises did not stop. With the sudden appearance of Congregative Treasures Sect, everyone all started to have other thoughts. That's terrible. For Exuding Fire Sect and Relentless Heart Pavilion to come is already a headache. Who would have known that the God Treasure King would come too? Guamoju's face was extremely heavy, the worry in his heart was becoming bigger. Madame Purple Star and Mu Feng's face congealed. Of course, Xiaofeng's side was not any better, with the sudden appearance of God Treasure King, whose purpose was clear, which was for the Monarch Occult Force. Even though Limitless relied on his own power to snatch the Monarch Occult Force and escape without trace, he did not receive the approval of God Treasure King, so how could the God Treasure King be satisfied with Su Yun snatching away? The Rainbow Dragon Boat hovered over. The gigantic dragon boat covered the skies. Upon getting close to the Blossom Heart Valley, half of the valley was shrouded, and immediately became dark. A queer and pressurizing chi emitted, causing all of the disciples inside and outside of the valley to panic, without knowing the reason. The dragon boat floated in mid-air and did not land. Every person on the scene felt their breathing tighten. Looking at the deck of the dragon boat, a few dozen shadows flew down, one of the figure instantly taking the lead. Bang! The sound of the figures landing down rumbled out. Everyone turned to look, only to see a man sitting on a wheelchair. God Treasure King. His gaze was fixed straight at Su Yun, without any other expression, only anger in his eyes, the amount of anger enough to cause other people around him to feel his rage. We greet the God Treasure King. All the clan elders of the various sects cupped their fists and greeted. God Treasure King, how have you been? The sect leaders of the sects all greeted. Everyone, no need to stand on ceremony. God Treasure King barely glanced at them. After greeting them, his eyes went back to Su Yun, his voice stern. I have received some news that Limitless was hiding in Blossom Heart Valley, so I took my dragon boat to come have a look, and alas, the news was real. Limitless? Do you still remember me? I greet the God Treasure King. Su Yun said indifferently. You do know that I am God Treasure King? God Treasure King snorted. You ignored my law, snatched my treasure, stepped over my sect rules, and have humiliated me so. Today, I want to seek fairness from you. And to take back the Monarch Occult Force that belongs to me sect. People who protected Su Yun heard everything, but did not know how to retort. The matter of snatching the treasure, however it was looked, it was Su Yun's wrongdoing. In the end, the Monarch Occult Force still belonged to the Congregative Treasures sect. Mu Feng tactfully looked at Su Yun, only to see him walk out front, towards the front of the group. No need to worry, all of you step back. God Treasure King raised his hand and said indifferently. His disciples hesitated for a while, then retreated. Su Yun stopped at the front, his eyes sweeping across everyone on sight, and directly went straight to the point. God Treasure King is mistaken, this Monarch Occult Force already belongs to me. When did it become a belonging of Congregative Treasures sect? Hearing that, God Treasure King became annoyed. Limitless, are you trying to publicly provoke me? Of course not. Su Yun shook his head, and retorted, I have to be bold to ask your majesty, that day at Wushuangju Peak, did you remember the rules you made? You said it, all the sects and families could compare strength. Whoever lasts till the end, becomes the strongest person, means, that person earns the monarch occult force. Right? That's right. God Treasure King's face darkened. According to the competition rules, the strongest will earn the reward, but you are not. How am I not? Suyun raised his hand and pointed to the group of people in front of him. All these sects who participated in snatching the monarch occult force did not win. Me. Limitless. With only my own strength, I snatched the monarch occult force from them. I fought with them, I won against them. My power is not weaker than them. I did not use any sneak attacks. I faced them directly. So, isn't that enough qualifications for me to win the monarch occult force? So, isn't that according to your own rules? Suyun answered back with a question. That made God Treasure King open his mouth wide, but had nothing to refute. But very quickly, he recovered from Suyun's sudden interpretation. A riot and a competition are completely two different things, and cannot be mixed together. Also, I have not acknowledged you. I always thought God Treasure King was an open-minded person. Never did I think that you would be so petty and fuss over minor matters. That was a competition, right there in that situation. Only the strongest can earn the monarch occult force, regardless if it was the real competition or the riot over the treasure. The basis is still the same, unless you still don't get it? This, God Treasure King frowned. Although he knew Suyun was twisting words and forcing his own logic, but his words was reasonable. At that point of time it was very messy, with everyone trying to use their own methods, but in the end it was Suyun who won. This meant that his strength and luck was good. Everyone was trying to get it. For those who are weaker, could they had gotten it? Seeing God Treasure King being stuck with his words, Xiangli could not look any further. Anymore, they would basically have no chance, and immediately shouted, Suyun, stop trying to con your way through. You are a demon. You kill people for money, you commit all sorts of misdeed. First you killed the great clan elder of Immortal Sword Sect, then you killed your own great clan elder. Those merciless and ruthless methods, how can any normal human do it? That is not enough, you still seize other people's treasures more than once. Today, with all of us interrogating you, you still try to decline and quibble your way through. With that, clearly you have a secret hidden. You must be a demon. Fellow cultivators, what are all of you still waiting for? Why are all of you not following me quickly to stop this demon? Xiangli used profound spirit chi to amplify his voice, causing it to reverberate loudly across the entire field. He sounded like the Big Ben chiming away. Tian, everyone knows the Big Ben. Chinese meant a big clock, but Big Ben is nicer, smiley face. Hearing Xiangli's shouts, Xiaofeng and Qi Sanshur immediately reacted. That's right. Suyun is extremely cunning and dangerously crafty. He even killed his own family member. How is this person not a demon? To defeat a demon, why bother wasting time with words? Everyone just rush for him, and we will talk later. Everyone go up together, no need to fear if he is limitless or not. Following Xiaofeng, Qi Sanshur's shouts, people from the three great sects started to shout. Kill the demon! Kill the demon! Everyone raised their hands and chanted. The disciples from Exuding Fire Sect and Relentless Heart Pavilion were all affected, as they all started to raise their hands and shout together. They already stood with Qi Sanshur and Xiangli. People on the side of Guamoju were inwardly angered, all of them furious. If you want to condemn someone, why bother about the pretext? Give a dog a bad name, then hang him. That was what they were doing. Furthermore, their goal was not Suyun, but the treasures on him. The appearance of God Treasure King had aggravated Xiangli and the rest. They could wait no further. The longer they wait, who knew what other big sects would appear? Also, what kind of powerful figure would appear? If they dragged it, they would not be able to even drink any soup. So, in the midst of the excited people's chants, a blue blaze flew out from the colored stone sect, straight towards Suyun. It was not a high-leveled mystical technique, most probably at the heart rank. But its appearance was a clear message. Move. So. With that, everyone got the message. Colored Stone Sect, Smoky Wind Valley and 3 items Deity Palace were the first to take action, directly attacking towards Su Yun. All of them brandishing out their weapons, activated their mystical techniques, no more talking, no more hesitation, they fiercely went in for the kill. Earth-shattering mystical techniques converged to form into a vast dazzling surge, rushing towards Su Yun. The big battle was initiated just like that. There was no process or build-up. Guamoju's face changed. What are all of you doing? Stop immediately! He screamed with his lungs out. But it was to no avail. Xiangli and the rest were already completely insane. They thirst for the heavenly crystal, thirst for the monarch occult force, for the everlasting stone. Now that they had the chance, they could not wait for it to slip by, and could only start the motion to kill Su Yun. After taking the treasure, then they would discuss about it. Law did not work here. So many of the different sects have gathered here today. Even if they were impudent, the days after would be much more relaxed. Despicable. Seeing this, Madame Purple Star and Mu Feng immediately brought people to the front to block them. But even with the 2 of them, it was not enough. Stop! Everyone stop! Guamoju shouted. The people of Blossom Heart Valley immediately formed a circle. The mess quickly erupted. Grandmaster Gue! Su Yun, who was at the front, shouted out. Guamoju looked over, only to see Su Yun's ice-cold face, and his gaze as sharp as knives. At this point of time, whatever rules are all not applicable already. The only answer to this problem is to use force. Let us fight. Su Yun finished talking, and directly leaped out, going in to fight. Guamoju stood in the same position, startled, stunned for a while. Finally, he exhaled fiercely, resolving his heart to calmness. Is this the only way? He lightly sighed. Elder Yang Gu, how long more should we wait? Disciples of the Exuding Fire sect were anxious after seeing the relentless Heart Pavilion moving. The treasures on Su Yun's body. When I make my move and kill Su Yun to take the treasures, my Exuding Fire sect would become so strong. One of the clan elders spoke. No rush, watch and see how it goes. Yang Yu said indifferently. The rest of his sect nodded, and retreated to spectate. Even the God Treasure King did the same thing. Congregative Treasures sect could play a large influence, but Blossom Heart Valley was the same. God Treasure King had unfathomable cultivation, but his sect people's cultivation was not high, so his sect did not have strong fighting abilities. Moreover, the members of his sect did not participate in fighting and killing. After all, it was only one treasure, in which they had plenty. The intensity and ferocity of the current situation far exceeded their imaginations. The experts from the sects all gathered together, fighting in hand-to-hand combat crazily. This had never happened before in the entire southern continent. Su Yun stepped into the crowd, his eyes blazing with fire, his expression fierce. Wielding his sword, he rushed towards Ji Sanshur and the other 2. He would not surrender the monarch occult force, or the heavenly crystal, because if he did, he would not have the power to protect Qing'er, nor would he have the power to contend against the Su family and the Profound Sky sect. All of these were his lifeline. The heavenly crystal has already recovered, might as well just unleash the power. Previously he had declared that he would not rest until they had died. This was not to scare them. Although his power was not good, that did not mean he had no means. He wanted to use these people's heads, to strike fear into those who wished to go against him. You want the heavenly crystal? Fine, let me give it to you. Su Yun roared. He leaped up into the sky, and injected the heavenly crystal directly into his chest. In that moment, a large number of black lines rippled out from his chest. A strange light illuminated outward. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 188. space meteor arrows. The heavenly crystal was stirred, the chi channels of his body became stronger, his spirit essence completely opened, profound spirit chi burst out like the sea. In that moment, it immediately revived the infatuation of it in the people. For someone who was not even at the spirit core disciple realm, just after activating the treasure, was able to increase his profound spirit chi to even stronger than a spirit soul disciple. The chi raged out of his body in the form of a ripple that enlarged all around. The people shooting straight to him were flung backwards upon being hit by the dense power. Not good. Su Yun activated the heavenly crystal. Everyone be careful. Chi San Shan shouted. Everyone's faces changed. Xiang Li. Didn't you want the heavenly crystal? And the monarch occult force? Let me give it to you. Su Yun growled, stepping on the thousand deep sword he rushed towards Xiang Li who was behind the group of people. In his hands he gripped death sword tightly, spinning and waving it. Shang! The death sword was unsheathed, the ominous glint came out, the fierce death chi rising up and scattered around. The brilliant sword chi scourged out devouring towards Xiang Li. The sword chi flew over. The sound of the gathering of 100 swords, as the swords flew out of the sheath and rotated layers upon layers, forming an extremely huge circle. The blades were like wind, circling around Xiang Li's body, every inch of his body was being corroded by the sword. Su Yun. As a puny spirit intermediate disciple, you dare to challenge me today, is all because of the aid of the heavenly crystal. You think that you really are invincible? As the sect leader of the 3 items deity palace, how can I not have a strong treasure? You think you are the only person to have it? Let me show you my power today. Xiang Li was enraged, he continued releasing the power which was attacking Su Yun and did not retreat. Growling out, he waved his hand, causing a ray of shadow to jump out between his palms, flying straight up into the sky, afterwards dropping down straight towards Su Yun. King Kong's slaughtering palm. Dawn. The big palm fell, causing the earth to tremor. Xiang Li gazed out, only to see Su Yun raising his death sword with one hand, the sword tip facing towards the sky, bent on stopping the King Kong slaughtering palm's fall. Humph. A cold glint flashed past Xiang Li's eyes, and he sprung out. Just as he made his move, the 100 swords immediately flew out, and began to cut down crazily. Layers upon layers of sword images sprayed out endlessly, directly pouncing out. Xiang Li waved both of his hands, which were covered in true divine spirit chi, causing them to become as strong as steel, and it rapidly moved to block the piercing swords. Even with the intense difficulty, he was still drawing back from the force. The 100 swords were ruthless and strong, every move was out to kill. They were like 100 of swordsmen brandishing their sword and fighting, not stopping until they die. Xiang Li fought on while being pushed back. While defending he was looking out, hoping to grab the chance to get close to Su Yun who was currently struggling from the palm strike. The 100 swords were extremely important, not only were they enveloped with a sharp precision of profound spirit chi, the 5 different attributes of the profound chi were involved. True divine spirit chi, scarlet star spirit chi, frigid aqua spirit chi, swift wind spirit chi and spirit life chi. With the unique power of the 5 spirit chi, Su Yun was able to unleash a powerful force, causing Xiang Li to feel immense pain in his solid steel arms, as a huge number of sword cuts started to turn red on his arms, and it looked like if it dragged on for too long, his arms would be cut off. No way, it cannot continue like this. Xiang Li clenched his teeth, released a soft growl, started to activate an unknown treasure, causing his entire body to suddenly be plated with a gold light. After that he stopped his hands. He was actually releasing his defense, and directly rushing towards Su Yun. Cling clang. Ding dang. The 100 swords frantically tried to cut down, causing a larger number of sparks to appear. The mix of 6 attributes of profound spirit chi was not enough to break Xiang Li's defense. The gold body, which was an unknown treasure, was impenetrable. A seemingly unbreakable golden body. Hey! Su Yun snorted, as he just barely managed to cut down the palm. In that moment, being free from the attack, Xiang Li had already started attacking. Su Yun. Today I will let you know that to the people you have offended, even though you have the heavenly crystal, you are but a spirit intermediate ant. I will kill you and chop you into pieces. Xiangli saw red in his eyes and shouted out. Both of his arms struck down towards Su Yun's head. No one could possibly calculate the surprising amount of force that was brought down along with Xiangli's hands. But Su Yun could make a judgment on it. The attack could actually split open a big mountain. It was impossible to attack head-on. Su Yun clenched his teeth and anxiously dodged. As he was overly excessive, he appeared to be in a difficult situation, but still managed to dodge. He watched Xiangli's fierce hammer-like hands hammering the ground, causing a quake with the point of impact as the epicenter, making the entire Blossom Heart Valley tremor. Everyone who was fighting was affected, and the ones who were closer felt their entire body shake. It was hard to fight with the ground that was rippling. Unless the person had as high a cultivation or stronger than Xiangli, nobody was able to avoid his attack. Where are you running to? Seeing Su Yun dodge, Xiangli snorted, raising both his fists again and rushing over. Despite his force being powerful, his speed was also surprisingly fast. In this way, this surprisingly strong attack could be quickly retracted, readied, and released yet again. All in a breath of time. Su Yun was unable to dodge any further, and in that situation, he raised his sword to block. Clang! The sound of the violent clash rippled out, and Su Yun's entire body was flung back. In that moment, a few experts from the Three Items Deity Palace who were constantly watching Xiangli's fight immediately rushed over, taking the chance that Su Yun was not stable. They all rushed in for the kill. So. The 100 swords flew over, protecting Su Yun frantically. The dense sword tips covering him up as though a god was saving his life, blocked the Three Items Deity Palace experts, causing all the mystical techniques towards Su Yun to be deflected. Su Yun to fall safely like a leaf. Under the protection of the 100 swords, Su Yun safely landed on the ground, but Xiangli, who was in the air, did not give Su Yun the time to catch his breath, and rushed over once again, at the same time bellowing, "Li Kai, Xing Zhang. Come with me and kill this guy. Attack from his right, do not give mercy, and attack him until he dies." Yes, sect leader. Both of them roared, raising their hands. They attacked from the back in front of Su Yun, pinceling him. Su Yun released the 100 swords, staring at the two-person coming towards him. He did not show any signs of fear. He raised his hand, waving his fingers. The surrounding 100 swords suddenly became vertical, with his body as the main pillar. The sharp swords flew to him, forming many folds, wrapping him up. Defense in all four directions. That was not some sword technique, but a simple sword block. However, the sword was not an invincible existence. Dawn! Xiangli rushed over, his fist punching the sword wall, causing it to tremble but not fall apart, while Su Yun, who was inside, did not receive any injury. Xiangli stared at Su Yun, who was inside, who exposed to smiled at him with contempt. You think that just by relying on this you will survive? Don't be so sure. Take my attack. Xiangli roared. He released yet another mystical technique, his fists immediately being wrapped by a red light, and then clutching his fists together, he crashed towards the sword wall. His tightly clenched fists was like a meteor from outer space that flew straight into Su Yun. The dense true divine spirit chi was indescribably strong. Just that. No matter how strong the attack, Su Yun stood at the same place, raised his hand, touching onto the jet black ring on his finger. He closed his eyes and chanted something. Boom! A loud ear-splitting thunder sound surged out from the skies. The fist had arrived at the sword wall. The blazing fist exploded onto the sword body. The unspeakably strong true divine force from his hands ripped apart the swords. Kacha! 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 Many of the swords cracked, broke, shattered, fell, in the end all forming in sword beams that entered the sword sheath, executing a long dormant state to recover. The magnificent sword wall that was created by the 100 swords was partly scattered and smashed, and could not protect him anymore. Seeing this, the arrogance in Xiang Li's eyes grew more rich. Su Yun. It's the end. He sneered, and his expression became sinister. He waved his fist, and attacked once more. Voila! The entire sword wall collapsed. Going through the sword wall, Xiang Li flew in. Bang! The fist broke through Su Yun's body, but a strange phenomenon occurred. Su Yun's body broke like a mirror. In a moment he had collapsed into minute pieces, and landed on the floor. Is this mystical technique reflection of the flower, moon in the water? Xiang Li was stunned. Didn't this mystical technique solely belong to the reflective flower palace? The mystical technique was not allowed to be taught to outsiders. Why did Su Yun know it? Z. Just at this time, a weird sound came out. Xiang Li's face tightened, and looked towards the broken pieces, only to see them suddenly transforming into liquid. The liquid quickly extended out and started rising. Finally it transformed into a transparent erected square box that covered Xiang Li. Goo 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 goo. It soared at a rate faster than a person could react. Xiang Li was trapped inside, and could not break out. If people could overlook it from above, they would see a huge gigantic word, prisoner, imprinted on. This is not reflection of the flower, moon in the water. Xiang Li suddenly realized, as he anxiously waved his fists in an attempt to break down the walls. Don! 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 One after another of the rumbling explosion, but, no matter how much force he applied, he was unable to break the wall. Quickly rescue the sect leader. The three experts from the Three Items Deity Palace who were outside all took out their treasures and rushed to attack the wall. But the wall remained solid, and whatever they did or tried, it was useless. Who? Just then, the transparent wall suddenly opened up, and a stream of air blew in. Upon seeing this, Xiang Li was overjoyed. He thought that his attacks worked, and quickly flew out, escaping from the top. Just when he rose up into the air, countless of long gigantic arrow beams flew down from the sky, all of them dense and compact like a waterfall falling in torrents, piercing straight into the wall of Qi. Puchi! Before even escaping the wall of Qi, Xiang Li was penetrated by the arrow beams, and fiercely stuck into the ground. That's the space meteor arrows from the Holy Arrow sect. Xiaofeng, who was still fighting Madame Purple Star, saw the grand development, felt his heart tensed up, and involuntarily shouted out. What? Holy Arrow sect? The ancient arrow sect that had been missing for 1,000 years? Why would their consummate skill be on him? Countless of people felt their hearts tensed, as everyone stared in shock. They all watched as Xiang Li, who was inside the Qi walls, got pierced by two of the gigantic arrow beams. His torso was thoroughly minced. The big plot of area, which was heavily damaged, as though there was nothing left out from it, laid Xiang Li, who had died earlier on and could not have a worse death. So. Hua! When the last meteor arrow flew out from the sky and crashed into Xiang Li's body, the light scattered out to its surroundings in a flash, lighting up the entire place, and blowing apart the Qi wall. Everyone retreated away from the origin point. When the light scattered, they looked again carefully. Only to realize in horror that the last arrow was actually Su Yun. So that was the might of a consummate skill. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 189. Difference between demons and them? Xiang Li had died horribly, even his bones were gone. The heavily damaged area only had a piece of roasted meat, and no one could tell that the roasted meat was actually from the famous sect leader Xiang Li from the Three Items Deity Palace. The disciples from the Three Items Deity Palace were stuck in a daze. All of their gazes were upon that very spot, and many of them took a long time before regaining their senses. One after the other, their eyes were as huge as a cow, many of them had their mouths wide open. As though they were petrified, many of them lost their minds, ignoring the attacks from their enemies, thus taking heavy damage to their bodies or died. A short duration of silence appeared on the intense battlefield, like pouring a bucket of cold water on a raging fire, although it did not extinguish, but the intensity of the fire had definitely lessened. Only after a long time did the people regain their senses. However, at this point, those people who wanted to capture Su-yun were trembling with fear, cold sweat dripping down their bodies. A spirit soul cultivator had died just like that. It was a spirit soul cultivator, and not a cultivator of the spirit intermediate or spirit core realm. God! How is that possible? Merely relying on the heavenly crystal, Su-yun. Su-yun killed sect leader Xianli? That is not possible. Is the power of the heavenly crystal so outrageous? Impossible. People were murmuring. The people from 3 Items Deity Palace were trembling even in their shoes, grieving and fear occupying a huge place in their minds. Their sect leader had died just like that. How would Su-yun treat the 3 Items Deity Palace from henceforth? I said it already. Limitless is not so simple. You guys just won't listen. He can relaxingly kill Xianli, how can I contend against him? These methods of his. He must be at the Spirit Star Realm. He must definitely be at the Spirit Star Realm. Shi Sanshurs roared in exhaustion. He knew that in his current state, he would definitely be destroyed by Su-yun in one move. That was the intimidation. The power of intimidation. What are you panicking for? Xiaofeng used his treasure to retreat, and endured the fear in his heart, clenching his teeth as he stared at Madame Purple Star. He roared, as of now, we cannot retreat anymore. Everyone listen, use all your power to kill Su-yun. For justice, we need to destroy the evil. Yes. The elites of Smoky Wind Valley shouted in unison, and all rushed to kill Su-yun. If you want to touch Master Sword Lord, you have to ask me first. Madame Purple Star shouted. With one hand, her treasure was released, causing a purple star to fly into the air, and striking Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng anxiously used her treasure to block, although she was an expert of the spirit soul realm, but facing Madame Purple Star she was too weak. It was absolutely difficult for her to hold her own. As the explosion rippled out, the compass she used immediately broke apart, and the numerous purple stars crashed onto Xiaofeng's body, causing her oversized body to tremble. Falling to the ground, she spat out blood. She had suffered severe injuries. The fight had just started and they were already injured or dying. Merely relying on the remnants of the Relentless Heart Pavilion's help, how could they take down Su-yun? Also, the Congregative Treasures sect and Exuding Fire sect were all spectating by the side, as if they had no intention to join the fight. Elder Yang Gu. God Treasure King. What are you all doing? Quickly come and help us, or you guys just want to watch this demon go rampant? Many people who could not take it all shouted loudly. If the two of you do not do anything, my Blossom Heart Valley will continue seeing you two as our friends, but if you two were to take action, then my Blossom Heart Valley will sever all relations. Please do consider deeply, there are many doubtful points regarding Su-yun. And there is still a need for investigation. Please reconsider. Guat Moju shouted at this point in time. Yang Yu was initially getting restless, but hearing what Guat Moju said, he calmed himself down. Seeing this, Su-yun knew what Yang Gu was planning. After Smoky Wind Valley, 3 Items Deity Place, and the rest fought among themselves, then he would come out and snatch the treasures. But now that the sects are not doing well, he was thinking if he should take action. Yang Gu's thoughts and foresight was much higher than the other sects, and since he was already on site, why would he worry about being slower? The rage seeped out of Su-yun's eyes, the desire to kill Shi Sanshur, intimidate God Treasure King and Yang Gu, to let them know the difficulties of getting to him and knowing to retreat. But just at this time, a huge profound mystical technique came from afar. They were like arrows bombarding fiercely towards the battlefield, to baptize the entire place. The color on Su-yun's face changed immediately. He urged the remaining flying swords to form a row formation in the sky, to block the incoming mystical techniques. But, the sword formation's coverage was not big and was unable to shield off all the attacks, and still countless of the mystical techniques fell to the ground. Bang! 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 The colorful mystical techniques bombarded the area, as the destructive force tore the area apart, ripping the people in the vicinity. What's going on? Not good. Quickly, defend! All the shoutings and yellings came out. Everyone had stopped the fighting. All of them had instead urged their mystical techniques and treasures to defend. Even the Congregative Treasures sect and Exuding Fire sect were not spared. Everyone was under attack, and Blossom Heart Valley instantly became a purgatory, with many of the people suffering from severe injuries. The floors were full of potholes. The terrifying scene left everything in complete disorder. Seeing his people dying and getting injured, Relentless Heart Pavilion's second pavilion master Wang Xianming felt pained, and immediately shouted, "Who is backstabbing us? Quickly come out! Master Wang, please do not be angry. This is just to show our strength to Blossom Heart Valley and Su Yun. Su Yang Yin is here." A large number of purple-horned beasts and iron-horned bulls rode towards them frantically. The ground was trembling non-stop due to the stampede, and waves after waves of chi blew towards them. Everyone looked up, and saw the Su family who were rushing over, all draped in overflowing light red bizarre chi. This chi was extremely weird. For some reason, it caused all the Su family members to become extremely violent, their strengths all the more powerful. What sorcery is that? Is that the result of some array formation? Seeing this, Su Yun pondered in his mind. Maybe those Su family had been hiding near the Blossom Heart Valley and waited for the battle to hit the climax, then with the support of some array formation, they rushed over. So. At the same time, there were countless of sounds arising from the sky, as a large number of figures pierced through the air flying on their swords dressed in Blade Master cloth. They were all flying close together, forming some kind of blue dragon soaring in the sky. Immortal Sword Sect 4th Clan Elder Feng Jian is here to kill Su Yun. From the air, Feng Jian's voice sounded out. A figure suddenly rushed out from the blue dragon, which was made up of the Immortal Sword Sect disciples, and the figure flew into assault. Su Yun's face congealed, and he used the death sword to chop towards Feng Jian. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, all the flying swords which were hovering in the air rushed forward. Focused Sword Heart. 4th Clan Elder Feng Jian roared in a low voice. A huge number of sword images circling around his body exploded out towards Su Yun. Although Su Yun's swords were real, but it was lesser in numbers. After over 40 swords of his were badly damaged by Xiangli, they were required to recover in the sword sheath for a period of time before being able to be summoned again. He was thus unsure if the 50-plus swords could defend against Feng Jian's 100 sword images. However, Su Yun's methods did not stop there. Su Yun soared into the air, dodging the attacks from the opponent. He turned and went closer to Feng Jian, moving his finger at the same time his gaze tensed. A gray light shot out. Heaven-splitting sword technique. The huge rock spirit nucleus. A mystical technique and a magic treasure were both activated at the same time. Heaven-splitting sword technique expanded out, immediately conjuring out 60 sword images that rushed forward. At the same time, the huge rock spirit nucleus was stirred, adding the support of heavenly crystal. The might of the treasure was increased multiple folds. The surface layer of Feng Jian's skin bore a layer of stone. His movements became more sluggish, speed decreasing by a huge margin. It was clear that Su Yun wanted to kill Feng Jian as soon as possible. But Feng Jian was the 4th clan elder of the Immortal Sword Sect, a figure who could be said to have reached perfection in wind-style sword techniques. Just as Su Yun was about to slash forward, he suddenly saw Feng Jian's figure becoming hazy, and then he instantly disappeared. So fast. Su Yun was surprised, but he regained his composure. He could feel the killing intent and the sword chi behind him. So he actually went straight behind me? How was he doing that? Su Yun clenched his teeth. Turning his body, he used the momentum to swing his sword over. But just as the sword tip spun over, the figure behind him disappeared again. Shang! Sound of swords clashing. A cold sword sound rang out from above, followed by Feng Jian dropping down like a meteor from the sky, straight towards Su Yun's top of the head. It was expected for Feng Jian to be as fast as the wind. In the martial arts world, solely being fast was not enough. But in spirit cultivation, being fast held an absolute advantage. A fast sword could kill without being seen. Just that. Feng Jian's speed was not at his peak yet. He could be even faster. Su Yun stood there quietly and did not dodge Feng Jian, who was like a beam of ray from above. Feng Jian, who was in the midst of falling, was startled, but he had already released his skill and was not able to retract it back, so he pushed on with a sinister face, gripping his sword tighter. The long cold sword was like the autumn water, bone-piercing cold, and could cause people's soul to shiver extensively. Just at this moment, Su Yun extended his hand out and waved. Voila! A large amounts of white chi threads spurt out from his body, rotating around him, forming layer and layers of intertwining coils. While in Feng Jian's hands, in the instant that his sword entered the coils, Death Sword and Thousand Deep Sword were like a spring trap that immediately flew out in a very fast speed, following the chi trajectories and frantically exploding in circles. Swoosh! 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 The speed of the swords was so fast that it was impossible to view with the naked eyes. In that moment, Su Yun's body had become an isolated zone. Feng Jian's sword was instantly blown away. Being affected by it, he was knocked out of his fall. Stormy Wind Sword Technique. What? Feng Jian's eyes widened, his back overflowing with sweat. Seeing his anxious look, he tiptoed and stepped into the sky, as though he was walking up an invisible flight of stairs. A surging dark blue ripple appeared behind him as he jumped, escaping from the area of effect of the Stormy Wind Sword Technique. Landing further away, he watched the technique in astonishment. Immortal Sword Sect's 4th Clan Elder Feng Jian was actually forced to retreat. What kind of bizarre sword technique was that? Su Yun, you must have had some good fortune, but do not go overboard. What kind of power do you have, that the Su family actually do not know about? A voice landed, as a few experts rushed over, surrounding Su Yun. Roar! At the same time, a few bright shining translucent lions rushed out of Blossom Heart Valley. With one leap, they welcomed the experts from the Su family. They were stuck in a stalemate. Seeing this, Su Yang Nian appeared to be unwilling to endure any further. He looked around at his surroundings, then soured up, and used his loud voice to shout, "Everyone, do not be afraid. Do not panic." Today, Blossom Heart Valley, Purple Star Academy and the Mu family had been bewitched by Su Yun, and cannot distinguish between right from wrong. For that I cannot be lenient. Now, everyone please follow me up and kill Su Yun. For justice and for peace, and save the experts from Blossom Heart Valley. His voice spread it out far and wide. Hearing that, Su Yun's hatred for Su Yang Nian grew more and more. With such a few words, he had condemned Su Yun as a demon. Even the chance of explaining was not given. With his command, all of the Su family and Immortal Sword sect did not hold back, and all rushed towards Su Yun. At the same time, Relentless Heart Pavilion, Smoky Wind Valley, 3 Items Deity Palace, Colored Rock sect all made their moves, all directly towards Su Yun. To protect Su Yun, and to return his favor, Purple Star Academy and the Mu family did not cower, and welcomed the fight. But no matter how strong they were heavily outmatched. This time, the outskirts of Blossom Heart Valley had been reduced to the battlefield of all the various sects frantically killing. It was a complete bloodbath in a short time, the confusion of war begun. In the influence of the benefits, all these sects who claimed to be friends were completely ripping each other apart. Su Yun withdrew from the front and at the same time watched the entire scene unfold. Suddenly, everyone woke up. Tell me, what's the difference between demons and them? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 190. The Vicious Sword. 18 Swords of Wind and Cloud. Feng Jian bellowed, his quick and confident figure spun, the sword dancing up and down. The sword images around him became like a tornado as he spun towards Su Yun. The dense sword chi gurgled, it was so fast it didn't even leave a shadow. Su Yun continued to retreat, holding both Thousand Deep Sword and Death Sword. He moved high up in the air, the surrounding flying swords spinning around him immediately shot forward. Instead of defending, they began to attack. The sounds of bells permeated the air endlessly, as many sparks released from Feng Jian's swift wind spirit chi. If Xiangli was known for his brute force, then Feng Jian was hailed as the prodigy of speed techniques. Every stroke of his sword was swift, like a whirlwind. Every move of his was exquisite and outstanding. That was a true power user, with cultivation that was profound. While fighting enemies, Feng Jian could rely entirely on his exquisite body movement and speed and wait for Su Yun to be exhausted. Waiting for the heavenly crystal's might to scatter before making his move for the kill. This way, Su Yun was unable to fight back. But the current situation was different. Feng Jian could not drag the fight, he had to use his fastest speed to take care of Su Yun. To prevent people from harboring thoughts, there were countless people around who wanted to take Su Yun's life. From the start, many people were suspicious. Why would Blossom Heart Valley only send Gue Moju, just this one person? Where were all the other elders? Who cares? Feng Jian's eyes congealed, his body suddenly erupted with a huge amount of blue light. A lustrous and glossy figure almost instantly appeared beside Su Yun, chopping towards his neck. He had a doppelganger come kill me? Su Yun's heart tensed up, and immediately used his sword to block the attack. Clang! The doppelganger was strong, although not as strong as the real body, it was still terrifying enough. Su Yun raised his arm strength, clashing with the doppelganger's sword. After that, he used the Thousand Deep Sword to activate 3 swords which struck down. Shang! 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 Every power of the sword was a multiple of the previous, and with the 3 swords, he forced Feng Jian back. Su Yun! Taste my blade! Just then, a shout sounded out from the side. Wang Xianming was rushing over, his chi surging up. Su Yun's face changed slightly, he suddenly retreated, dodging the tip of the sword. Although he was using the heavenly crystal, before killing Xiangli, he actually used the sprite's shadow, and therefore exhausted majority of his strength. Facing Feng Jian, you could say that he was barely holding up on his own. If he had to fight with Wang Xianming, it would be too difficult for him. The experts from Purple Star Academy and Mu family were surrounded by a large number of people from the other sects, and could barely handle it by themselves. Disciples of the Blossom Heart Valley were also fighting, and Gue Moju was not a good fighter, so he could only watch from the back. Su Yun retreated, no one could come and support him. Blossom Heart Valley was ultimately outnumbered, all of them were suffering from injuries and wearing their bodies out. If it continued, it was obvious they could not hold on. Brat, what are you still doing? Hurry and escape. An intense ripple of chi scared him, as Ling Qingyu's voice suddenly came out from the sword sheath. If I wanted to escape I would have done so long ago, but Qing'er is still inside the valley. If I leave, she would be in danger. But you cannot handle so many experts. If this continues, you will get killed. Ling Qingyu's anxiously said. If I can hold on then I can hold on, so many people are fighting for me, why should I give up on them and ignore everything? Su Yun clenched his teeth and waved his sword, blocking the attack from Wang Xiangming. You really are a fool. Ling Qingyu scolded, and stopped talking. Wang Xiangming unleashed his profound spirit chi. His profound spirit chi was the extremely rare frigid aqua spirit chi, which could be used to disrupt the opponent's profound spirit chi, making it hard for them to release their mystical techniques. It could even reduce the power of mystical techniques that had already been unleashed, causing enemies' power to drop drastically. With the help of Wang Xiangming, Feng Jian became more relaxed. He summoned back his doppelganger, then flying directly to the flying swords, he rushed in and attempted to kill Su Yun. Although he had the support of the heavenly crystal and his own cultivation was exceptionally deep, comparing the fighting style and techniques, Su Yun was undoubtedly unable to fight with Feng Jian. Feng Jian's sword techniques were strange and weird, moreover his sword was sharp and nimble. Even with wielding two swords, Su Yun was unable to match his rhythm. After a few moves, Su Yun had suffered 3 cuts, and was at a huge disadvantage. Fresh blood oozed out and caused his robes to be dyed in red. He was not afraid, staring coldly at Feng Jian and Wang Xiangming, tightening his grip on his swords. Su Yun, your awareness and determination is respected. With the help of the heavenly crystal, your cultivation had gained a boost. But there are some things that treasures cannot give you, and that is techniques. You are just a person stepping on a giant's shoulders. You and I are different. I am the real giant. Feng Jian bellowed, his body moved again, making yet another move. Giant? Su Yun was startled, but very quickly, he sneered. Not resigned to it. Refusal to accept it. Not willing to. Not satisfied. Was he mocking me? I know that I do not have sufficient techniques, but you cannot deny my hard work. And you cannot ignore my sword techniques. He continued to step lightly and retreating backwards. His expression was the same, but his eyes spoke a different story. He did not practice many different sword techniques. But he did learn it. And was personally taught by someone. And that was the Sword Elder. Feng Jian snorted in disdain. He stepped forward and blinked forward to attack. He was so fast that he did not leave any afterimage, so fast that his position was hard to catch. He was truly like the wind, invisible, uncatchable. You think you have the qualifications to speak about sword techniques in front of me? Watch my consummate skill. Feng Jian bellowed, his sword suddenly came up. In a moment, 10 million swords pierced towards Su Yun, covering the sky and earth, the number of swords filling up everybody's vision. Other than the swords, no one could see anything. Su Yun clenched his teeth when he saw the sword images. His steadfast expression, not moving or dodging, as though he had made some sort of decision. He suddenly raised his death sword, and fiercely went to the wall of sword images. He had already released the 1,000-deep sword on his other hand, and leading the flying swords with his finger, releasing the defense, they all rushed straight to Feng Jian. In that moment, Su Yun had given up on all of his defense, completely disregarding his life. He would actually fight with Feng Jian to the death. Feng Jian was stunned. Who would actually trade their lives? Immediately withdrawing his skill, he attacked the incoming swords. He thought that killing Su Yun was not difficult. Why would he die together with him? But Su Yun had already figured that Feng Jian would not trade his life to win, so he flew directly to Feng Jian. The death sword rippled with energy, matching with 1,000-deep sword and the other swords. He began his pincer attack on Feng Jian. Seeing this, Wang Xiangming gathered up his qi. A huge amount of frigid aqua spirit qi came out, and he used his mouth to blow. Hoo! The ice-cold aura flew out, hitting Su Yun's body, quickly forming into ice and trapping him within it. Luckily Su Yun had the heavenly crystal, so his body was emitting an immense amount of profound spirit qi. Although Wang Xiangming was an expert, it was still difficult to freeze the spirit qi, causing Su Yun's body to slowly thaw. His movements might have been hindered, but that did not stop his resolution from killing Feng Jian. The 100 swords were flying randomly. Su Yun had given up on using a large number of sword techniques, and directly went to randomly cut, ignoring everything else. He did not need defense, did not need techniques, he was like a crazy man on the loose. Comparing on sword techniques, all the attacks were unsuccessful on Feng Jian. There was only one move that could take him down. And that was the previously used Stormy Wind sword technique. Su Yun stared at Feng Jian, the death sword cutting at random, leaving many loopholes. The 100 swords were purely attacking, but it was unpredictable. On speed, Feng Jian held the upper hand. But the 100 swords were not relying on numbers or speed. If not, all the swords would not be able to get near to Feng Jian. Have you given up? Feng Jian stared at Su Yun randomly chopping down and exposing many weaknesses, disdain in his eyes. He suddenly made his move and released his sword. A plain sword, there was no whirlwind, no qi. There was only an bone-penetrating ice-cold trace in the sword. One sword to kill. He thrust it in that sword. So, the moment Feng Jian released that sword, Su Yun suddenly moved. He released Death Sword, turned around with his back facing Feng Jian, and used his broad back to press down on Feng Jian's sword tip. Poochie! The sword entered his body. In a flash it had penetrated through. Feng Jian was stunned. He did not believe Su Yun would do such an outrageous move. But at this moment he could not afford to care too much. He immediately urged the sword tip, injecting large amounts of swift wind spirit chi. When the sword released the chi, Su Yun would immediately explode into pieces. But, under the influence of monarch occult force and the heavenly crystal, it bestowed him a vast amount of spirit cultivation force, and the sword that was pierced in Su Yun's body was greatly pressured and controlled. Following that, rays of white chi shot out from Su Yun's body, twisting like vines and trapping Feng Jian, running through all the weaknesses around his body. Every vital point on his body were all clearly pointed out with precision and penetrated through. Shit! Feng Jian felt something was wrong. His expression became shocked, and anxiously tried to pull his sword back. But, when he used his force to pull his sword back, he found out that he could not do it. Looking again, he saw Su Yun unexpectedly gripping onto the sword tip with his bare hands, disabling Feng Jian from breaking away. He held on tight, even ignoring his hands that were bleeding profusely. Just when Feng Jian turned sluggish, Stormy Wind Sword technique was released. So. Feng Jian roared in pain. He let go of his sword and retreated, trying to dodge the sword technique. But, in the end he was one step too slow. The sharp sword had already flown over, in a moment penetrating his entire body, causing many holes that had a huge amount of blood flowing out. He instantly fell. Due to his fast speed, he had managed to avoid the vital points, but he was on the verge of death. Elder Feng Jian! The immortal sword sex people all shouted out. Color was drained from Su Yun's face as he pulled out this razor-sharp sword pierced through his back, and flew towards the bloody Feng Jian who had collapsed not far away. He was brimming with an intention to kill. He looked as sly as ever. Nobody expected Su Yun to be this terrifying. He would risk anything, and would even use himself as a bait for Feng Jian and activated his horrifying killing technique as he attacked towards him. Feng Jian's failure was justifiable. Although Su Yun's techniques were not as good as his, Su Yun was much more vicious than him. What's this technique? Feng Jian pulled himself together and asked feebly as his mouth was covered in blood. Stormy Wind Sword technique. Su Yun replied. Stormy Wind Sword technique? That's really fast. Feng Jian exposed a pale smile. To be able to witness such a fast sword, I'd die with no regrets now. If I have a chance, I'll want to learn it. I hope you have this chance in your next life. Su Yun replied blandly before he raised his sword and attacked. Dawn! Just then, an explosion of ice occurred beneath Su Yun's feet. Then, two gigantic hands emerged from the ice and reached for Su Yun. Su Yun retracted his sword hastily. Con dang! The ice hands were crushed as Su Yun retreated. It was Wang Xiangming. He raised his hands again as his hands rippled with frigid aqua spirit chi and started shooting out bursts of water like bullets, covering hundreds and thousands of land. Su Yun wanted to dodge, but the area was too big. He could only gather all his swords in front of him and turned himself into a sword to avoid this attack. Dang dang! The burst of water crashed over. The wall of swords trembled as though it could no longer hold on for a second longer. Su Yun gritted his teeth. He wanted so badly to use a bit of his profound spirit chi to maneuver his sword to disrupt Wang Xiangming to stop him. In his current state, he was at a disadvantage. He was covered in sword injuries and he had exhausted half of his profound spirit chi. To confront Wang Xiangming again, he would probably lose. You so-called just and honored sects. How dare you rebel at Blossom Heart Valley? Are you thinking we're easy to bully? Where are the poison doctors? Suddenly, a roar emerged. We are here. Banish them. Yes. With that, a huge amount of green misty substance emerged from within Blossom Heart Valley and outed blue towards the warlike agile silhouettes. Their speed was fast and they looked agile. Glowing with a lime green aura, they looked mystical. The others raised both their hands as they ran for their lives and pointed aimlessly. Seemingly, a tinge of silver light glistened in between. Looking closely, those was actually needles. These needles pierced through Blossom Heart Valley and onto Purple Star Academy and the people of the Mu family. Coincidentally, it pierced through their acupuncture points. Everyone was amused, but those who were pierced felt a dizzy spell and winced. All of their faces twisted as though they were in extreme pain. Poison doctor? Guamoju was shocked. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 191. Poison Doctor's Consummate Skill. Poison doctors? Suyin frowned. He noticed two needles piercing into him. He did not dodge, and let it penetrate, pricking the Shanzhong point at the base of the sternum and at the Tianfang point, bringing forth a cool wave through the needles, diffusing throughout the body. Wang Xiangming, on the other hand, became sluggish. His qi became weak, and his expression was extremely ugly. He was under the effects of the poison mist, and had to stop using his mystical technique. He swallowed a pearl bead pill and withdrew. The mist drifted. That is poison mist. Everyone hold your breath and use your spirit qi to stop it. That is useless. This is some sort of special poison mist. It can permeate through your profound spirit qi and straight into your body. How is that possible? Isn't the Blossom Heart Valley always benevolent and righteous? Since when did they have such methods? Retreat! Quickly retreat! The fearful people all started shouting, and they who could not stand the poison mist all started to turn and run one after another. After seeing countless of them directly falling inside the poison mist, their faces became filled with despair, many of them stumbled, all of them forgot to use their mystical techniques to escape. The entire battlefield became a mess. This poison. Suyin was stunned for a while. He lightly inhaled and closed his eyes to think, quickly seeing the light. Bitter heart poison mist, it could easily break into profound spirit qi, and permeate through human skin. It works in the meridians and qi pathways. After ingesting the poison, the person would faint, unable to use his profound spirit qi, completely losing his ability to fight. The scariest thing was, the bitter heart poison mist works on anyone who are not of the spirit star disciple realm, and that would mean even the powerful spirit soul disciple cannot escape. Maybe the spirit soul disciple experts could control the poison, but if they stayed in it for too long, they too would fall in battle. This was Blossom Heart Valley's consummate technique. Suyin had heard of the poison Immortal Valley, just that in his previous world, Blossom Heart Valley did not have the chance to use them. Never did he expect that he would meet them here. Suyin looked at the figures scuttling in the poison mist. A passionate blaze flashed past his eyes. Who could have known that? They were just a group of medical practitioners who could not even handle a chicken. They could save people and kill people. Suyin, who was muddle-headed in his previous life, had a weak cultivation, had no money, rode a lone spirit stallion and traveled extensively, finding any experts, hoping to find someone who could resolve the cause of why he could not improve himself. In the end, he was just a small spirit novice disciple. Who would bother? Who would even look? After braving through countless storms and cold looks, he experienced hardship. Bringing the last trace of hope, Suyin reached Blossom Heart Valley. At that time, he was already penniless in poverty, and extremely dejected. When he just entered the valley, he was admitted by the disciples, fed and clothed. They treated him throughout, not asking for any money. They bestowed him humane touch, and gave him mercy. From there, Suyin finally saw hope in the darkness. He automatically pleaded to stay in Blossom Heart Valley to work manual labor, willing to start from the bottom. Whenever he worked, he would hear and see different type of medicinal studies and matters on pills and healing. He joyously realized that medicinal research did not require high cultivation level. He had long thought of joining the Blossom Heart Valley, as all the disciples were kind. Suyun listened, spoke, asked many questions, yet the disciples did not dislike him, and would patiently teach him everything they knew. In their eyes, everyone in Blossom Heart Valley were family. How could they be impatient with their own family? 1 year later, Blossom Heart Valley had a recruitment in which Suyun submitted his name to join. The recruitment was a famous event known throughout many regions and cities. Their requirements were not high, did not need any sect to join, did not need a large fee to register, thus allowing anyone to join. To join Blossom Heart Valley, they needed to just complete an assessment, and with the millions of applicants, Blossom Heart Valley only accepted 3,000 people. What was worth celebrating, despite Suyun's inferior quality in cultivation, was that he finally entered Blossom Heart Valley as a true disciple after a year of immersing himself in studies. However, his heart was not there. Blossom Heart Valley could only give him medical expertise, and not strength. So he set a resolve in his heart: when his talent recovered, he would search for power, and take revenge for Qing. The kindness the people of Blossom Heart Valley treated him was as huge as a mountain, causing him to feel guilty, but he did not conceal it and told the truth. But the valley people were optimistic and believed in him, and the elders did not care. The disciples of Blossom Heart Valley were free, and were free to go anywhere by themselves. Their accepting of disciples was not to expand Blossom Heart Valley, but to nurture more and more spirit doctors, and let them spread throughout Sky Marshall Continent, to save the dying and tend the wounded, to practice pharmacy in public. So, Suyun prostrated himself in admiration, with endless respect for them, their kindness engraved in his memory. After entering the valley, he would be grinding on research on his medical knowledge day and night. He concentrated on studying fully, to the point he almost passed Pil King. After being successful in his endeavors in medical field, Suyun helplessly realized the medical knowledge of Blossom Heart Valley was also unable to cure him. He had no choice but to leave. But, as an excellent medical practitioner came by to pay a visit and inquire about an expert, and after offering much conveniences, he was never refused entrance anymore. Suyun tore off the swords and retreated. The poison mist had scattered throughout, and even God Treasure King had returned to his rainbow dragon boat. Blossom Heart Valley, Purple Star Academy and the Mu family finally had a temporary breather. "Are all of you okay?" An old voice that carried anger sounded out. Suyun and the rest turned back, only to see Pil King and the other elders from Blossom Heart Valley rushing over. "Senior brother! Great clan elder!" Guamo Ju and the rest anxiously ran over. "We are all okay." Luckily Senior Pil King arrived in the nick of time. If not, I think we would have had difficult time holding them back. Mu Feng heaved a sigh of relief, and even Madame Purple Star walked over. Pil King turned to look, ignoring Mu Feng. His old eyes landed on Madame Purple Star. "Purple Star? You're here too?" Pil King was surprised. "Please do not misunderstand, I am not here for your Blossom Heart Valley, but for Master Sword Lord. I know of emotions, and that Master Sword Lord had saved my Purple Star Academy, and thus my benefactor. The matters of today is purely me paying back a kindness." Madame Purple Star walked with her walking stick and said, "I understand." Pil King nodded his head, and did not say further. Seeing this, Suyun noted in his heart that there might have been some backstory between Pil King and Madame Purple Star. "Lad!" Just then, Pil King turned. He spoke to Suyun. "The demonic poison is cleared. Qing is waiting for you behind the mountain. Quickly go and find her. Leave this place to us. It's better that way." "The poison in Qing body is completely cleared?" Suyun was ecstatic. Pil King nodded his head. Suyun anxiously prostrated himself in front of Pil King, took a deep breath and said in a serious tone, "Senior's grace and kindness, I will always remember and will return it to you. Everything that happened today is because of Qing and me. I will now bring Qing out of the valley." "Out of the valley?" Pil King was startled. "Lad, are you seeking death?" There are so many ravenous wolves outside now. If you leave the valley, are you not afraid they will find and kill you? Suyan shook his head. Senior, I have already troubled all the senior sisters and brothers of the valley too much. Many people are injured because of me, so much that some are dead. I cannot continue like this. They are framing me to be a demon, but in truth they want the heavenly crystal and monarch occult force. If I continue staying in the valley, Blossom Heart Valley will not know peace. Only if I leave, will Blossom Heart Valley regain its peace. So, I should leave. Lad. Senior, you just stay here temporarily, and after I leave from the mountain with Ching Air, wait after a stick of incense time, then you let them in, and tell them I have already left the valley. They will come and look for me. They might give up, but no matter what, at least there will be peace. There are so many experts here, so many sects, are you sure you can run away? Pill King was startled, and asked. I resign myself to fate. Suyan did not waste any more time speaking, turned and left heading towards the mountain. Just at this time, from the distant horizon, a gigantic light like a meteor flew towards them. The light beam was completely green and strange. It slanted downwards, directly landing in the air above Blossom Heart Valley, and then exploded out like fireworks. Voila! The exploded light formed a gigantic circle light ripple that continuously revolved, as a large and dense amount of demonic chi scattered out. The big formation was some kind of weird door. From the inside, countless rotten bones and bodies, some human, some beasts, could be seen with blood on them. They all dropped from the skies. Upon touching the poison mist, the mist became red. What is going on? Regardless of whether it was the people of Blossom Heart Valley or the retreating sects that were being infected, everyone was all shocked by the bizarre scene. Was that part of our plan? Su Yangnian walked quickly towards Feng Jian, who was in a carriage arranged by Immortal Sword Sect people, and rushed in to ask the injured Jian Feng. Of course, Jian Feng did not reply to him. Great Clan Elder, what do we do now? Suyan is still inside. Su Qing Air is definitely hiding inside Blossom Heart Valley. If we do not attack, then this operation will be a failure, and we have no way to explain this to the Patriarch. An advisor from the Su family by the side said softly. Su Yangnian's face darkened. He looked at the people around him. The various people from the sects had not retreated, so he said, watch for changes amongst the crowd. All of these people are not leaving yet. They have not given up. We still have a chance. Immediately send some people to stand guard at the different exits of Blossom Heart Valley. I'm worried Suyun has plans to escape. Yes. The advisor nodded, and immediately brought a few experts out. Following that, everyone's attention all landed on the bizarre array that was raining blood and dropping the disgusting corpses. Demonic Chi. That's demonic Chi. Suddenly, the God Treasure King on the Rainbow Dragon boat shouted. Demonic Chi? Is that a demonic array? Pill King was stunned. The demonic array in the sky had stopped raining blood. The bodies have completely stopped. The ground was filled with blood and pieces of meat and corpses. They were like an artwork, piled up in disorder together. The large amount of blood followed along the pieces of meat that formed channels and began to flow. Madame Purple Star's congealed gaze landed on those corpses, and suddenly thought of something. Her face immediately went pale white, and shouted in panic, quickly. Break that thing. That is also a demonic array. There must be a connection between the two demonic arrays. Disaster is approaching. Quickly destroy that demonic array. She used all her might to scream. Not only was she shouting for her side to hear, she wanted the greedy people from the other sects to hear it as well. The Pill King and the people from Blossom Heart Valley were the first to reach the scene, followed by the people from the Mu family, who instantly rushed out. They were, however, one step too late, as the big array in the sky suddenly released a ray of red light, shining onto the corpses and blood. A light beam rocketed up and appeared, and in the next moment, a huge number of demonic bodies appeared out of the pillar. This was obviously a transportation array. Suyan's eyes grew big, as he clutched his sword and watched everything that was happening. Sprite's Shadow, Heavenly Crystal, Monarch Occult Force, Everlasting Stone. Take these treasures for me. Tiny individuals. This princess orders you to surrender. Inside the pillar, a powerful female voice sounded out, followed by a large number of monsters which had human bodies with beast heads that rushed out towards Blossom Heart Valley. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 192. Unable to leave. Who are you guys? Seeing the huge number of weird figures rushing out of the pillar, Guaemoju shouted out. But the other party did not stop to answer. Instead, they continued rushing up, and instantly brandishing out their dark green blades and pounced towards the people of Blossom Heart Valley. A group of demons dare to make a ruckus in my Blossom Heart Valley. You all will come, but not leave. Pill King was angry. He instantly made a move. In his palm came out a huge silver light that flew straight to the woman who hailed herself as princess. You are overestimating yourself, old man. The lady looked at Pill King, waved her white arms, showing her long fingernails which spun in circles producing circles of green light. All of them flew and struck the needles that the Pill King threw. Clang clang clang. All the needles were blocked. Pill King's eyes congealed, but that did not stop him. He once again showed his palm, producing 2 beams of poison mist with powerful chi, in which both beams soared out. This time, however, the lady's mouth exposed a smile. Is that poison? What can be stronger than demon poison? We live in demon poison our whole lives. Why would we be afraid of a poison that was created by a tiny individual? The lady took the poison mist head on, and directly took a step out. Her profound power and weird methods were startling. Damn it, the only dangerous thing we have is poison. If it cannot even damage them, I am afraid it will be difficult fighting them. Bang! The large number of soul stones rushed over, rushing towards the demons, but no matter how strong the soul stones were, they were lesser in numbers, and after rushing in to kill a demon, they themselves were torn apart into pieces. We need support. Blossom Heart Valley's second clan elder Chen Muyan looked at the disciples who were fighting bitterly, and shouted out loudly. Release the poison mist, and let the other sects in to help. No! If the poison mist is released, they will only go find Su Yun. Their goal is to find Su Yun. Whatever they said about upholding justice and peace, are all excuses. You want their help? That is impossible. Pill King bellowed out, his old eyes staring at the woman walking towards them. Since it is so, then let us retreat, back to the valley. Madame Purple Star rushed over, and stood in front of Pill King. Pill King had a complicated look while looking at her, his face exposing astonishment. Purple Star, what are you doing? All of you retreat, I will take care of that woman. Since she is a spirit demon person, your poisons are useless against her. Me defeating her is more probable. No way. Pill King clenched his teeth, his expression resolute. How can I let a lady protect me? No, all of you retreat to the valley, let me handle this. You old man, haven't changed after so long? Quickly leave. The one who should be leaving is you. The two of them started quarreling. The woman walking over became impatient. I think if the two of you came it would be better. With that, a jade-colored clothed body rushed over. Both of her hands waved out, releasing 2 rays of blade chi, attacking towards the two of them. Madame Purple Star and Pill King's face darkened, they clenched their teeth and both attacked out. Upon seeing this, Su Yun who was behind frowned. This woman again. She wanted the heavenly crystal and the sprite's shadow, so she rushed over. If I continue staying here, Pill King and the rest will be in grave danger. I cannot delay any further and have to leave quickly. Su Yun thought, and after setting his heart to it, he rushed into the valley. Not good, Su Yun is escaping.